Chapter 1100. The place where Yang Ming celebrated his birthday did not choose the Heavenly Earth or the Nightless Club, but he chose Ju Yuan Chun, the place where he celebrated his birthday a year ago. Although Yang Ming was no longer the same as before, he still missed the days a year ago. The tense and relaxed senior high school life, arguing with Chun Mingyan every day and having fun with Zhang Bin. When Yang Ming arrived at Ju Yuan Chun, Zhang Bin was standing in the hotel lobby and talking to the boss here. Because he was a friend of Zhang Bin, he was naturally familiar with Zhang Jiafeng. Moreover, Zhang Bin often came here with Zhang Jiafeng. After going to university, he founded his own company and was injured, so he did not come here for a while. Bro, you are here. Seeing Yang Ming walking into the hotel, Zhang Bin quickly greeted him. Just like a year ago, he waited for Yang Ming at the school gate. I'm not late, right? Yang Ming saw Zhang Bin and smiled at him. I asked you to wait for me again this year. I booked the place. Of course, I have to come early. Sister-in-law hasn't come yet. She is in the company with Cici. She will come in a while. Zhang Bin said. Why? Is there still business today? Yang Ming was surprised. The jewelry exhibition had been over for a while, but he didn't expect the jewelry company's business to be so popular. Well, February 14th is Valentine's Day, and March 14th is called White Valentine's Day. Zhang Bin said, so the store's business is also very popular today. Cici has to take care of it. White Valentine's Day? What is that? Yang Ming was inexplicable. He only knew about Valentine's Day, but he didn't know about White Valentine's Day. I didn't know. It wasn't because of the promotion in the company. It was a promotion plan proposed by an employee. Only then did I know what White Valentine's Day was. Zhang Bin explained, this White Valentine's Day is actually called returning etiquette. Etiquette? Yang Ming was suddenly interested. He didn't expect his birthday to be a holiday. This was the first time that Yang Ming had heard of it. In fact, Valentine's Day and White Valentine's Day first originated in Rome in the 3rd century. Zhang Bin began to apply what he had learned on the spot. This knowledge was obtained from the promotion plan of the employee in the company. On February 14th, the Roman emperor saved a pair of lovers who were about to be executed for violating the prohibition on marriage. The Roman emperor set up Valentine's Day to commemorate this day. A month later, on the 14th of March, the rescued lovers swore that they would love each other until they died. In order to commemorate this day, they set a new date as White Valentine's Day, and this festival spread from Europe to the rest of the world. What does this have to do with etiquette? Yang Ming was baffled. Bro, wait for me to finish. Zhang Bin continued with a bitter smile. According to legend, if a man and a woman receive a Valentine's Day gift from the opposite sex on February 14th to express their love, and they have the same good feelings or feelings for each other, they will give each other a Valentine's gift on March 14th. It means that they have a mutual understanding of each other. This is the origin of returning etiquette. It turned out to be like this. Damn, if I receive a bunch of birthday gifts in a while, how would that be counted? Would it count as White Valentine's Day or as a birthday gift? Yang Ming listened to Zhang Bin's words and asked with a smile. Huh, that's between you and the sisters-in-law. It has nothing to do with me. I just told you what I know. Zhang Bin said quickly. He didn't want to get involved in Yang Ming's family matters. After all, it wasn't a year ago. It was really fun to think about it. A year ago, he and his bro were still talking about Chun Mingyan. Now, Chun Mingyan had become his sister-in-law. So, Zhang Bin didn't dare to comment. Yang Ming and Zhang Bin were talking. Suddenly, the door of the restaurant was pushed open with a bang sound. 4 young men, wearing black leather jackets with cigarettes in their mouths, came in from the outside. Among them, a young man wearing sunglasses shouted without hesitation, "Who is the boss?" "I am." A middle-aged man next to Zhang Bin looked nervous and greeted with a smile. "Excuse me, what's the matter?" "You're the boss." The sunglasses man spat out the cigarette in his mouth on the carpet and then kicked it with his foot. Suddenly, there was a burnt black mark on the red carpet. Ju Yuan Chun's boss also knew that these 4 people didn't look like good people. He knew that they were looking for trouble by listening to their tone, so he didn't dare to be angry. He said carefully, "I am, well, since you are the boss, then I won't say anything unnecessary." The sunglasses man snorted. Do you know what I do? I don't know. Excuse me, little brother is... Zhu Yuan Chun's boss asked quickly. Brother my ass. Who's your brother? The sunglasses man grabbed the collar of Zhu Yuan Chun's boss and pushed him hard. Then, he said, I am from the Mingyang Company. Haven't you heard of it? Mingyang Company. I have heard of it. I have heard of it. Zhu Yuan Chun's boss nodded quickly. In this year, the Mingyang Company was thriving. How could he not know? As a hotel owner, how could he not know the name of Mingyang Brother Bao? It's good that you have heard of it. There is no need to say more about what we do. The sunglasses man snorted. My boss asked you to prepare 50,000 yuan as a protection fee. In the future, it will be this amount every month. Zhu Yuan Chun's boss was stunned and shocked. 50,000 yuan, this is too much. My restaurant can only earn a few 50,000 yuan a month. I don't care how many 50,000 yuan you earn. Our boss asked you to give me 50,000 yuan. You have to give me 50,000 yuan. The sunglasses man obviously didn't want to waste more time with Zhu Yuan Chun's boss. He waved his hand and said, Excuse me, your boss is... Zhu Yuan Chun's boss saw that the sunglasses man didn't listen to him, so he had to ask. In fact, he also had some security guards and strong waiters in his restaurant. He could totally drive these four guys out, but he couldn't resist the reputation of the Mingyang Company. Who dared to provoke them? Therefore, Zhu Yuan Chun's boss was angry, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Motherfucker, my boss is Bao Sanli, Brother Bao. Don't you know? The sunglasses man said with a glare. Yang Ming thought that there were just a few punks who had watched too many movies, but he didn't expect that these people could directly say the name of Bao Sanli. In fact, not many people knew the name of Bao Sanli. Everyone knew that he was called Brother Bao, but they didn't know that he was called Bao Sanli. The people who knew the name of Bao Sanli could be said to be very few. Except for the employees of Mingyang's formal industrial companies, almost no one in the underworld knew. Therefore, when Yang Ming heard the sunglasses man mention the name of Bao Sanli, he suddenly frowned. He didn't know the identity of this person. When Zhu Yuan Chun's boss heard the name of Bao Sanli, he was suddenly stunned, but he naturally knew Brother Bao. He quickly said, It turns out to be Brother Bao. It's good that you know. I thought you didn't know. If you don't know, I have to beat you until you know. The sunglasses man snorted and said, Tomorrow, prepare 50,000 yuan for me. I will come to pick it up personally. Otherwise, don't think about opening this restaurant. After that, the sunglasses man didn't care what the boss of Zhu Yuan Chun thought. He waved his hand directly and took his 3 underlings out of the Zhu Yuan Chun hotel. When the sunglasses man was talking, Yang Ming deliberately took out his mobile phone and pretended to send a text message. In fact, he used the mobile phone's camera function to take a picture of the appearance of these 4 people, and then sent it to Bao Sanli through MMS. He also used a text message to ask Bao Sanli if he knew these people. Zhang Bin naturally knew Bao Sanli, and he vaguely knew the relationship between Bao Sanli and Yang Ming. However, seeing that Yang Ming didn't speak at the moment, Zhang Bin didn't dare to be nosy. He stood aside with Yang Ming and quietly watched the development of the matter. AI. After the 4 people left, the boss of Zhu Yuan Chun sighed and said, This business is really getting more and more difficult. I thought that after the underworld of Songjiang was unified, I didn't have to pay the black money like protection fees every month. I didn't expect that I would have to pay more. These people aren't imposters, right? Said Yang Ming suddenly. Imposters? How can they be imposters? The boss of Zhu Yuan Chun shook his head and said, Who dares to impersonate them? If Brother Bao knew, wouldn't he be beaten to death? I think this must be Brother Bao's idea. AI. Well, let's not talk about this. You are Zhang Bin's friend. Today is your birthday. Don't let these messy things ruin your mood. Although it wasn't a small amount to take out 50,000 yuan a month, the boss of Zhu Yuan Chun could still afford it. The scale of his hotel wasn't small. He had at least 80 to 100,000 yuan a month. If he gave out 50,000 yuan, he could still have 30 to 50,000 yuan left. It was considered that he had left some leeway. Soon, Yang Ming's mobile phone received a text message from Bao Sanli. Brother Yang, I don't know these 4 people. What's the situation? Yang Ming looked at Bao Sanli's text message and frowned. Sure enough, they are imposters. However, aren't these four brats quite bold? They actually dare to use the Ming Yang Company's Bao Sanli's name to swindle others. Yang Ming replied to Bao Sanli's text message and told him what had just happened. He ordered Bao Sanli to strictly investigate these people who swindle others in the name of Ming Yang. If this kind of behavior continued, then wouldn't the reputation of Ming Yang Company be ruined by these people? Bao Sanli replied to the text message and said that he would send someone to strictly investigate this matter. But he also said that this was the first time he encountered this kind of thing. He had never heard of similar things happening before. Looking at Bao Sanli's text message, Yang Ming faintly felt that something was not quite right, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Yang Ming shook his head. Over there, Zhang Bin had already talked about other things with the boss of Zhu Yuanchun, leaving the unpleasantness behind. By listening to the conversation between Zhu Yuanchun's boss and Zhang Bin, Yang Ming learned that Zhu Yuanchun's boss had made a lot of money in recent years and was preparing to withdraw from the catering industry. He planned to go abroad to find his son who was studying abroad after withdrawing. However, Yang Ming could also guess that the withdrawal of Zhu Yuanchun's boss must have a lot to do with today's incident. Perhaps he had thought of retreating a long time ago, but today's matter made him even more determined to do so. As they were talking, Zhao walked into the restaurant gracefully with a small gift box in her hand. When she saw Yang Ming and Zhang Bin, she smiled and nodded to them. Miss Zhao, although Zhang Bin also faintly knew that there seemed to be some ambiguous relationship between Yang Ming and Zhao Ying, it was not so detailed, and they didn't have much contact usually. At this time, when he suddenly saw Zhao Ying appear here, he suddenly felt a little restrained. After all, Zhao Ying was his former teacher. He still couldn't adapt to this situation. Hee, Zhang Bin, you are also here, Zhao Ying said with a smile. You don't have to call me Miss Zhao. I am in the same school as you. Now we are schoolmates. You and Yang Ming can call me Sister Ying or Senior Sister. Yang Ming had some doubts. Is this Zhao Ying? A few days ago on QQ, Zhao Ying was still crying. Why is she so natural today? It seems like nothing happened. Sister Ying, that day, Yang Ming scratched his head and saw that Zhang Bin was still by the side. Some words couldn't be said. Zhang Bin also realized that he was a third wheel, so he quickly went to the side and continued to talk to the boss of Zhu Yuanchun. Yang Ming paused, and he couldn't say anything. What day? Zhao Ying smiled slightly and handed the gift in her hand to Yang Ming without any anger. This is for you. Happy birthday. Thank you. Since Zhao Ying was so normal, Yang Ming didn't say anything more. He took the gift from Zhao Ying's hand and said, Is this a birthday gift or a return gift for Valentine's Day? What return gift for Valentine's Day? When did you give me a gift for Valentine's Day? When Zhao Ying said this, she suddenly realized that she had made a mistake. She blushed and said, Don't talk nonsense. Do you want it or not? If you don't want it, I will take it back. Yes, of course I want it. Yang Ming smiled and thought, It seems that Zhao Ying definitely knows about White Valentine's Day. Listening to the meaning of her words just now, is she complaining that I didn't give her a Valentine's Day gift? I naturally want to give her a gift, but I am afraid that I will be rejected. Sister Ying, let's go upstairs. I will take you to the private room upstairs. When Yang Ming saw that Zhao Ying was a little embarrassed, he understood that she was thin-skinned. Zhao Ying's temperament was like this. If he went too far, she would shrink back. Yang Ming must grasp this scale. I won't go. Chen Mingyan, Zhao Cici, and the others should come a while. After all, I have been your teacher. You will definitely not be used to talking together. Zhao Ying shook her head and said, I came to give you a gift. I'll go first. Don't, Sister Ying. Aren't you very familiar with Mingyan? It's okay to be together. Yang Ming was stunned after listening to Zhao Ying's words, and then he quickly invited her. Zhao Cici isn't familiar with Mingyan. Zhao Cici isn't familiar with it. I'm Zhang Bing and Zhao Cici's teacher. They definitely aren't used to it. Look at Zhang Bing. He's not used to it now. Zhao Ying smiled and said, Well, I'll go first. I hope you guys have fun. Yang Ming was really inexplicable about Zhao Ying's behavior today. What is this? She just came to give me a gift? Then she left? However, Seeing that Zhao Ying insisted on leaving, Yang Ming couldn't help it. He had to send her to the door, and then he waved goodbye to Zhao Ying. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to take the opportunity to apologize for the incident that day, but when he saw Zhao Ying's smiling face, Yang Ming really couldn't speak. This is simply too strange. Did Zhao Ying forget the unpleasantness of that day? But if she really forgot the unpleasantness of that day, then why didn't she stay for dinner? A woman's mind, especially Zhao Ying's mind, Yang Ming still couldn't figure out. It was really a headache. Yang Ming hated himself for being timid. If he had forcefully kissed Zhao Ying on that moonlit night, or even forcefully grabbed and touched her, and did something that was beyond friendship, things would have been settled, right? Bro, why did Miss Zhao leave? Zhang Bin saw that Yang Ming sent Zhao Ying away and asked, baffled. She was afraid that you and Cece wouldn't be used to it, so she left first. Yang Ming shrugged and said, Me? Not used to it with Cece? No way. Zhang Bin suddenly said bitterly, Bro, how can you blame me for this? I have become a sinner, and yet, it's okay. In fact, Sister Ying has something to do at school. Yang Ming saw that Zhang Bin was blaming himself, so he quickly comforted him. I just made a joke. Although Yang Ming didn't know why Zhao Ying insisted on leaving, he could guess the general reason. It should be related to the incident that day. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to think that Zhao Ying had forgotten the incident that day. Zhao Ying didn't mention it because she didn't want to mention it. She didn't want to embarrass both of them, right? AI, you scared me to death. Zhang Bin sweated and said, Bro, you really scare me to death. I almost became a sinner. Don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with sistering. It's not the kind of relationship you think. Yang Ming was afraid that Zhang Bin, this guy, would say something. If Chen Mingyan knew about it, then it would be a bit messy, so he quickly told him. Oh, I understand. Zhang Bin looked like he knew everything and nodded with a smile. Damn! Yang Ming was so angry that he scolded. What do you understand? You understand. You don't understand anything. As they were fooling around, the hotel door was pushed open again. 4 girls came in. One of them was wearing a black professional suit. Naturally, she was Zhang Bin's wife, Zhao Cece. However, what surprised Yang Ming was the other 3 girls. Today, Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiun, and Zhou Jiejie actually wore the same style of coat. Not only that, but even their hairstyles, scarves, gloves, and boots were exactly the same. They were like triplets. Yang Ming looked at the 3 beauties in front of him. He opened his mouth in surprise and couldn't speak. Chapter 1101. Seeing Yang Ming's stunned look, Chen Mingyan smiled and said complacently, How is it? Is it nice? It's nice. Yang Ming couldn't help but exclaim, Whose idea is this? The 3 of you are more and more like sisters. Chen Mingyan blushed and didn't speak, but Zhou Jiejie said, It's Sister Chen Mingyan's idea. Yang Ming guessed that it was Chen Mingyan's idea. Lin Jiun wouldn't take the initiative to do these things, although it was possible for Zhou Jiejie. After all, she had just become familiar with Chen Mingyan and the others, so she was embarrassed to do these things. So the most likely person was Chen Mingyan. He didn't expect this girl to give him a surprise. Zhu Yuan Chen's boss, who was standing on the side, was shocked when he saw these 3 beauties dressed up. He didn't know what the relationship between these 3 people and Yang Ming was, but he didn't say much. After all, this had nothing to do with him. They came to his territory to spend money. If he did so, he would be hated for no reason. Seeing that Yang Ming's guests were all here, Zhu Yuan Chen's boss naturally retreated and let the waiter lead Yang Ming and the others to the private room on the 2nd floor. He didn't ask for a luxurious private room. Although these people were different this year, Yang Ming was still nostalgic and still asked for the private room from last year. Chen Mingyan, I remember that on this day last year, you said that you would celebrate my birthday, right? I didn't expect you to really fulfill your promise. When entering the private room, Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan joked, I thought you were lying to me. I didn't expect it to be your birthday today. Chen Mingyan said with some embarrassment. She didn't expect that the words she said in a hurry last year would become a reality this year. Thinking back, it felt like a dream. Her relationship with Yang Ming was really strange and sudden. Unknowingly, she had fallen hopelessly in love with this bad student who had once skipped class in her eyes. However, Chen Mingyan didn't regret it. On the contrary, she was very proud. In the past year, Yang Ming's great achievements were obvious to all. His opponents fell one by one under his hands, and he gradually became stronger. In particular, her father's approval of Yang Ming strengthened Chen Mingyan's conviction. Because of Chen Fei's profession, he was more picky about people. He didn't admire anyone easily, and he didn't think highly of anyone easily. However, his impression of Yang Ming was extremely good. Although Yang Ming had a relationship with another girl because of some strange circumstances, Chen Fei felt that these things couldn't be blamed on Yang Ming. In that case, Wang Jitao set a trap. Yang Ming was a normal young boy, so it was inevitable that he would make some mistakes. The key was whether Yang Ming could take this responsibility after making a mistake. Now it seemed that Yang Ming did a good job. Although Chen Fei didn't know that his daughter and Lin Jiyun had become sisters, Chen Fei still recognized Yang Ming's attitude at the beginning. "Boss, 3 sisters-in-law, please take a seat." Zhang Bin ran around the private room and did what a waiter should do. He took out the bowls and chopsticks from the disinfection cabinet. The waiter on the side was a little embarrassed. She also knew that this room was full of the boss's distinguished guests. It wouldn't be good if she neglected them. If she had to ask them to do it personally, wouldn't it show that she was incompetent? "Sir, I'll do it," said the waiter quickly. "No need. I'll do it myself." Zhang Bin waved his hand and smiled. "You go out and do your work. I don't need you here." Seeing that Zhang Bin insisted on doing it himself, the waiter couldn't help it. After all, some people like to do it themselves. The waiter had seen this before, but it was done by some subordinates in order to please the leader. Zhang Bin seemed to have a good relationship with Yang Ming. It wasn't a superior and subordinate relationship, right? However, listening to Zhang Bin calling Yang Ming boss, perhaps the two people were sworn brothers. In this way, it was not inappropriate for Zhang Bin to be more attentive. The waiter left the private room and was busy preparing the dishes. "Yang Ming, happy birthday to you." Chen Mingyan and Zhang Bin didn't speak, but Zhao Cixi spoke first. She handed a small box to Yang Ming and said, "This is your birthday gift." "Thank you." Yang Ming quickly took the gift. "I didn't expect you, Cixi, to give me a gift." Zhang Bin, "This kid has no memory." "No, he asked me to prepare it." Zhao Cixi smiled sweetly and said, "However, our economic strength is not as powerful as yours now. Don't look down on it." Yang Ming nodded secretly in his heart. It was indeed a blessing for Zhang Bin to find a wife like Zhao Cixi. Looking at Zhang Bin's appearance, Yang Ming knew that he didn't prepare any gift at all. The relationship between Yang Ming and Zhang Bin was very clear to each other. There was no need for such hypocritical things as gifts. When Yang Ming celebrated his birthday last year, Zhang Bin didn't give any gift, so this gift must be bought by Zhao Cixi herself. She just left enough face for Zhang Bin in front of outsiders. "Of course not. You and Zhang Bin gave it. Even if it's a pencil, it's also a thought." Yang Ming smiled and opened the gift. The thing inside made Yang Ming's eyes light up. It was actually a cartoon version of Yang Ming and Zhang Bing. Yang Ming was sitting in front of a desk, while Zhang Bing was standing beside him and talking about something. It was exactly like their high school life. It was a replica of the two of them when they were in class. Holding the small handicraft in his hand, Yang Ming was really amazed. Zhao Cixi was really thoughtful. She actually gave such a gift. Although the value might not be very expensive, the meaning was extraordinary. Some worldly possessions were no longer attractive to the current Yang Ming, so this kind of commemorative gift made Yang Ming cherish and love him more. "Wow, so similar." Even Chen Mingyan also exclaimed, "Cixi, when did you order it?" "I asked our company's designer to help me make it." Zhao Cixi saw that Yang Ming liked it very much, so she was relieved. After all, if Yang Ming didn't like it, she and Zhang Bin's face wouldn't be too good. "Mingyan, Jiyun, Jiajia, where are the gifts for the 3 of you?" Yang Ming carefully put away the precious gift from Zhao Cixi, and then asked Chen Mingyan and the other 2. "Our gifts." We can't give it to you now. Let's talk about it after we go home later, Chen Mingyan said mysteriously. Could it be that you left in a hurry and forgot to prepare it? Yang Ming saw Chen Mingyan's strange look and asked with some doubts. Hee, whether it is true or not. Won't you know when you go home? Chen Mingyan smiled and didn't say more. Okay, but it doesn't matter if you don't give me a gift. Just give me all of you. Yang Ming smiled. He didn't care about birthday gifts. As long as the intention was there, it was fine. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jia suddenly blushed. Zhou Jia hadn't had sex with Yang Ming yet, so her face was the reddest at the moment. What nonsense are you talking about? There are outsiders here. Chen Mingyan glared at Yang Ming and said, Zhang Bin and Zhao Cixi aren't outsiders. Yang Ming said shamelessly. Yes, Cixi, and I didn't see or hear anything. Bro, sister-in-law, what were you talking about? Zhang Bin also innocently echoed. Look at my ears. It suddenly didn't work. If there's a chance, I have to fix it. After being teased by Zhang Bin, Chen Mingyan couldn't keep a straight face anymore. She laughed with everyone. At this time, the door of the private room was knocked. The waiter came in with the dishes. At this time, it wasn't lunchtime, and the boss specifically instructed, so the dishes were served quickly. In the blink of an eye, the table was full. Last year, there were only 2 people, Zhang Bin and Yang Ming, so they didn't order many dishes. But this year was different. The number of people increased to 6, so Zhang Bin also ordered more things. Bro, happy birthday to you. Zhang Bin hesitated for a long time, but he couldn't find any good blessing words. It wasn't as simple as happy birthday, so he raised his glass and said, Thank you. Yang Ming also raised his glass and touched it with Zhang Bin. Both of them drank. Chen Mingyan wanted to remind Yang Ming to drink less, but she saw that Zhao Cixi didn't speak. It was rare for Yang Ming to be so happy today, so she thought about it and let it go. However, it was mainly Yang Ming and Zhang Bin who were drinking. Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, Zhou Jia, and Zhao Cixi just tasted it and drank a little. In a peaceful and lively atmosphere, a year passed. Yang Ming grew up by another year. This was a period of growth. It allowed Yang Ming to go from a fledgling kid to the present, from being unknown to having the underground forces of the entire Songjiang city and Jiduan city. It was just that Yang Ming was relatively low-key, so these things weren't known to outsiders. In the beginning, Chen Mingyan and the others didn't drink, but they couldn't stand the high atmosphere of the birthday party. Under the half-persuasion of Yang Ming and Zhang Bin, they also felt a little dizzy from drinking. Let's go to karaoke later, Zhang Bin suggested. Okay, let's go to the nightless club. Yang Ming was also a little drunk. Yang Ming's alcohol tolerance was still very good, but he was more happy today, so it was easier for people to get drunk. But basically, Yang Ming was still sober. Don't. There's also karaoke in the private room. Let's do it here. You see that Jia is almost asleep. Chen Mingyan waved her hand and objected. Yang Ming listened to Chen Mingyan's words and looked at Zhou Jia. Sure enough, he didn't know when Zhou Jia was already lying on the table. She seemed to have fallen asleep, and her small face was blushing. Zhou Jia's alcohol tolerance was obviously not as good as Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhao Cixi. Lin Jiyun and Zhao Cixi often participated in the company's cocktail party. Although they weren't wine lovers as the company's bosses, if they didn't drink a glass before the party, the employees wouldn't be able to drink to their heart's content. So, over time, they also developed some alcohol tolerance. As for Chen Mingyan, it may be because she inherited Chun Fei's good wine gene. She could also drink 2 glasses, but it was worse than Lin Jiyun and Zhao Cixi. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. When a birthday song sounded, Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun held the microphone and swayed gracefully in front of Yang Ming. Yang Ming's heart was a little drunk. This situation made Yang Ming feel very emotional. If it continued to be so peaceful. But obviously, Yang Ming also knew Chen Mingyan's temperament. She could accept Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jia only because of some coincidences. Lin Jiyun was forced by Yang Ming. No matter what, Yang Ming had to take responsibility, so Chun Mingyin could only bear this responsibility for Yang Ming. Zhou Jiejia, on the other hand, blocked the bullet for Yang Ming. Chun Mingyin couldn't be indifferent to her. This was a girl who could even give up her life for Yang Ming. Therefore, Yang Ming didn't think that Chun Mingyin would continue to accept others after accepting Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia. It was true that Chun Mingyin also accepted Lan Ling and Suya, but that was only because these two had to be accepted. Chun Mingyin couldn't do anything about it. After the birthday song, everyone was casual. Zhang Bin and Zhao Sisi sang a few love songs. Although Zhang Bin's voice wasn't very pleasant to listen to, he was emboldened by alcohol. His rough voice was quite interesting. After the two sang, they began to make a fuss and asked Yang Ming to sing with the three girls. However, since Zhou Jiejia was already drunk and asleep, only Chun Mingyin and Lin Jiyun could sing with Yang Ming. Yang Ming, Chun Mingyin, and Lin Jiyun sang a song by Shuya. The reason why they chose Shuya's song was clear in their hearts. They believed that Chun Mingyin was also deliberately showing her generosity in front of Yang Ming on Yang Ming's birthday. It was noisy until the evening when the lively birthday party ended. Zhou Jiejia was still in a daze. When Yang Ming and Chun Mingyin helped her up from the table, she asked, "Do you still want to drink?" "No. If you want to drink, drink at home." Yang Ming smiled. Only then did Zhou Jiejia realize that the party was over. She smiled apologetically and followed Yang Ming and others out of the hotel's private room. Yang Ming drank some wine, so he called Bao Sanli and asked him to drive over as a driver. At this time, Bao Sanli had already arrived here early. He was standing in the hotel lobby and chatting with the boss of Zhu Yuanchun. Although the boss of Zhu Yuanchun had heard of the name Brother Bao, he had never seen him. Bao Sanli did not introduce himself. He just said that he was waiting for someone. When Bao Sanli talked with the boss of Zhu Yuanchun, he deliberately led the topic to the scene where the gangsters came to cause trouble today. After listening to the boss of Zhu Yuanchun's narration, Bao Sanli was also very puzzled. He had never given such an order. Now, the income of the Mingyang Security Company, the Nightless Club, and Heavenly Earth was already quite considerable. There was no need to do anything to collect protection fees. Moreover, Mingyang Real Estate had recently started to work with Zhou Jiejia's mother's real estate company and Sun Jie's family's company to build the largest resort in the province. The income of these projects was in the millions. They did not care about the income of the protection fees. Bao Sanli was sure that someone must have borrowed his name to swindle, but he had to say that this person was very good at seizing the opportunity in people's hearts because these people would not go to Bao Sanli to verify it. First, they could not see Bao Sanli easily. Second, they did not dare to go. This made Bao Sanli smile bitterly. He also understood that if this matter was not handled properly, it would have a great negative impact on the reputation of the Mingyang Security Company. Originally, the Mingyang Security Company was a brand to protect the safety of other people's property. On the contrary, it was extorting others. Bao Sanli naturally would not watch things continue to deteriorate. "Boss, don't worry. I will bring people over tomorrow and wait here. I will see who will ask you for money." Bao Sanli looked at the boss's sad face and comforted him. You." When the boss heard Bao Sanli suddenly say this, he was somewhat inexplicable, but then he reacted and said, "Big brother, you are a policeman, right? AI, blame me for talking too much. This is the unspoken rule in our industry. You should not worry about it. Otherwise, I can hide tomorrow, but I can't hide in the future. Sooner or later, I will suffer. Anyway, I don't plan to run the restaurant anymore. After a while, I will find a suitable buyer to sell it. Now, I don't ask for anything else. I just want stability. I don't want to cause more trouble." This was indeed the real idea of Zhu Yuanchun's boss at the moment, because he really didn't want to continue operating. On the other hand, it was also because he was afraid of getting into trouble. Those punks were not easy to deal with. Indeed, the police came and scared them away. But what about the next day or the third day? Maybe when the police were not there, they would come back. The boss of Zhu Yuanchun did not dare to do this. Bao Sanli listened to the boss's words and smiled. Then, he took out his business card and handed it to the boss. He said, "This is my business card. Don't worry. I am here tomorrow. Nothing will happen." The boss quickly took the business card and glanced at the content on the business card. He suddenly showed a surprised expression. Although the name Bao Sanli was a bit unfamiliar, he was still clear about the title on it. General Manager of the Ming Yang Security Company. Of course, Bao Sanli had other business cards such as the Nightless Club, Heavenly World, etc., but now he needed the name of the Ming Yang Security Company. Ah! The boss was shocked and quickly said with a trembling hand, "Brother Bao, are you Brother Bao?" Bao Sanli smiled and nodded. "Those people are not my men, so boss, you can rest assured. Leave these things to me." The boss just wanted to say something grateful, but he saw that Bao Sanli had turned his head. At this time, Yang Ming carried Zhou Jijia and walked out with Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiun, Zhang Bin, and Zhao Sisi. After Bao Sanli saw it, he quickly greeted Brother Yang. However, Bao Sanli found that he couldn't help much. He couldn't help Yang Ming carry a woman, right? So, he had to stand there stupidly and didn't know what to do. "You go and open the door." Yang Ming nodded and instructed. Bao Sanli listened to Yang Ming's instructions and walked quickly to the hotel door with relief. Chapter 1102. The car that Bao Sanli drove this time was an Audi A8, which was bought at the request of Yang Ming. Indeed, it wasn't appropriate for a company's boss to drive a Jinbei van out all day long. Even if he didn't care, he had to pay attention to the company's image. After all, the car of a company's boss represented the strength of the company to a large extent. This was also something that couldn't be helped. Many customers would look at this point. If the car was too broken, they would think that you had no strength. Following Bao Sanli was a Buick minivan. Because Zhang Bin also drank too much, he couldn't drive. He could only go back by car. This A8 couldn't fit so many people. Zhang Bin and Zhao Sisi got in the Buick minivan behind. Yang Ming, Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiun, and Zhou Jijia got in the previous Audi A8. Yang Ming sat in the front passenger seat, and Chen Mingyan and the other two women sat in the back. The space of the Audi A8 was very spacious. The back seat was very big, and the three women were very petite, so it didn't seem too crowded when three people sat. It was completely possible for another one to sit. Because the three women were in the car, Bao Sanli didn't say too much about the things that happened when he chatted with Zhu Yuanshan's boss. However, since Yang Ming had already asked him to deal with this matter, after Bao Sanli dealt with it, he would report the results to Yang Ming. When Yang Ming came down from the private room upstairs, he naturally saw Bao Sanli talking to Zhu Yuanshan's boss. He also thought that it was probably because of the previous matter, so Yang Ming didn't ask much. For the place where Yang Ming now lived, Bao Sanli was naturally familiar with it. He soon arrived at the Huashang district. Yang Ming, Chen Mingyan, and Lin Jiun carried the sleeping Zhou Jijia into the villa. Today's situation was special. Zhou Jijia also asked for leave in advance, so she didn't need to go back to school. Upstairs, Yang Ming first settled Zhou Jijia in the room and then went downstairs. At this time, Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiun had already taken a bath. Yang Ming also knew that something would definitely happen tonight. He didn't know what kind of gift these two little girls prepared for him. Yang Ming sat on the sofa. He would leave early tomorrow morning. He didn't know how to explain it to Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiun, and the others. He didn't know how long he would leave, but he couldn't tell them the truth. Yang Ming closed his eyes and thought. Suddenly, the lights in the hall dimmed, and the sound of dance music came from the sound system. Two slender figures flashed in the center of the hall. They were Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiun. At this moment, the two of them had already changed out of their usual clothes. They were indeed wearing a set of very sexy sportswear. Only their bras and shorts were exposed. Around their waists, there was a string of glittering golden waist chains. As the rhythm of the dance music sounded, the two also began to dance. It seemed to be a kind of belly dance. Yang Ming was excited. He didn't expect that the gift prepared by the two would be a real erotic dance. And it was in his own home with only him as an audience. Yang Ming felt proud when he thought about it. Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiun's figures were also excellent. Although they couldn't be compared with Wang Xiaoyan, A girl who had been exercising for a long time, it was already very good compared to ordinary people. Therefore, with the dim light, the two twisted their bodies. It was extremely sexy and seductive, which made Yang Ming's imagination run wild. However, although the two danced well, Yang Ming felt that some of the movements seemed to be somewhat out of place. It seemed that they weren't coordinated. He didn't know how the two rehearsed before. Didn't they notice it? At the end of the dance music, Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun sat on both sides of Yang Ming. Perhaps because they drank a lot of wine before, even Lin Jiyun, who had always been shy, became bold at the moment. "How is it? Do you like this gift?" Chen Mingyan stuck her body to Yang Ming's side. She blushed and asked sweetly, "Of course I like it." Yang Ming nodded quickly. He thought, "It would be great if you can dance in front of me once every day. Sister Lin and I learned at a fitness center near the company. Many of the company's employees have membership cards there. Sister Lin and I also have one." Chen Mingyan said, "However, this dance rehearsal was done with 3 people. Who would have thought that Jeje would get drunk so easily? It was a waste to teach her for a long time." Yang Ming listened to Chen Mingyan's words and suddenly realized, "No wonder I felt that it wasn't coordinated before. It turned out to be this reason. This dance was originally done with 3 people. Now it had become 2 people. With one less person, it was naturally uncoordinated. It doesn't matter. When Jeje wakes up, you can perform it again." Yang Ming said shamelessly, "You wish. Today is your birthday, so I gave you a surprise. There won't be another one in the future." Chen Mingyan said, "Then I will celebrate my birthday every day." Yang Ming smiled. "You're not serious." Chen Mingyan said, "Well, the gift is given. I'm sleepy. I'm going to rest. Let Sister Lin accompany you tonight." Lin Jiyun was stunned and said, "Sister Mingyan, didn't we agree before that it would be you?" Previously, the two of them did discuss that Chen Mingyan would accompany Yang Ming tonight. However, when Chen Mingyan wanted to say it, she couldn't say it. Now, she realized how difficult it was for her to be the master of the harem in this family. She was afraid that Yang Ming would say that she was narrow-minded. Then, she had to be magnanimous. If she was magnanimous, she could only sacrifice her own interests. You two don't have to argue. "Let's do it together today," Yang Ming said as he hugged both of them in his arms. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Chen Mingyan blushed and remembered the previous incident. "I'm not talking nonsense. It's not like we haven't done it before. Wasn't it good last time?" Yang Ming smiled. "Last time, I was fooled by you without knowing it. This time, of course, it won't happen again." Chen Mingyan glared at Yang Ming and said, "I haven't settled the score with you yet. AI. In fact, Mingyan, do you think I'm such a licentious person?" Yang Ming suddenly had an idea in his mind. He put away the previous frivolous expression and put on a serious face. "I have always been a very serious person. You see, I have been with you for so long. Don't you know what kind of person I am? When we were in high school, I was always respectful to you." Chen Mingyan listened and thought in her heart, "You really know how to talk nonsense. When we were in high school, was I your girlfriend? We were just ordinary classmates. Of course, you were respectful to me. But later, didn't you lie to me to help you in the movie theater? I haven't settled the score with you yet." However, seeing that Yang Ming was very serious, Chen Mingyan was also a little curious. She couldn't bear to continue Yang Ming's topic, so she asked, "Then why are you not serious today?" "Don't tell me it's because you are drunk." "Today," Yang Ming sighed and said, "AI. In fact, this is the case. I am leaving tomorrow." "Leaving? Where are you going?" Chen Mingyan was stunned and asked quickly. Although Lin Jiyun didn't speak, she subconsciously grasped Yang Ming's arm and looked at Yang Ming nervously. "Going to Africa," Yang Ming said the excuse that he had already thought of. "I am leaving tomorrow morning." "Going to Africa? Why are you going to Africa?" Chen Mingyan asked in confusion. "A friend helped to contact me. I'm going to see the price of the gold mine and diamond mine. Aren't we in the jewelry business? If we want to develop and expand, we have to start with the raw materials. Otherwise, if the raw materials are always controlled by others, if there's a problem one day and we lose the supply of raw materials, then our company will be in a state of paralysis." Yang Ming explained, "So, if our company wants to continue to develop, we have to control our own supply. This is a good opportunity. I intend to explore. Ah. Chun Mingyin and Lin Jiyun were shocked at the same time. They exclaimed, I heard that it is very chaotic there. There are often civil wars in some small countries. If you go, don't worry. I'm going to a normal place, not a small tribal country. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't say that he was going to country X. Otherwise, Chun Mingyin and Lin Jiyun would be worried to death. That's good. Chun Mingyin nodded. Then you have to be careful. Yang Ming nodded. In fact, he couldn't be considered to be lying to Chun Mingyin. The purpose of his trip to Africa this time was also to take over the diamond mine. He just had to do some other things. Chun Mingyin also knew that Yang Ming was going to Africa to do business. Even if she didn't want Yang Ming to go, Yang Ming would still go, so it was better not to stop him. She just reminded him to be careful. I don't know how long I will be gone, so I won't see both of you for a long time. Yang Ming sighed and smiled bitterly. You also know that both of you are equal in my heart. You are equally important, so I can't bear to part with either of you. Tonight, I can only be close to one person. AI, isn't this a regret before I leave? This. Chun Mingyin didn't expect that Yang Ming's reason would be this. However, to be honest, Yang Ming would leave tomorrow. She also missed Yang Ming. She also wanted to be close to him on the last night. Lin Jiyun should have the same idea, right? Thinking of this, Chun Mingyin was really in a dilemma. If I give this opportunity to Lin Jiyun, I'm not willing. If I don't, then my approach is a bit stingy and not generous. Do I really have to follow the intentions of Yang Ming, this big pervert? Thinking about serving Yang Ming with Sister Lin, Chun Mingyin's face was a little hot. She couldn't help but complain. Then why didn't you say it earlier? You only said it today. Are you doing it deliberately? Do you want to satisfy your dirty wish of sleeping together? I'm innocent. Yang Ming quickly waved his hand and denied. Mingyin, I haven't said it all this time. Isn't it because I'm afraid of disturbing your work? Recently, the company's matters are so busy. I'm afraid that after I say it, you won't have the mood to deal with the company's matters, so I can only endure the loneliness alone. Really? Chun Mingyin knew Yang Ming's ability to talk big. At this moment, she looked at Yang Ming with some doubt. However, Yang Ming's reason was also reasonable. He couldn't delay the business matters because of personal feelings. This wasn't what Chun Mingyin wanted to see. After all, everyone was still young. It wasn't the age to enjoy. Of course, it's true. Yang Ming sighed. I also know that this is a bit embarrassing for you, but things have come to this point. Chun Mingyin saw Yang Ming sigh, and she was a little annoyed. Yang Ming's reason was right, but Chun Mingyin could probably guess what Yang Ming was thinking in his heart. He should be expecting her to agree, right? However, Chun Mingyin wasn't such a licentious person. Although her relationship with Lin Jiyun was already very good, it could be said that the two of them were even better than biological sisters. They slept together and bathed together. Biological sisters would still hide their worries. However, Chun Mingyin and Lin Jiyun didn't have any distinction between each other because both of their lovers were Yang Ming, so there was no need to hide anything. However, although they were good, both of them couldn't accept having sex with Yang Ming on the same bed at the same time. Even if the two of them bathed together and had seen each other's bodies, that was another concept. Or you go and Sister Lin first, and then come back to me. Chun Mingyin hesitated. She could only think of such a compromise. Then, like that day, sleep together in the end? Yang Ming asked quickly. In fact, he also knew that according to Chun Mingyin's character, it was very difficult to achieve a threesome. She wasn't Sun Jie, and she wasn't as bold as Sun Jie. This kind of thing was obviously impossible. However, it was already good to be able to take a step back now. Things had to be done bit by bit. Let's talk about it later, Chun Mingyin said perfunctorily with some guilty conscience. This was really a problem. In a while, it was somewhat inappropriate for Yang Ming to sleep with anyone. After all, Yang Ming would leave tomorrow. If it were normal times, it would be fine. She would just be modest, but now. Therefore, Chun Mingyin had to be vague. If Yang Ming really hugged both of them to sleep together, it would be fine as long as they didn't do anything. Anyway, he often slept with little Sister Lin. This night, as Yang Ming expected, when he hugged Sister Lin to Chun Mingyin's bed, Chen Mingyin just glared at him. Then, she didn't say anything more and let him lie between the two of them. The night was silent. In the morning of the next day, Yang Ming's phone rang. Yang Ming quickly turned off the ringtone. He glanced at Chen Mingyin and Lin Jiyun, who were sleeping next to him, and smiled slightly. Yesterday's matter, there should be some progress, right? After leaving the room, Yang Ming picked up the phone. It was a call from Fong Tian. Yang Ming, how is it? Are you ready? Fong Tian's voice came out from the phone. When are we leaving? Asked Yang Ming. You and Wang Xiaoyan come to my house to find me. I will take you, said Fong Tian. Okay, I will prepare now. Yang Ming finished briefly and hung up the phone. Walking to the door of Zhou Jiajia's room, Yang Ming carefully opened the door. Zhou Jiajia was sleeping soundly. Her small face was red, which was very cute. Yang Ming couldn't help but walk over and kiss her face. Zhou Jiajia's eyelashes suddenly moved. Yang Ming was shocked, but he was relieved after looking carefully. Zhou Jiajia was still sleeping. Maybe she was just disturbed by her beautiful dream? Yang Ming carefully left the room, then quickly put on his clothes and went downstairs. He couldn't tell Zhou Jiajia that he was going to leave, but he believed that Chen Mingyin and Lin Jiyun would tell her. After Yang Ming left, Zhou Jiajia opened her eyes. In fact, when Yang Ming kissed her, she had already woken up. She was just a little embarrassed. She didn't know at the moment that Yang Ming was going to leave. Otherwise, she wouldn't continue to pretend to be asleep. After that, when Chen Mingyin told Zhou Jiajia that Yang Ming had left, Zhou Jiajia reacted. In the morning, it should be Yang Ming who came to say goodbye to her. Thinking of this, Zhou Jiajia was still very happy. This proved that Yang Ming still had her in his heart. Today was the day of action. Wang Xiaoyan got up early, dressed up, and quietly waited for Yang Ming to come over. Wang Xiaoyan also knew that yesterday was Yang Ming's birthday, and they were going out today. Yang Ming would definitely be intimate with his girlfriends for a while, so she didn't call to urge him. When she heard the sound of the door opening, Wang Xiaoyan looked up and saw Yang Ming pushing the door and coming in. For Yang Ming to be able to open the door of the villa, Wang Xiaoyan wasn't surprised. The security system of the villa was originally installed by Yang Ming, and Yang Ming had the universal lily key in his hand. You're here? Can we go now? Wang Xiaoyan stood up and looked at Yang Ming with a smile. Are you okay? You didn't sleep much last night, right? Whether there's a problem or not, you don't know yourself? I slept with you all night. Aren't you still very energetic the next day? Yang Ming retorted. Oomph. Wang Xiaoyan snorted and picked up a small bag on the sofa. It's fine if you don't take the things. Someone will naturally meet us when we get there. Yang Ming said, It's inconvenient to carry them. All right, then we'll take the glass dagger and the lipstick pistol. The rest of the things are at home. Wang Xiaoyan nodded and said. The two people went into battle lightly. Wang Xiaoyan sat in Yang Ming's car, and they drove all the way to Fong Tian's residence. Yang Ming didn't want to mention Fong Tian's matter to Wang Xiaoyan, let alone let her meet with Fong Tian. After all, Fong Tian's identity was quite special. Yang Ming naturally had to be cautious. However, it seemed that Fong Tian didn't care much about it. He asked Yang Ming to take Wang Xiaoyan directly to find him. Then, what was there for Yang Ming to be afraid of? He just had to do it. However, Wang Xiaoyan wouldn't know Fong Tian. Why are we back in Shantytown again? Wang Xiaoyan looked out of the window with some doubts. The headquarters of the Black Widows organization used to be in Shantytown, but now they had moved away. She didn't know why Yang Ming drove the car back here. Chapter 1103. The place I took you to is also in Shantytown. Yang Ming smiled. To be honest, when I first came to your headquarters, I was also very puzzled. Why is your headquarters also located here? It's because my assassin friend also lives here. Ah, what a coincidence. Wang Xiaoyan suddenly understood. No wonder Yang Ming would come to this place. She originally thought that he had something to do. However, after listening to Yang Ming's words, Wang Xiaoyan asked curiously, Your friend is also an assassin? He also lives here? And he is also an assassin, but he is retired and no longer does missions personally. However, his connections are still there, so he can help us with some business. Yang Ming said truthfully. This was also allowed by Fong Tian. Yang Ming didn't understand why Fong Tian would let him say so much. It was reasonable to say that this was a confidential matter. Even though Wang Xiaoyan and his relationship was already very close, after all, he still didn't know about Wang Xiaoyan's life experience. So Yang Ming had always been very cautious. However, since Fong Tian said that it didn't matter, then Yang Ming didn't care. He told everything he could to Wang Xiaoyan. Obviously, Wang Xiaoyan was also very surprised and moved that Yang Ming could speak so much. The initial combination of the two was only because of the relationship of interests. There was no trust or being trusted, but as time passed, the relationship between the two people had changed. Although Wang Xiaoyan said something boldly after drinking that day, it didn't mean that she wasn't sober. She was definitely drunk, but she still remembered what she said. Wang Xiaoyan was also very clear about her current mood, and she was also very troubled. She didn't know if continuing to develop with Yang Ming was right or wrong, but one thing was certain. Yang Ming had also begun to open his heart to her. This kind of secret resource in the assassin world was generally difficult to share if it wasn't the closest person. When Yang Ming performed his first mission, he took her to see the introducer. It was enough to see how much importance Yang Ming attached to her. Of course, Wang Xiaoyan didn't know that all this was actually acquiesced by Fong Tian. Otherwise, even if Yang Ming had a lot of courage, he wouldn't dare to simply reveal Fong Tian's identity. Yang Ming parked the car on the sidewalk near Shantytown and said, "We can't go in front. We can only drive here. Let's get off and walk there." Wang Xiaoyan wasn't a delicate princess who would be tired after a few steps. She didn't feel anything wrong, but Yang Ming specifically reminded her. "We're here. It's here." Yang Ming stopped at the edge of a small courtyard and said to Wang Xiaoyan behind him. After saying that, he pushed the door open and walked in. "Old man, I'm here." Yang Ming closed the door and shouted inside casually. Wang Xiaoyan on the side was stunned. No matter what, he was still a senior. Why didn't Yang Ming respect him? Fong Tian was probably already prepared. When he heard Yang Ming shout, he walked out of the house and said, "Don't shout. Let's stay in the house for a while. I will contact the exit." Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan entered the house together. Wang Xiaoyan looked at Fong Tian's room with some curiosity. It was a very simple home, similar to most of the old people's homes in Shantytown. There was a rocking chair, a bed, an old-fashioned TV, and a radio. There were also some miscellaneous small things. Wang Xiaoyan was also very curious about Fong Tian. He was a very peaceful old man. Why didn't he look like an assassin? However, you can't judge a book by its cover. I didn't think that Yang Ming was an assassin, but he was more powerful than me. Not bad, not bad. Fong Tian made a phone call and entered the house. He looked at Wang Xiaoyan with a smile and nodded. "This little girl is very beautiful." Yang Ming sweated after listening to Fong Tian's words. Why did it feel like he was setting himself up for a blind date? He quickly introduced, "Old man, this is Wang Xiaoyan. I told you before." "And I know." Fong Tian nodded. "She is your little girlfriend." Yang Ming was very surprised. What happened to Fong Tian today? He actually made fun of him. However, Fong Tian's character was like an old urchin. Yang Ming was used to it. Fong Tian's words made Wang Xiaoyan blush. She quickly explained, "No, we're just partners." "Oh, partners? It's good to be partners." Fong Tian nodded and suddenly changed the topic. "However, don't put it on the bed." Wang Xiaoyan was already guilty. Now that Fong Tian saw through her thoughts, her face suddenly became redder. She didn't know what to say. "Actually, it's nothing." Fong Tian waved his hand. "Actually, I am Yang Ming's master. I see that you are good. It's not bad to be my apprentice's wife, huh?" After listening to Fong Tian's words, Wang Xiaoyan was immediately shocked. The old man in front of me is actually Yang Ming's master? Doesn't that mean that he is more powerful than Yang Ming? Why can't I see how powerful he is? Moreover, what did he mean by what he said just now? Does it mean that he agreed to the matter between me and Yang Ming? Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoyan was a little happy. She also envied Yang Ming. His master is really open-minded. If only my father is like this. Yang Ming's kung fu was 1,000 times better than hers. His master was definitely not an ordinary person, but he was so easy to talk to. Her father, on the other hand, was so harsh on her marriage. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoyan couldn't help but sigh and said, "Let's talk about the future later. Let's talk about the mission first." Fang Tian smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He knew Wang Xiaoyan's identity better than Yang Ming. He was also very clear about why Wang Xiaoyan ran away from home. Therefore, he was more clear about what Wang Xiaoyan was worried about at this moment. However, Fang Tian wouldn't expose it. Some things wouldn't be beautiful if they were exposed. It was better to let nature take its course. In a while, I will find a car to send you to Guangxi, and then take a boat to Vietnam. Fang Tian said, "Although it is fast to take a plane, you should understand why I don't let you take it." Yang Ming nodded. Taking a plane required registration of identity. Although it was only a domestic flight, and there wouldn't be any mistakes, it was better to be safe than sorry. Fang Tian didn't want to have any relevant records to prove that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan went to Guangxi at the same time. The person who will pick you up will be responsible for sending you to Vietnam. Then, there will be a corresponding person to pick you up. Fang Tian said, "There shouldn't be any problems, but even if something happens, there won't be any problems with your skills. Anyway, it's not our country's territory. You can kill however you want. You can just leave after you break the sky." Yang Ming broke into a sweat. He thought, "Do you think killing people is like cutting vegetables? You can kill however you want." To be honest, Yang Ming never killed innocent people indiscriminately. Those who died under Yang Ming's hands basically deserved to die. Even for this kind of political enemy of General Car's, there might not be many innocent lives under his hands. So Yang Ming killing him was not wrong. Except for the border of Vietnam, the domestic entry and exit checks were very strict. On the other hand, Vietnam was very relaxed. They could be smuggled to any country at will. I won't say anything unnecessary. Be careful, Fang Tian instructed. Only at this moment, he was like a teacher. "Don't worry." Yang Ming nodded and said, "I know what to do. Protect your little girlfriend." Fang Tian glanced at Wang Xiaoyan and instructed Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't understand why Fang Tian valued Wang Xiaoyan so much. Was it because she was also an assassin? As for his other girlfriends, Fang Tian basically didn't care. Okay, Yang Ming agreed. Wang Xiaoyan was also a bit baffled. She felt that Fang Tian seemed to have a good impression of her. Not long after, Fang Tian received another call, and there was a knock on the door. Fang Tian went to open the door. A fat man came in and shook hands with Fang Tian enthusiastically. "Elder Fang, I haven't seen you for several years." Fang Tian smiled and shook hands with him. The fat man wanted to hug Fang Tian, but seeing that Fang Tian didn't seem to have that intention, he had to give up and said, "The car is ready. When can we set off?" "This is Yang Ming and his little girlfriend. Help me take care of them." Fang Tian pointed to Yang Ming. "Don't worry, Elder Fang. I will do what you tell me." The fat man promised again and again. Fang Tian obviously trusted the fat man. He nodded and said, "Get ready and set off as soon as possible. The destination is nearly 3,000 kilometers away. It will take a day and a night to drive." "Hello, young people. My name is Li Si." "Ha, of course. I'm not the traitor around Qin Shi Huang. This name is a bit, but it can't be helped. My parents gave it to me. You can call me Fatty Li." The fat man smiled and introduced himself to Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. Yang Ming listened to the fat man's self-introduction. Naturally, he wouldn't be polite. His real name was a bit awkward. It was better to call him Fatty Li. "Fatty Li, then let's set off. I'll have to trouble you along the way." Yang Ming nodded and said, Sure. Fatty Li nodded and said goodbye to Fang Tian. He walked out with Yang Ming. The fat man's car was an old military green Toyota 4500. It was parked behind Yang Ming's car. Yang Ming had informed Bao Sanli to come and take it back in a while, so Yang Ming wasn't worried. In Fatty Li's car, Yang Ming sat in the front passenger seat, and Wang Xiaoyan sat in the back. "If you are tired, you can sleep," Yang Ming said to Wang Xiaoyan. "We have to walk for nearly a day. And Wang Xiaoyan slowly got used to Yang Ming's concern. If one day there was no such concern around her, Wang Xiaoyan couldn't imagine what her life would be like. Hey, little brother, isn't the license plate of the car in front quite badass? Why did it stop in the slums? Aren't the people living around here poor? Fatty Lee got in the car and pointed to Yang Ming's car in front of him. Could it be the bad taste of the rich? Did they come here to show off? Ha! Fatty Lee just finished speaking, and Wang Xiaoyan in the back couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? What are you laughing at? Am I wrong? Fatty Lee listened to Wang Xiaoyan's laughter and was somewhat inexplicable. Yang Ming sweated and said, Fatty, that's my car, aga. Fatty Lee was also stunned, but he immediately smiled embarrassedly. Brother, is this your car? I'm sorry. It's fine. Yang Ming shook his head and said, You're right. This license plate is a bit too eye-catching. After I come back, I will change my car. It's better to be low-key. Otherwise, people will say that it's the bad taste of the rich. Huh. Fatty Lee saw that Yang Ming didn't mind, and he also laughed heartily. Fatty Lee's driving skills were very good, and he drove very fast. He shuttled through the traffic of Songjiang City and soon got on the Songjing Expressway. Fatty Lee was a very talkative person. It didn't take long for Yang Ming to know his relationship with Fong Tian. In the early years, Fong Tian saved Fatty Lee once. Fatty Lee always remembered it in his heart, but he also knew that Fong Tian was a powerful character. There was no harm in having a good relationship with such a person, so he had been keeping in touch over the years. However, Fong Tian didn't have anything to trouble him with. Fatty Lee's father was from the mainland, and his mother was Vietnamese. He was now living in Vietnam, doing a local gangster business in Vietnam, helping some Vietnamese girls to smuggle into the mainland and other countries. Vietnam was a poor country. Because of the years of war, the ratio of men to women had reached 3 to 5. Even if there were a few men, they were all disabled after the war. So many Vietnamese girls wanted to marry abroad. Fatty Lee was doing this business. He helped them smuggle to foreign countries, collected a smuggling fee from them, and then collected a referral fee from the bachelors who wanted to get a Vietnamese wife. Even if it was a migrant worker or a farmer in the mainland, the income was much higher than that of the ordinary people in Vietnam. The requirements for the girls who came here weren't high. It was enough to eat and wear warm clothes. This was already much better than their local situation. This kind of business that ate from both sides made Fatty Lee a windfall. He only earned and didn't lose. In these years, he was doing well. According to him, his local power in Vietnam was great. For this phenomenon, Yang Ming also had a little understanding, but from Fatty Lee's mouth, he knew how poor and backward the Real Vietnam was. He also felt sad for the fate of those young girls. However, Yang Ming wasn't a savior. Everyone had their own way of living. Yang Ming couldn't care so much. At least these girls felt that leaving Vietnam was already a kind of happiness for them. After these people marry, can they be registered? Asked Yang Ming. Registered? They are all unregistered. Fatty Lee shook his head and said, but if they have children and the children stay in the local area, they should be registered if there is a corresponding certificate. These things depend on the ability of the men who married the Vietnamese wife. I'm not responsible for this. Yang Ming sighed, but he didn't say anything. Seeing that Yang Ming didn't speak, Fatty Lee also closed his mouth and continued to drive. Right, little brother, what is your relationship with Mr. Fong Tian? Fatty Lee was silent for a while and couldn't help but ask. Friend, Yang Ming didn't say too much. These things didn't need to be said to Fatty Lee. When Fatty Lee heard Yang Ming's indifferent tone, he was stunned at first, then he reacted. Sorry. There are some things that I shouldn't ask. He faintly knew about Fong Tian's identity. He knew that these people were very powerful and mysterious. If Yang Ming was a similar person, Fatty Lee suddenly had a cold sweat in his collar. Nothing, Yang Ming said faintly. This time, I have troubled you. If there is any need in the future, I will help if I can do it. Well said. Fatty Lee nodded quickly and said, little brother, you are so straightforward. Under the deliberate intention of Fatty Lee, the topic was led to the local customs of Vietnam. Fatty Lee was a person who couldn't stop talking. Since there were some things that couldn't be asked and couldn't be said, he naturally avoided those and began to talk about some other meaningless gossip. Going from Vietnam to Africa, is there any problem? After all, it was the first time for Yang Ming to go to Vietnam, and it was also the first time for him to go to Africa, so he was still a little worried. No problem. Fatty Lee shook his head. I am very popular in northern Vietnam. You can go anywhere you want. That's good. Yang Ming saw that Fatty Lee was so confident, so he no longer doubted anything. When you go to Vietnam, do you want to leave directly? Don't you want to play there for a few days? Fatty Lee felt that Yang Ming didn't seem to be a simple character, so he tried to get closer to each other. Although Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan looked like a young student couple who went out to travel, Fatty Lee knew that Fong Tian's friends were definitely not ordinary people. Moreover, the two people were going to be smuggled to Africa through this special channel, so the identity of these two people was even more mysterious. Fatty Lee wasn't sure what Wang Xiaoyan was doing. Maybe she was really Yang Ming's girlfriend. Yang Ming might take her out to play, but Yang Ming was definitely not an ordinary person. Let's talk about it after we come back. Yang Ming smiled. There's not much time now. It is more urgent over there. All right, when there is nothing, we can play with peace of mind. Fatty Lee nodded and didn't insist. How about you? Do you want me to drive for a while? Yang Ming looked at Fatty Lee and asked. After all, they had been driving for more than 10 hours. Yang Ming was afraid that Fatty Lee couldn't handle it. No problem. This is nothing. Fatty Lee smiled and said, in the beginning, I rowed the boat and steered the boat to smuggle people. It was no problem for me to continue for a day and a night. Yang Ming nodded and no longer insisted. Fatty Lee relied on this to make a living. If he said there was no problem, naturally there should be no problem. Finally, in the early morning of the next day, when the sky was bright, Yang Ming and his group arrived at the destination of this trip, Billowing River. Chapter 1104. It was true that Fatty Lee's driving skills were very good. He was almost speeding all the way, and it took him 20 hours to reach the destination. For some speed cameras, Fatty Lee didn't mind at all. It seemed that all the procedures of this car were fake. At least, Yang Ming saw more than a dozen license plates in the trunk of the car, and there were even Vietnamese license plates. Wang Xiaoyan slept for a while in the back, and now she was very energetic. Yang Ming was always vigilant. Although Fong Tian had explained that Fatty Lee was a person who could be absolutely trusted, it was hard to know what was in a person's heart. After so many years, who could guarantee that Fatty Lee was absolutely kind? There will be a boat to pick us up in a while. Now, let's get out of the car to eat something and simply stretch our bodies. Fatty Lee parked the car on a lawn not far from the river. When the door was opened, a hot air came out. Yang Ming shook his head with a bitter smile. They had crossed most of the map plate in one day. From the north to the south, the temperature had also changed sharply. The coat on his body could no longer be worn. Fortunately, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were prepared in advance. After taking off the coat, there was a long-sleeved shirt inside. When it was hot, the sleeve could be rolled up. When it was cold, the sleeves could be put down. It was very convenient. In order to rush for time, they didn't stop along the way. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan didn't eat anything except for drinking water. Although Fatty Lee suggested that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan eat something to fill their stomach, Fatty Lee didn't eat. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were also embarrassed to eat. Anyway, both of them were assassins. They had received strict professional training. Their endurance was not worse than Fatty Lee, so they persisted until they reached the destination. Then, the three people took out the food in the trunk of the car. Most of it was some fast food, which was purchased in the supermarket before Fatty Lee left. Do you want a drink? Fatty Lee opened a can of Songjiang beer and raised it. No. Yang Ming waved his hand. I don't like to drink very much. Then I won't be polite. Fatty Lee didn't say much. He directly gulped it down, and then he showed an excited expression. Cool. I haven't drunk such pure beer for a long time. The wines in Vietnam don't have this taste at all. Is there no beer in Guangxi? Yang Ming looked at Fatty Lee's refreshing look and asked curiously. Yes, but I don't come here often. Moreover, The boats are used to carry people. It's too extravagant to use it to transport beer. Fatty Lee said, when you get there, you will know how bad the beer is. Yang Ming smiled, grabbed a burger, and tore open the outer packaging. Compared to other things, hamburgers were more satisfying. Yang Ming was here to carry out a mission, not to enjoy. If he ate too much, his body would feel uncomfortable, so it was fine to eat until he was full. Wang Xiaoyan ate even less. She only had a bag of milk and a bag of Master Kong 3 plus 2 biscuits. She didn't even finish all the biscuits. How come the two of you eat so little? Fatty Lee saw that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan finished eating quickly, and he was still here, slowly savoring the drumstick and beer. We're used to it. Yang Ming smiled. When we eat outside, we like to end it as soon as possible. The ship still has to wait for a while to arrive. There's so many things. It is a pity not to eat. If you don't eat, then I will eat by myself. Fatty Lee shook his head. He didn't understand Yang Ming's habit, so it was inappropriate to ask more. You eat. Don't worry about us. Yang Ming stood up and planned to walk around with Wang Xiaoyan. This was the first time in his life to come to Guangxi, but he just stayed for a while. Don't go too far. There are also snakeheads here. I know some of them, but some of them don't listen to me. Don't make any mistakes. Fatty Lee saw that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were preparing to walk around, so he quickly reminded them. Don't worry. Yang Ming smiled and said, we will walk around nearby. We won't be out of your sight. That's good. Fatty Lee nodded. Neither Yang Ming nor Wang Xiaoyan were afraid of any snakeheads. There was such a benefit to coming out with Wang Xiaoyan. Yang Ming didn't have to worry about the safety of Wang Xiaoyan all the time. There were very few people who could hurt Wang Xiaoyan, but there were many who could be hurt by her. Therefore, Yang Ming was also very relaxed. He strolled along the river with Wang Xiaoyan, but it was also very pleasant. How do you feel? Are you tired? Asked Yang Ming. I'm okay, but I'm a little excited. Wang Xiaoyan was telling the truth. It was difficult not to be excited when she received such a big mission for the first time. You'll get used to it. There are still many missions to accept in the future. Yang Ming smiled and said, I hope there won't be any problems. Yang Ming could understand Wang Xiaoyan's mood at the moment. How similar was it to the first time he went to perform a mission? Thinking about it, he should be so nervous, right? At this time, the shore of the Belun River was still very quiet, especially the location where Yang Ming and the others were at. It was not a tourist attraction. The reason why they chose to smuggle in here was because there were fewer people here. The sound of a ship's motor gradually became clear. They glanced at the river. A medium-sized passenger ship came to the shore. At this time, Fatty Lee also stood up and greeted it. Come to think of it, this was the ship that came to pick them up, but Yang Ming was somewhat puzzled. There were only a few people. Why did they get such a big ship? A small boat was enough. However, then Yang Ming knew why. He saw that after the ship docked, the deck was lowered. Fatty Lee returned to the car, started the car, and drove the car to the ship. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan also walked over. Fatty Lee just got out of the car. When he saw them, he said, I just wanted to call you, but you have already come over. And we saw the ship coming, so we came over. Yang Ming said, did you bring this car for Vietnam? Yeah, I don't have a car here, so I brought one from Vietnam. It is convenient to do things with my own car, said Fatty Lee. Yang Ming looked at Fatty Lee's approach and was a little dumbfounded. Not only were his people smuggled over, but even his car was also smuggled over. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan quickly boarded the ship. A pockmarked face on the ship helped Fatty Lee put away the deck, and then sat aside. Old Kung, a Vietnamese man, my assistant over there. Fatty Lee pointed to the pockmarked face and said, when he was a child, his face was sick. After he recovered, he became pockmarked. We all call him Old Kung. Old Kung? Yang Ming looked at the pockmarked face. This name was really a bit of an image. Old Kung turned his head and smiled at Yang Ming in a friendly manner. Then, he was busy with his own things. Old Kung doesn't like to talk much, but he is a ruthless character. When he fights with other snakeheads on the ground, he rushes to the front. Fatty Lee introduced him to Yang Ming. It could be seen that he valued Old Kung very much. Fatty Lee often did illegal immigration, so he had a particularly good grasp of the time. He knew when no one was checking and where they could go. It was not far from the river to Vietnam. They could swim there, but it was more troublesome. It was better to take a boat. Yang Ming sat silently on the deck and looked at his homeland far away. He was a little sad. This was the second time he went abroad, but it was different from the last time. The last time was in the container, and he couldn't see the situation outside. Although Yang Ming had special abilities, he wouldn't deliberately look at anything. This time was different. This time, he was leaving by boat. Yang Ming would be somewhat uncomfortable. "Brother, is this your first time going abroad?" Seeing Yang Ming's silent look, Fatty Lee asked with a smile. Yang Ming shook his head and said, "This is the first time I'm leaving by boat in the open." "Hee, it's fine as long as you get used to it. In fact, it's nothing. When I was young, I ran my own boat back and forth several times a day. I'm used to it." Fatty Lee smiled and said, "Besides, Vietnam was on our side before the Song dynasty. There is nothing special. When you go there, you will know. It's similar to here. It's just the countryside." Yang Ming smiled. Fatty Lee was quite funny. Yang Ming was also secretly paying attention. If Fatty Lee was really good, then he didn't mind continuing to associate with him. After all, this was the relationship that Fong Tian left for him. He would have to rely on himself to continue to develop in the future. Unknowingly, the boat docked. Yang Ming also breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Fatty Lee talking and laughing, Yang Ming's heart was still a little uneasy. After all, this was his first time using this kind of illegal immigration, but Fatty Lee was obviously used to it. In his opinion, it was as simple as eating a meal. On the shore, Fatty Lee also drove the car down. When they were on the boat, Old Kung had replaced a license plate with a local Vietnamese military license plate. Vietnam was relatively poor, and there were fewer families with cars, especially high-end cars like the Toyota 4500. However, with the military license plate, it would not be so eye-catching. After all, in the armies of various countries, the Toyota Land Cruiser series of cars accounted for a large proportion. "Is the license plate real?" asked Yang Ming casually. "The license plate is real, but there is no procedure." Fatty Lee smiled and said, "You have to rely on your connections. It is much simpler to do things here than on your side. As long as you have money, this place will become your paradise." Yang Ming didn't know much about the local customs here, but he had also seen similar comments on the internet, saying that Vietnam was a paradise for the rich. Here, you could have everything with money. But Yang Ming was just a transit here. He had no time to study the things that eat, drink, and play here. Fatty Lee turned and said a few words to Old Kung in Vietnamese. At first, Old Kung insisted on refusing and shook his head. However, after Fatty Lee said something, Old Kung nodded and agreed, but he gave something to Fatty Lee. After Fatty Lee finished talking to Old Kung, he jumped into the off-road vehicle and then let Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan give him the car. I asked him to stay here and not follow us, but he refused. He must follow, Fatty Lee said after he got in the car. Later, I ordered him in the name of the boss, and he gave up. Yang Ming didn't expect Fatty Lee to explain the conversation between him and Old Kung. He was a little surprised, but he immediately understood that Fatty Lee was opening his heart and wanted to win his favor. This one is very loyal. Not bad. Yang Ming nodded and said sincerely. It could be seen that Old Kung was the kind of person who was not good with words, but he was particularly willing to work hard and risk his life. Yeah, otherwise, I can't let him follow me for so many years. Fatty Lee smiled. After all, he is a Vietnamese. If not, I can't trust him completely. The car was driving on the muddy road in Vietnam. Yang Ming didn't know where this was. He had never been to Vietnam, and he was not familiar with the environment here. He could only try his best to remember the route he had passed by. Although Fatty Lee seemed to be trustworthy, Yang Ming's profession made him always be careful and cautious. Boom! There was a faint sound similar to the explosion of firecrackers in the jungle. However, Yang Ming looked stunned, because he knew that this was not the sound of firecrackers at all, but gunshots. When he was training in Europe, Yang Ming had deliberately received similar training. In an empty room, He listened to the sound of various weapons to distinguish what kind of weapon the enemy used. Therefore, whether it was gunshots or firecrackers, Yang Ming could directly distinguish them. Although this gunshot was not very clear, Yang Ming could not accurately say what weapon made it. It should be some kind of long-caliber rifle. These were two different sounds. Yang Ming looked at Wang Xiaoyan quietly and saw that she also frowned. Yang Ming could be sure that Wang Xiaoyan also heard it. The two looked at each other, and everything was understood without words. Is it very messy here? Yang Ming glanced at Fatty Li, who was unaware, and asked. It's okay. It's actually not as messy as you think. Fatty Li said somewhat inexplicably. Guns are very messy? Asked Yang Ming. This is true. Some of the veterans have guns in their hands. Fatty Li nodded and said. The sound just now was a gunshot. Yang Ming said faintly. Oh, is it? Fatty Li was shocked and immediately became alert. This area is my territory. No one will play with guns. Seeing Fatty Li's nervous look, Yang Ming was somewhat helpless. I also heard it vaguely. Maybe it came from a far place. Fatty Li nodded. Although he didn't say anything, Yang Ming could feel that he obviously raised his vigilance and no longer talked and laughed like before. These people lived in danger every day. Although it was very cool in the eyes of outsiders, Fatty Li knew that he had many enemies. Boom! There was another crisp sound. However, this time the sound was very close. The bullet seemed to have passed by not far away. This time, without Yang Ming saying it, Fatty Li also heard it. Fatty Li's face suddenly showed a vigilant look. He stopped the car and touched his waist with his hand. Yang Ming saw it before. It was a Vietnamese pistol, which was given to him by Old Kong when they set off. Boom, boom. There were two consecutive sounds. It seemed that the bullet was shot on the side of the car. Get down. Yang Ming pressed Fatty Li's head down and let him curl up in the driver's seat. Wang Xiaoyan, without Yang Ming's reminder, had already gotten down. Boom! There was another gunshot. The bullet shot on the front windshield of the Toyota. Although it did not penetrate, there was a crack mark on the windshield. Bulletproof glass? It's quite strong. Yang Ming smiled. Fatty Li saw that Yang Ming was still in the mood to smile, and he admired him, but he couldn't smile. Fatty Li didn't expect that someone would launch a surprise attack on him today. It's bulletproof, but I don't know if it can be blocked later. Obviously, Fatty Li had no confidence in the bulletproof glass. Did you meet an enemy? Asked Yang Ming faintly. Maybe. Motherfucker, I thought of it. It must be that guy, Hey Lao San. Fatty Li nodded and said fiercely. Although Yang Ming didn't know who Hey Lao San was, he was definitely a person similar to Fatty Li. Perhaps he was his peer. Wasn't there a saying? Peers were enemies. While talking to Fatty Li, Yang Ming was still vigilant about the movement outside the car until he saw a shadow approaching. He said, Give me the gun. Fatty Li was stunned. He hesitated, but he still handed the gun to Yang Ming. At this moment, he made a great decision. All of this was due to his trust in Fong Tian. Today's events were very strange. Just after he picked up Yang Ming, he was attacked. Although Fatty Li also understood that this matter should have nothing to do with Yang Ming, it was inevitable that he had no doubts. Therefore, at this moment, Yang Ming asked him for the gun. He had to take a great risk. But when he thought about it, his life was saved by Fong Tian. If it weren't for Fong Tian, he would have died here 20 years ago. Fatty Li didn't care about anything. If Yang Ming really wanted to kill him, it should be Fong Tian's intention. At most, he would just return his life. So Fatty Li was so generous to give the gun to Yang Ming. Yang Ming also saw Fatty Li's hesitation. How could he not understand his thoughts? However, at this time, Yang Ming wouldn't say anything. Yang Ming took the gun and gently held it in his hand. His other hand touched the door handle of the car. Fatty Li looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. He didn't know what Yang Ming wanted to do. After Yang Ming asked for the gun, he didn't take any action. Fatty Li couldn't ask, so he could only be anxious. Suddenly, Yang Ming moved. He slammed open the door, swung his hand, and fired a shot outside. Then, he quickly closed the door. All of this was done at the speed of lightning. The whole process was less than 2 seconds. Until Yang Ming closed the door, There was a scream outside the car. Fatty Lee was extremely shocked. He killed one just like that. Isn't it too fast? He wanted to say something, but when he saw that Yang Ming was still there quietly, Fatty Lee swallowed the words that came to his mouth. Let's go. He is the only one around here. We have already killed him. Let's retreat. After a while, Yang Ming sat up and said. Chapter 1105. Fatty Lee's mouth squirmed a bit. He had a lot of questions to ask Yang Ming, but in the end he didn't ask. He didn't know why Yang Ming was so sure that there was only one person nearby, but Yang Ming could kill the target outside with one shot. This was enough to prove that Yang Ming was not simple. However, seeing that Yang Ming had already sat up, Fatty Lee had nothing to be afraid of. He also sat up and looked at the body of the person who was killed by Yang Ming outside the window. He was suddenly shocked, and his face showed anger. Motherfucker, it was really He Lao San who did it. Do you know him? Yang Ming glanced at the body on the ground and asked. He is a fierce general under He Lao San, called Poisonous Scorpion. I have long disliked him, but I didn't expect him to be killed by you, brother. Fatty Lee said until here, and suddenly he was a little excited. It's nothing, Yang Ming said faintly. He just didn't have the chance to make a move. He died quite unjustly. Yang Ming did not deliberately deify and flaunt himself. In fact, even if he made a move, the result would still be death. Fatty Lee saw that Yang Ming didn't care much about the compliment, so he no longer mentioned the matter of Yang Ming making a move. He quickly started the car and said apologetically, I didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing. This He Lao San, I will never let him go. He chose this time to make a move. It must be that he is confident. Yang Ming was very open-minded about these things. Since he encountered it, he didn't need to blame anyone. Fatty Lee helped him to sneak in, and he encountered trouble halfway. This trouble was not Fatty Lee's original intention, so Yang Ming could only help him solve these troubles as much as possible. That's also true. It seems that we have to be careful. Fatty Lee nodded and said, I don't know if we can stick to the city. If we stick to the city, there will be no problem. The car sped along the muddy road. The performance of off-road vehicles could only be maximized on such a road. In the city, the performance of off-road vehicles and sedans were not very different. Yang Ming wasn't as relaxed as he was at the beginning. Instead, he was vigilant of his surroundings. Obviously, Wang Xiaoyan had also entered a state of readiness for battle. She was already holding a lipstick pistol in her hand. Is there a roadblock ahead? Yang Ming suddenly asked. What? Luca? Check the car. Fatty Lee was stunned and said, Where? It's not far ahead. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he added, My eyesight is better than others. You can't see it yet. Luca? Fatty Lee suddenly frowned. For Yang Ming's words, Fatty Lee did not doubt it. After all, Yang Ming would not make such a joke for no reason. In theory, Vietnam's investigation of foreigners who illegally came here was very lax. In any case, most of the foreigners came here to spend money. Vietnam welcomed them, and it was rare for them to check for illegal immigrants. After all, this was not an economic powerhouse like Europe and the United States. No one would settle here from a developing China. There is a problem. Fatty Lee shook his head. With his intuition, he had already noticed that things were unusual. Fatty Lee's relationship with the local officials was very good. Otherwise, he couldn't get the license plate of the military vehicle. If the other party had a large-scale inspection, it was impossible for Fatty Lee not to have any news at all. If it was not to check for illegal immigrants, then there was no need to set up a roadblock here, because this was not a traffic route at all. Except for the cars that picked up guests on the illegal boats, no one would come here. Yang Ming shrugged. He was not familiar with the environment here, but if Fatty Lee said that there was a problem, then there must be a problem. I will find a way to rush over in a while. If I can't rush over, I guess I will have to fight. Fatty Lee gritted his teeth and said, You are guests. There is no need to take risks with me. This is my personal grievance with He Lao San. You get off here. I will call Old Kong to pick you up. Let's go together. Yang Ming waved his hand and smiled. If you have an accident, who do we find to go to Africa? Oh. Although Yang Ming's reason was somewhat reasonable, Fatty Lee also knew that it was not necessary to go through him to go to Africa. With Fong Tian's connections, it was also possible to find another channel. However, Yang Ming's current idea was really to protect Fatty Li. Yang Ming also knew that Fatty Li was not the only channel. Fong Tian could definitely find others, but time waited for no one. Since he had come to Vietnam with Fatty Li, it was better to be safe. Otherwise, it would take a lot of time to reconnect with the channel to go to Africa. Knowing that Yang Ming would not get off, Fatty Li did not persuade much. He put a police light on the car and turned on the car's alarm. If it was a general car check, then the military car that saw Fatty Li with the alarm should be let go directly. However, if someone deliberately set up a roadblock, then it was hard to say. Fatty Li also understood that it was impossible for all three of them to stay in the jungle. Over there, He Lao San's underling, Poisonous Scorpion, was killed by Yang Ming. If He Lao San did not get the news of Poisonous Scorpion for a long time, and the roadblock here did not see Fatty Li's car, then it was very likely that he would take people to push into the jungle. The final result was that all three of them would be discovered. Therefore, Fatty Li suggested that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan stay, and he would rush out by himself. But now that Yang Ming was with him, Fatty Li's heart was a lot more at ease. Yang Ming's powerful strength completely conquered Fatty Li's heart in an instant. He was also a person who lived on the tip of a knife. Yang Ming's calmness, accuracy of marksmanship, and keenness of judgment made it difficult for Fatty Li to connect with his age. Fatty Li was already a man in his 40s. In front of Yang Ming, he could actually be regarded as a figure of the uncle's generation. But Fatty Li did not regard Yang Ming as a junior. Fong Tian's friend is really extraordinary. This was also Fatty Li's heartfelt emotion. After driving for a while, Fatty Li also saw the flashing police light in front. It should be the roadblock that Yang Ming mentioned. Although he was surprised how Yang Ming found it, he did not ask much. People like Fong Tian always had some outstanding points. Fatty Li sped up the car and kept honking the horn, trying to rush through the roadblock set in front. At this time, it could be vaguely seen that there were 4 or 5 people standing at the roadblock. Behind these people, a military truck was parked. It was covered with canvas, so he couldn't see how many people were inside. However, Yang Ming figured it out. There were 2 guys with rocket launchers sitting in the truck. What is this place? Yang Ming looked at it and felt a chill. I'm not Elder Yu. If I get hit, won't I be done for immediately? Damn it. Fatty Li apparently also saw the military truck. At this moment, the truck was in the middle of the road. It was absolutely impossible for his car to break through. There were woods next to it, so he couldn't drive at all. Fatty Li's forehead suddenly oozed sweat. Stop the car, Yang Ming said decisively. Gee. The screeching sound of the brake pad friction was particularly clear in the night sky, but there was still a distance to the roadblock in front. The other side should not be able to hear it. What should we do? Fatty Li clenched his teeth. At this time, he could only listen to Yang Ming's dispatch. He didn't have any ideas. There was no other way except to fight head-on. Let me think about it. Yang Ming didn't seem to be anxious. After all, the number of people in front was not a lot. There were only 7 people in total. Yang Ming wasn't afraid. What really made Yang Ming afraid was indeed the rocket launchers in the hands of the 2 people sitting in the military truck. We don't want a car. You don't feel bad, right? Yang Ming glanced at the Toyota 4500 they were riding in and asked Fatty Li, It's good to be able to keep our lives. Why would we feel bad about this broken car? Fatty Li smiled bitterly and shook his head. The key problem is that now we can't run away even if we don't want the car. Take down all the useful things in the car. Leave the rest to me. Yang Ming nodded and instructed Fatty Li. It could be seen that Fatty Li was not a stingy person. He didn't care about these worldly things. Okay. Fatty Li wanted to say something, but he found that he really couldn't help. Now they were at a dead end. If they could find a way out, it would be great. Fatty Li was not a pretentious person. From his career to his little fame in the northern region until now, he had become a tyrant. He had long thought that his enemies might come to him at any time. So when it really came to this moment, Fatty Li could also be calm. At worst, it was just a death. But now with the appearance of Yang Ming, everything became possible. In this case, who was willing to die? It was good to have a glimmer of hope. When Fatty Li was busy moving things, Wang Xiaoyan walked to Yang Ming's side. What are you going to do? Drive over. Before they take action against me, I will shoot and detonate the fuel tank of the truck. Yang Ming did not hide and told his plan. It's too dangerous. This is a way to die together. When Yang Ming's voice just fell, Wang Xiaoyan exclaimed, "What if they have the same purpose? What else can I do?" Yang Ming smiled bitterly. "We can't just wait for death, right? But how about I go with you?" Wang Xiaoyan hesitated and said, "No need." Yang Ming shook his head. "It doesn't make sense. I still have to take care of you." "Well, Fatty Li's almost done moving. I have to go. If I stay for too long, the people over there will be suspicious. I want to go." Wang Xiaoyan bit her lip and said firmly, "No." Yang Ming said coldly, "You don't want me to die? Just wait here for me to come back." Wang Xiaoyan still wanted to say something, but Yang Ming had turned around and was ready to get in the car. "Don't talk about you and me. If you still don't feel at ease, let's do it in the car. When I die, you can give birth to a child for me." Yang Ming smiled and said jokingly, "You are still joking at this time." Wang Xiaoyan's face was red, and the atmosphere eased a lot. She was waiting to say something, but Fatty Li had already done everything. "Brother, it's all done." Fatty Li also understood that Yang Ming must be doing something very dangerous. He said with a dignified face, "I won't say anything unnecessary. If we can escape this time, Fatty Li, will owe you a life." Yang Ming smiled and got in the car. He was afraid that Wang Xiaoyan would regret, so he quickly started the car and rushed forward. To be honest, Yang Ming's calmness was actually just to comfort Wang Xiaoyan. At this moment, his heart was still very nervous. After all, this was the first time for him to play this kind of difficult game. The range of the rocket launcher was obviously much farther than that of the pistol. In other words, within a certain distance, Yang Ming couldn't kill the other party, but the other party could easily kill him. Yang Ming held the steering wheel in one hand and the pistol in the other. His palm was soaked with sweat. Yang Ming could only keep wiping on his clothes to prevent his hand from slipping and not holding the pistol. The effective range of the pistol was generally 50 meters, and the maximum range was only about 100 meters. However, after more than 50 meters, it was difficult to ensure the accuracy of the bullet trajectory. Yang Ming couldn't shoot at a distance of 50 meters. The effective range of the small rocket launcher in the other party's hand was at least 200 meters, so Yang Ming was likely not to drive to 50 meters away from the target, and the other party would shoot first. Yang Ming took advantage of the time while driving and fired a shot outside the car, regardless of whether the other party could hear the sound or not. Now, the exchange of fire between the two sides was basically obvious. The other party must have understood the gap between Fatty Li and him, because for such a long time, Scorpion had not contacted He Lao San, which had already explained the problem. Yang Ming had been watching the direction and approximate distance of the bullet with his peripheral vision. Yang Ming wanted to remember the trajectory and the maximum range of the bullet after the bullet was fired from the gun for 50 meters as soon as possible. Generally speaking, the trajectory of the bullet fired from the same pistol was similar. As long as Yang Ming figured out the pattern of one of the shots, the next step would be easy. He just needed to aim at the target according to the direction of the bullet trajectory. 300 meters. Yang Ming's breathing became rapid. This was really risking his life. Yang Ming could not be nervous. Originally, when he killed people, it was basically a one-sided massacre. It was difficult to have such a critical moment. 200 meters. Yang Ming didn't care much about the reactions of other people at the roadblock, but he always paid attention to the movements of the two people with rocket launchers in the truck. Fortunately, it seemed that they didn't mean to fire now. This made Yang Ming's nervous mood slightly relax, but he didn't dare to be careless. Who knew what might happen? 150 meters. Yang Ming saw a person at the roadblock answer a phone call, and then his face suddenly became gloomy. Then, he shouted a few words to the people in the military truck in Vietnamese that Yang Ming didn't understand. Then, the two people in the truck raised their rocket launchers at the same time and stood at the window of the truck's roof, ready to aim. Yang Ming's heart was suddenly shocked, and his heart suddenly jumped to his throat. Although he didn't know what the person said on the phone, it was certain that it should be related to Scorpion's death. Scorpion's death angered the people here, so they wanted to use the rocket launcher to end the battle before the car completely drove over. 150 meters was not the effective distance of a pistol. Although Yang Ming could jump out of the car now, everything would be in vain. In this unknown country and unknown jungle, Yang Ming was not the opponent of those people at all. The hot weapons in their hands were something that Yang Ming couldn't fight against with his body. 140 meters, 130 meters. One of the men holding the rocket launcher moved his finger as if he was ready to fire. Yang Ming's heart was suddenly shocked, but he didn't panic. Only 10 meters left. Only 10 meters left. Just a little more, and I will be in the range of the pistol soon. That is, I can reach it in about a second. However, time waits for no one. From when Yang Ming saw the man's fingers start to move to when he pulled the trigger, it was only a short half a second. Yang Ming pushed open the door abruptly. When he jumped out of the car, he aimed at the fuel tank of the military truck and fired a shot. The action of firing the gun and jumping out of the car were completed at the same time without the slightest pause. Of course, this was only for Yang Ming. If it were another person, this effect would not be achieved, because when Yang Ming fired the gun, he didn't need to deliberately aim with his line of sight. As long as he closed his eyes, he could clearly see the direction of the target. After Yang Ming jumped out of the car, his body quickly rolled to the jungle on the side of the road with a loud bang. The Toyota 4500 that he was driving just now turned into a fireball in an instant. The hot airflow hurt Yang Ming's back. When the car exploded, the gravel and the dead branches with fire splashed on Yang Ming's body. It was burning, but Yang Ming didn't care about this at the moment. Looking at the military truck in the distance, there was also a sea of fire there. The corner of Yang Ming's mouth revealed a faint smile. He had succeeded. Just now, when Yang Ming jumped out of the car, he didn't have 100% confidence to shoot the other party's fuel tank. After all, the distance had reached the maximum range of the pistol. The accuracy and strength of the bullet itself were already not good enough. It was simply lucky to be able to shoot. Yang Ming looked at the sea of fire. The few people who were blown up were already unrecognizable. He smiled coldly. For the time being, they were safe. Yang Ming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, it was more than a kilometer to walk back from here. Yang Ming shook his head, stood up, and walked in the direction behind him. After Yang Ming left, Wang Xiaoyan had been nervously staring at the direction where Yang Ming left. The path in the jungle was straight, and there were no obstacles. At this time, it was not completely bright. Wang Xiaoyan could clearly see the taillights of Yang Ming's car. Wang Xiaoyan's mood had never been as nervous as it was today. Even when she ran away from home, she didn't have this feeling. This was the feeling of worrying about a person. Wang Xiaoyan had this feeling for the first time. Until this moment, Wang Xiaoyan understood that this might be the feeling of loving a person. Wang Xiaoyan couldn't imagine what she would do if something happened to Yang Ming. Chapter 1106. Suddenly, Wang Xiaoyan was stunned. Yang Ming's car turned into a fireball. At the same time, the other party's car also turned into a sea of fire. Wang Xiaoyan's heart immediately tightened. At this moment, Wang Xiaoyan even forgot to scream and to think. She was dumbfounded and at a loss. Fatty Li's heart was also in his throat. At this moment, Yang Ming was his only hope. If Yang Ming was alive, then everything was fine. If Yang Ming died, even if he was lucky enough to escape, it was unknown whether Fang Tian would let him go. Yang Ming had an accident in his territory. Would Fang Tian not investigate? Once Fang Tian was investigated, Fatty Li was clear about Fang Tian's means. No matter how big the conflict between He Lao San and him was, Fatty Li could only fight with him openly. He couldn't play any other tricks. But Fang Tian was different. If Fang Tian wanted his life, then Fatty Li might not even know how he died, and he would be gone forever. Wang Xiaoyan blamed herself. If she didn't want to set up the world's #1 assassin group, Yang Ming wouldn't follow her to take risks. If Yang Ming really had an accident, Wang Xiaoyan couldn't imagine whether she could still face everything that Yang Ming left for her alone. Recalling the time that she had known Yang Ming, it had been a year, right? However, they had only been together for less than a month, and the two people had gone from the previous misunderstanding to the current love for each other. Whether Yang Ming loved her, Wang Xiaoyan wasn't very sure, but at this moment, Wang Xiaoyan was sure that she loved Yang Ming. She didn't want anything to happen to Yang Ming, and she didn't want Yang Ming to be hurt. In a short moment, Wang Xiaoyan figured out a lot of things. If Yang Ming returned safely this time, then she had to face this love bravely in the future. No matter how difficult the road in the future was, she would insist on it. The opposition at home was no longer so terrible. Wang Xiaoyan believed that she would be able to persuade her stubborn father to let him accept Yang Ming. As for the marriage contract, let go to hell. Damn, can't you two go forward? Help me? I'm so tired. Wang Xiaoyan was immersed in infinite sadness, but she heard a familiar voice not far away. Wang Xiaoyan was shocked and quickly looked up, but she saw Yang Ming walking over here with a gloomy face. Yang Ming? Wang Xiaoyan couldn't believe her eyes. After rubbing them twice, she was sure that the person in front of her was Yang Ming. Wang Xiaoyan didn't care about Fatty Li beside her. She directly threw herself into Yang Ming's arms. Her voice was a little choked. It's really you. You're fine. That's great. This was the second time Wang Xiaoyan revealed her true feelings. The first time was when she was drunk. However, at this moment, Wang Xiaoyan was very sober, but she had figured it out. She didn't care about the opinions of others. She wanted to vent her feelings and her longing for Yang Ming. When Fatty Li saw Yang Ming, he was also surprised and happy. He wanted to go up and greet him, but he didn't expect Wang Xiaoyan to take the lead. He had to move aside awkwardly and let the young couple be affectionate first. Originally, Fatty Li didn't quite believe that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were a couple. After all, the two people went to Africa together. They should be doing something dangerous. It was impossible for them to travel. Otherwise, why didn't they go abroad through the normal channels? Why did they have to be smuggled out? Therefore, Fatty Li thought that Wang Xiaoyan's identity was just a cover. But now it seemed that the two people were really like real lovers. Looking at Wang Xiaoyan's previous concern, it didn't seem to be fake. Could it be that the two people are really in a relationship? Then why did Yang Ming still bring Wang Xiaoyan? If he really wanted to perform a dangerous task, wouldn't it be inconvenient to bring a woman around? However, this was Yang Ming's private matter. Fatty Li couldn't interfere. He didn't think that Wang Xiaoyan, who was sweet and petite, also had kung fu. He only thought that she was a little girlfriend of Yang Ming. Okay, it's okay. Don't hold me so tightly. Yang Ming patted Wang Xiaoyan's shoulder and comforted her. Just hold me. Wang Xiaoyan shook her head and didn't hide her feelings. I hurt my back. You hurt me. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. After the wound is treated, can we go home and hold you again? How cool would it be to take off your clothes and hold you in bed? I hate it. Wang Xiaoyan suddenly blushed and quickly released Yang Ming's body. She said with concern, Where are you hurt? Let me see. It's nothing. When the car exploded, the debris splashed on my back. Yang Ming said, It's just some superficial wounds. That's good. Wang Xiaoyan nodded and turned to ask Fatty Li, Is there a first aid kit in the things you moved? Yes, there is. Fatty Li quickly went to find the first aid kit. The stone in his heart was finally put down. However, although Yang Ming was fine, there might be some danger waiting for them ahead. Wang Xiaoyan was an assassin. Naturally, she was also a medical expert. In many cases, the assassin was a very badass surgeon, because often when performing a task, the wound couldn't be bandaged in the hospital in time. At this time, they had to do it themselves. But if the wound was in a position that was more difficult to touch, then they had to rely on their companions to complete it. However, for Yang Ming's small superficial wounds, it wouldn't be a big problem if it wasn't bandaged. Wang Xiaoyan helped Yang Ming apply the medicine. Even Fatty Li felt that Wang Xiaoyan's technique was very professional and neat. It was comparable to a professional doctor. Now, Fatty Lee understood that Wang Xiaoyan was a medical expert. No wonder Yang Ming would bring her with him, but he didn't expect that Wang Xiaoyan was also an assassin. The people in front are killed, but the transportation is also destroyed. Now I can only walk on foot. Yang Ming said, I'm not as familiar as you hear. You can only lead the way in front. These things. Fatty Lee glanced at the things on the ground. If the journey is long, bring some food and water. If the journey is not long, throw them all away. Yang Ming said, it is estimated that it won't last long. The things here will be noticed again. If we want to leave, we have to leave as soon as possible. Fatty Lee also nodded. I have told the location here to Old Kong. He will drive to pick us up. Let's go forward first. The three people only picked up some food and mineral water. The rest of the things were thrown in the jungle near the original place. Fortunately, Fatty Lee was more familiar with the environment in this area and could easily lead the way in front. In fact, with Yang Ming's X-ray vision and telescopic vision, it was not difficult to get out of this jungle. However, even if Yang Ming went out, he didn't know where to go. The sky had already turned white, and it was going to be 2 days. The jungles in Vietnam were actually no different from the jungles in the mainland. They were similar trees and environments, but the feeling in the heart was different. There are snakes nearby. Be careful, Fatty Lee said, but there are always people passing by this road, so there are fewer of them. Yang Ming nodded. In fact, things like poisonous snakes could not cause any confusion to Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. Both of them had undergone strict field training. They had strong insight into some wild beasts and poisonous insects. They would not be easily attacked by these things. Moving forward in the mud, the humid atmosphere was very uncomfortable. Fatty Lee cursed He Lao San as he walked. When he sent Yang Ming away, he must have a big fight with him. Yang Ming did not want to interfere with these grievances. Although he could easily kill He Lao San and help Fatty Lee solve this problem, Yang Ming's current identity was an assassin, not a hero in the underworld. Besides, between Fatty Lee and He Lao San, who was right and who was wrong was not something that Yang Ming could say clearly. From the perspective of Fatty Lee's friend, Yang Ming felt that He Lao San was the enemy. After all, when He Lao San targeted Fatty Lee, it also affected his own interests. But looking at the problem from a fair perspective, then it was unknown who was right and who was wrong between Fatty Lee and He Lao San. After all, both of them were the heads of the Stowaways organization. They were doing the same thing. The conflict was also caused by interests, so it cannot be said who was right and who was wrong. When they passed by the Toyota 4500 that had become scrap iron, Wang Xiaoyan and Fatty Lee were nervous. They could imagine how critical the situation was at the time. If Yang Ming was a little slower, Wang Xiaoyan leaned to Yang Ming's side and held Yang Ming's hand tightly. She was afraid that if she let go, she would never be able to hold it again. Yang Ming seemed to have guessed Wang Xiaoyan's thoughts. He smiled slightly and squeezed Wang Xiaoyan's little hand, indicating that she should not be afraid. If this place was frightening, then the scene at the roadblock in front of them was even more shocking. The military truck had been completely turned into scrap iron. The simple explosion of the fuel tank could not cause such a shocking effect, but it could not withstand the rocket launcher ammunition in the vehicle. So when it exploded, the power could be imagined. Several people standing in front of the military truck had been blown into pieces. The ground was full of broken arms and legs. Their intestines flowed out. With blood and brain matter, it was particularly terrifying. Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming were fine, but Fatty Lee almost vomited. This kind of scene, even people like Fatty Lee rarely saw it. He looked at Yang Ming more highly in his heart. This kind of killing method could only be done by Fong Tian, that pervert. Yang Ming was introduced by Fong Tian, so they were probably on the same side. After passing through here, Fatty Lee breathed a sigh of relief, but his heart was very refreshed. Hey, Lao San's loss this time is probably very big, right? This idiot. He probably never dreamed that he had Yang Ming's help. At #Yin%. After walking for a long time, they suddenly heard someone shouting in Vietnamese. After Fatty Lee heard the sound, his spirit was suddenly refreshed. He also shouted loudly, and then the voice said something. Fatty Lee turned around and said excitedly to Yang Ming, "It's Old Kong. Old Kong is here to pick us up. Old Kong is quite powerful. He can find us so quickly." Yang Ming nodded and said, "Yeah, Old Kong is more familiar with the terrain in this area than I am." Fatty Lee said, "Old Kong is a native here." After a while, a 2020 vintage Jeep appeared in front of Yang Ming and others. Old Kong sat in the driver's seat with a calm and serious face. Fatty Lee took the lead to get in the car and sat in the front passenger seat. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan sat in the back seat. The performance of this Jeep was obviously worse than the previous car. Yang Ming had not driven a similar car, but the feeling of sitting in it seemed that there was no shock absorption system. It was bumpy. Fortunately, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were people who didn't care about the environment. It couldn't be said that they were as steady as Mount Tai, but at least they didn't show any discomfort. Fatty Lee was not surprised by Yang Ming's normal performance, but Fatty Lee was quite surprised that Wang Xiaoyan had no adverse reaction. It seemed that Wang Xiaoyan should be Yang Ming's girlfriend and part-time doctor. She must have followed Yang Ming everywhere and had adapted to this harsh environment. Because of the car, they quickly drove out of the jungle and came to the road. It was not far from the city. Fatty Lee breathed a sigh of relief. Here, even if He Lao San's people wanted to make a move, they would be more restrained. They would not be as unscrupulous as they were at the border. However, along the way to a small town, they did not see He Lao San's people appear. On the way, Fatty Lee and Old Kong talked in Vietnamese from time to time, but Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan didn't understand Vietnamese and couldn't understand what they were saying. Vietnamese was not a common language. Yang Ming couldn't spend a lot of time studying this. After all, in addition to English, Yang Ming was not proficient in those big languages such as German, French, and so on. The car drove slowly and stopped in front of a convenience store. "I'm going to buy a pack of cigarettes and some food." Fatty Lee turned and spoke to Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. After that, he got out of the car. "What do you want to eat?" "Anything is fine. Anything is fine." Yang Ming didn't know what to eat in Vietnam, and he also ate some biscuits on the road before, so he was not very hungry. Fatty Lee got out of the car and then walked to the convenience store on the roadside. Old Kong also got out of the car and followed behind Fatty Lee. It seemed that Old Kong was a good bodyguard. The convenience store in Vietnam was similar to the grocery store in the 1990s in China. There was no supermarket-like scale. Fatty Lee talked with the owner of the convenience store. The owner took a few pieces of bread and cigarettes from the shelf. Just when Fatty Lee was about to pay, something happened. The owner suddenly took out a machete from under the shelf and waved it at Fatty Lee. Yang Ming was sitting in the car. When he saw this scene, it was already too late. He had no time to get out of the car to save Fatty Lee, but Old Kong reacted very quickly. At the moment when the convenience store owner raised the machete, he quickly pushed Fatty Lee away. He blocked it with his arm and was suddenly cut with a long wound. The convenience store owner saw that his attack was not successful, so he did not want to fight. He directly threw away the machete in his hand and quickly escaped from the convenience store. He ran to the back of Yang Ming's car. Yang Ming frowned. Killing this person was easy for Yang Ming at the moment, but Yang Ming did not kill the convenience store owner. Whether this person died or not had no effect on the hatred between He Lao San and Fatty Lee. Yang Ming had no obligation to do it. Fatty Lee got in the car with Old Kong with a lingering fear. Fatty Lee's face was pale with fright. It was not until he got in the car that he scolded He Lao San loudly. He was too vicious. Old Kong was not good with words. After being cut, he did not say anything. Instead, he quickly wrapped the wound with a cloth strip. He did not frown as if he was not injured. Fatty Lee was very grateful to Old Kong and said something. Then he said to Yang Ming, "Old Kong saved me again, but he is like this. He does not take credit for what he has done." Yang Ming smiled and said nothing. Old King's injury was on his left arm, so he did not need to use force to change gears. It did not have a big impact on driving. The car stopped in front of a small hotel. Fatty Lee got off, and Old King also got off. This is my place. It is safe for the time being. Let's rest here first, and then I will mobilize people over. Fatty Lee said bitterly, wait for me to send you on the plane first. I want to have a good fight with He Lao San. The environment of the hotel was very bad. It was a 2-story residential building, but in this kind of small town, it was already good. The boss here was obviously very familiar with Fatty Lee. He came over respectfully and asked about his well-being, but Fatty Lee had been very annoyed about He Lao San's matter, so he never smiled. The 4 people went up to the 2nd floor under the boss's lead and came to a relatively large room. The boss waited for everyone to enter the room before he went downstairs to prepare food and hot water. Fatty Lee took out his mobile phone. Yang Ming didn't know who he was calling, but he was saying something that Yang Ming couldn't understand. Old Kung stood up and said a few words to Fatty Lee. Then he left the room. When Fatty Lee hung up the phone, Yang Ming asked, where did Old Kung go? He went downstairs to treat the wound. Fatty Lee said, it was just a simple bandage. The wound is deep. If it is not washed, it will be easy to get infected. Can't Old Kung speak Chinese? Asked Yang Ming. No, I taught him a few times, but he could probably understand. Fatty Lee said, he is a relatively dull person. He is not very smart, but he is very loyal. This is why I have always asked him to follow me. How long has he been with you? Asked Yang Ming. Counting it, it can be more than 10 years. Fatty Lee sighed. It is rare. Old Kung is not married. He doesn't want anything by following me. It is enough to eat and wear warm clothes. He doesn't ask for much money. It is enough as long as he has enough. Chapter 11:07. After a while, Old Kung came back. The wound on his arm was properly bandaged. Fatty Lee also suggested that Yang Ming rebandage it. Yang Ming shook his head and smiled, saying that his injury was nothing. Are you all hungry? After Fatty Lee said a few words to Old Kung, he turned around and said to Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan, I have asked the boss here to prepare a sumptuous lunch. You must be tired along the way, right? I'm fine. Yang Ming smiled and said, you don't have to be so polite. Anyway, we are going through thick and thin together. We are not distinguished guests. We need your help to go to Africa. That won't do. Don't mention anything about help. Fatty Lee waved his hand and said solemnly, I, Fatty Lee, have already said that if we walk out of that forest, my life is yours. It could be seen that Fatty Lee was the kind of person who kept his word and was very loyal. Yang Ming no longer said anything. People with their identity could only survive by being loyal. Otherwise, they would be eliminated soon. Well, just make something simple to eat. Yang Ming no longer said anything. If he said too much, it would seem that he was looking down on him. It's okay. The boss here is one of us. Fatty Lee waved his hand and said. Not long after, there was a knock on the door in the room. Fatty Lee said a sentence in Vietnamese, and the door was pushed open. The hotel owner they saw just now came in with a dining cart with a lot of delicacies on it. In such a small-town hotel, it was not easy to prepare so much food in such a short time. After placing the food on the round table in the room, Fatty Lee waved his hand to indicate that the boss could go down. Since he is one of us, let him come and eat together. Yang Ming looked at the table full of food. The 4 of them couldn't eat it all. It would be a waste to eat more. It was better to let the boss eat together. Fatty Lee was stunned. Then he waved at the boss and said a few words of Vietnamese. The boss immediately sat at the table in surprise. He was somewhat flattered. After all, he was only the lowest member of Fatty Lee's organization. He was not a core figure. It was already a great honor to be able to sit here. Try it. These are some special snacks from Vietnam. It's hard to find them in the mainland. Fatty Lee smiled and pointed to a few exquisite snacks on the table and said, this is called sugar roe. It's a very delicious snack. Brother Yang, do you want to try 2 pieces? Okay, is this thing really so delicious? Yang Ming had never seen this kind of pastry before. There was no such thing in China. At #yin%. After the boss heard Yang Ming's words, he smiled and threw a piece of candy into his mouth. He can understand what you're saying, but he can't speak Chinese. Fatty Lee explained with a smile. He said that this candy row is very famous in Vietnam. Many tourists are full of praise. Really? Really? Yang Ming picked up a piece of the so-called candy row. Before it entered his mouth, there was a change. He saw that the boss's face suddenly became pale. His eyes protruded, and the bean-sized sweat on his forehead began to fall instantly. His hands were stuck on his neck. It seemed that he had difficulty breathing. He was muttering something in his mouth. Yang Ming's face suddenly changed. Wang Xiaoyan on the side reacted faster. She knocked the candy row in Yang Ming's hand to the ground. Fatty Li and Old Kung probably understood what was going on. Before Fatty Li said anything, Old Kung stepped forward and grabbed the boss's collar, loudly reprimanding something in Vietnamese. I didn't do it. I understand. You want to silence me. You are the only one who has been to the kitchen. A voice came into Yang Ming's mind. Yang Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the special abilities were not divided by national boundaries. Although the language was different, the thoughts were the same. In Yang Ming's mind, the boss's thoughts naturally evolved into a language that Yang Ming could understand. Just now, Yang Ming suspected this poisoning problem. Whether it was from a common-sense perspective or the boss's reaction after eating the candy row, it should not be him who poisoned it. The reason was very simple. If the boss poisoned it, then he couldn't eat the first bite. Otherwise, unless he wanted to commit suicide. Moreover, seeing his horrified expression after being poisoned, he didn't seem like an insider. Let him go. He didn't kill me. Yang Ming suddenly spoke to stop Old Kung, but unfortunately, the boss was already poisoned. After being tormented by Old Kung, he directly spat out bubbles like a crab and died. Fatty Li's expression also became dignified. He gritted his teeth and said, Hey Lao San, you and I are irreconcilable. It wasn't Hey Lao San who did it. Yang Ming suddenly stood up, shook his head, and said faintly, Not Hey Lao San. Then who is it? Fatty Li was stunned, and then he understood Yang Ming's words. He was shocked. Do you mean that there is a problem with my internal department? Yes. Yang Ming nodded. He had been suspecting it before, but it was just a guess. He could not be completely sure. However, this incident just now made Yang Ming determine his own thoughts. The so-called Hey Lao San was just an excuse. The real problem was Fatty Li's internal affairs. Old Kung, you go and control all the people in this hotel. Motherfucker, I would rather kill 100 by mistake today than let one go. Fatty Li was really angry and ordered loudly. Old Kung responded and was about to go out, but he was stopped by Yang Ming. Wait, don't be in a hurry. It's not too late to listen to me before you go. Old Kung didn't seem to understand what Yang Ming said. He muttered a sentence in Vietnamese and squeezed the door inexplicably. I asked you to wait. Didn't you hear? Yang Ming sneered and blocked Old Kang's way. Although he didn't know what Yang Ming was going to do, Fatty Li still yelled at Old Kung because of his trust in Yang Ming. Old Kung reluctantly sat back in his original position. Brother Yang, just say what you want to say. After you finish, I still have to carry out an internal cleansing. Fatty Li said bitterly. First of all, the first thing makes me very puzzled. Fatty Li, you went to the mainland to pick me up and then sneaked across the river. Who knows about this? Yang Ming looked at Fatty Li and asked faintly. I naturally have to keep Mr. Fong's matter secret. Except for Old Kung who picked me up, I didn't tell anyone else. I don't know how Hey Lao San knew. As Fatty Li said this, he was suddenly shocked and said, Brother Yang, are you suspecting that I want to harm you? This is impossible. How can I dare to do this? Yang Ming waved his hand and smiled. Fatty Li, you don't have to worry. I didn't say that you want to harm me. I just want to figure out some facts. Fatty Li breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe he also realized that he was a little too impatient. He smiled embarrassedly and sat quietly, waiting for Yang Ming to continue. Well, this is my first doubt. Since this matter is so secretive, and since Hey Lao San knows about it, it shows that this matter is unusual. Yang Ming shrugged and continued. The second point on the way, you went to the convenience store to buy something, and then you were attacked. Don't you think it is too much of a coincidence? Coincidence? Fatty Li was stunned and fell into contemplation. However, Yang Ming continued, even if He Lao San's strength is great, it is impossible to control every grocery store, right? Since we entered the town, I counted at least 7 or 8 grocery stores. Are these stores controlled by He Lao San? I think if he has such strength, there is no need to use this method to deal with you. Who found this grocery store on the way? Mr. Old Kung? I think this is your proposal, right? As soon as Yang Ming said this, the atmosphere in the room immediately became a little tense. Fatty Li listened to Yang Ming's words and had to turn his eyes to Old Kung. The expression on Old King's face also began to become unnatural. He protested loudly, but Yang Ming couldn't understand what he was saying. He said that he didn't do it. It was just a coincidence. Fatty Li trusted Old Kung, so he told Yang Ming his explanation. Really? Yang Ming smiled. Brother Old Kung, you wouldn't say that you didn't do the poisoning just now, right? Old Kung still wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Yang Ming waving his hand. Don't rush to deny it. If you didn't do it, no one can wrong you. Don't say that the boss did it. I think if the boss is not an idiot, then there is no need to take a bite after he poisoned himself. What is the difference between this and suicide? Moreover, the boss's eyes before he died were full of disbelief and horror. That means that he didn't do it. A person is about to die. His eyes at this time will not be fake. And you, Mr. Old Kung, why are you so eager to kill the boss? Are you showing your loyalty in front of Fatty Li? Or are you trying to silence him? A person who has been poisoned shouldn't have any dangerous aggression, right? You still want to kill him. What does that mean? Are you guilty? Yang Ming had already noticed the abnormality in the details before, including the attack on the road and the attack on Fatty Li in the convenience store. These things were a bit too coincidental and strange. Yang Ming inevitably had doubts, so Yang Ming kept asking Fatty Li about Old Kong until he poisoned. The boss's thoughts at the moment before he died made Yang Ming even less suspicious. He could completely conclude that the whole thing was Old Kang's doing. After listening to Yang Ming's analysis, Fatty Li's face also changed. Previously, he didn't think so much because of his trust in Old Kong, but after listening to Yang Ming's analysis, Fatty Li began to be moved. After all, what Yang Ming said was right. This matter was too strange, and the only one who knew about these things was Old Kong. If he didn't do it, it wouldn't be justifiable. Seeing that Fatty Li also looked at him with a suspicious look, Old Kong was shocked and argued loudly. He said that the poisoning is random. It is not necessarily who eats first. It may be you, it may be your girlfriend, or it may be me or the hotel owner. As long as one person is poisoned, the others will not eat anymore. This kind of random poisoning is not necessary at all. The risk is too great. Fatty Li acted as a translator again. Yeah, this is where you're smart. Yang Ming nodded non-committally. It is because the poisoning is random. So I may be poisoned, Wang Xiaoyan may be poisoned, and Fatty Li may also be poisoned. At first glance, it seems that if the people who are poisoned are Wang Xiaoyan and me, then the act of killing Fatty Li cannot continue. But no matter who dies, the basic result is the same. The same. Even Fatty Li didn't understand Yang Ming's words and exclaimed, "Yes, no matter who dies, the result is the same." Yang Ming nodded and continued, "Fatty Li is dead. That is a great blessing. All the goals have been achieved. Wang Xiaoyan and I can be a witness for you. Right, Mr. Old Kong? You know that we still have to go to Africa. Since Fatty Li is dead, we can only rely on your strength. You can take us to see Fatty Li's former men. Through our mouths, you can put all the crimes on He Lao San. In this way, as the most trusted person around Fatty Li, you may become the new leader. However, if I or Wang Xiaoyan die, although it seems that your goal has not been achieved from a fundamental point of view, your goal has been achieved in disguise. Because you know that the identities of Wang Xiaoyan and I are not simple, and the person who introduced us to Fatty Li is even more complicated. If something happens to us, that person will never let go of Fatty Li. In this way, it is equivalent to you using that person's hand to kill Fatty Li. It is the same principle. That's why you chose such an opportunity to make a move. Isn't it because there are two outsiders present? Isn't that right? Don't deny it. Do you understand Chinese? From your current reaction, it seems so. Fatty Lee also said before that you can understand, but you just can't say it. So, just now when I asked you to wait and not go out, why did you pretend not to understand? Why did you have a blank look? Were you hiding? Or are you guilty? I think you pretended not to understand my words. You're in such a hurry to go out because you want to kill people, right? If I guessed correctly, when the boss was preparing food for us in the kitchen, only you went to the kitchen. You were in a hurry to go down just now because you wanted to kill people and destroy the evidence, right? You want to kill the waiters who saw you enter the kitchen and then come back and tell us that these waiters wanted to escape, so you killed them directly. Am I right? At yen hashtag at yen%, Old Kung roared and stared at Yang Ming angrily. Don't look at me with such eyes. Yang Ming said with a cold snort. At yen hashtag at %#%. Old Kung still shouted unconvinced. Is it true? At this moment, Fatty Lee was already trembling with anger. He pointed to Old Kung and rebuked loudly. Whether it is true or not, you don't have to ask him. Just find a waiter and ask. You will know. Ask Old Kung if he has been to the kitchen. Yang Ming said with certainty. The boss's thoughts before he died would never lie. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Old King's expression completely collapsed. He screamed and jumped up. He hugged Wang Xiaoyan from behind. He took out a sharp knife from nowhere and pointed it at Wang Xiaoyan's chest. He shouted with a mournful expression, "Don't come over. Otherwise, I will kill her. Let me go." Hee. You're quite good at finding people to kidnap, right? Yang Ming shrugged. He had seen Wang Xiaoyan's eyes that hinted that he was fine, so Yang Ming was not nervous. This was the advantage of coming out with little girl Wang. If she was in danger, Yang Ming would not be too worried. She did not need to be protected like other girls. You're Fatty Lee's distinguished guests. You will not feel good if anyone dies. Old Kung said with a sneer. She is the only woman here. Of course, I will kidnap her. Your Chinese is quite fluent. Yang Ming sneered. I thought you couldn't speak it. I wanted to use your power to complete the big thing in one fell swoop. I didn't expect that bad things would be ruined by you. Old Kong said very unwillingly. You can only blame yourself for being too stupid. Yang Ming snorted indifferently with a contemptuous expression. Fatty Lee will not have any doubts about you because of his trust in you. But we are different. He will not doubt it, but it does not mean that we will not doubt it. I am not reconciled. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Old King's face suddenly showed an excited look. Why can a foreigner like him call the wind and summon the rain in our Vietnam? I still want to be his underling. You know, Hey Lao San and I used to be two wolves in this area. After Fatty Lee came, this pattern changed. As Old Kong said this, his mood became unusually unstable. His whole body trembled a little. However, after the trembling, there was no more sound. His face still had an expression of indignation, but there was a trace of disbelief in his eyes. He just lay down straight. In his chest, there was a glass dagger. Under the light, it was shining. Blood flowed down the glass dagger. Under the refraction of the glass and light, it looked even more terrifying. I told you earlier, you're quite good at finding people to kidnap, right? Yang Ming looked at Old King's body with contempt and sighed. You dare to kidnap her? Do you think that women can't kill people? You are really an idiot. I have already reminded you, but you still don't realize the danger. AI. Seeing Yang Ming's sad look, Wang Xiaoyan couldn't help but giggle. Fatty Lee was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Wang Xiaoyan, who had just killed someone but didn't care at all. He was really impressed. This brother Yang is not an ordinary person. It turns out that his girlfriend is also a ruthless character. Chapter 1108. Immediately, Fatty Lee also understood that all of this was done by Old Kong. In fact, if one looked at the whole thing according to Yang Ming's train of thought, it was not difficult to find Old King's suspicion and the role he played in the whole thing. However, Fatty Lee was blinded by the situation before, and because of his trust in Old Kong, he didn't think so much. Now that he thought about it carefully, this old Kung was indeed problematic. Only old Kung himself knew about the matter of picking up Yang Ming. So how did He Lao San know? Could it be that he knew how to calculate? This was obviously impossible. There was only one possibility. Old Kung deliberately released the news, or he directly cooperated with He Lao San for benefits. The second possibility was more likely. Otherwise, He Lao San was not stupid. He would not make a move without absolute certainty. But it was different with Old Kung as an insider. He could grasp Fatty Lee's movements at any time, so it was much more convenient to make a move. This might be the reason why He Lao San dared to make such a big move. However, perhaps Old Kung did not expect that Yang Ming's identity was not ordinary, and his skills were not ordinary. With Yang Ming's intervention, the situation was reversed instantly. Not only did He Lao San fail to gain the upper hand, but Old King's plan was also completely exposed. Now, Fatty Lee didn't even think about whether Old Kong was wronged. Judging from his last extreme action and words, these things should be planned by him. What made Fatty Lee very disappointed was that Old Kong would actually betray him. Looking at Old King's actions, he should have been premeditated for a long time. It was not a temporary act. This could be seen from his ability to speak Chinese. In the 10 years that Old Kong and Fatty Lee were together, Old Kong had never spoken Chinese. Fatty Lee also taught him, but Old Kong did not learn. If Old Kong could speak Chinese, and he spoke so fluently, then it meant that Old Kong had been planning for a long time. He had been deceiving Fatty Lee before. Thinking of this, Fatty Lee's expression was particularly gloomy. Originally, Fatty Lee wanted to retire after a few more years. After all, he was a little irritated by the days and the teeth of the storm. At that time, he would definitely hand over his power to Old Kong, but now it seemed that Old Kong was too impatient. But through this incident, Fatty Lee also saw Old King's character clearly. Fortunately, Old Kong couldn't help it. Otherwise, after giving the forces to Old Kong, it would not be so simple if Fatty Lee wanted to go back on his words. Fatty Lee sighed and looked at Old King's body on the ground. He shook his head slightly and said to Yang Ming solemnly, "Brother Yang, thank you very much for this matter. You've saved me once again, and you've even caught the traitor by my side. It's nothing." Yang Ming smiled and said, "If you don't solve these problems, you won't be able to send me to Africa with peace of mind. In a moment, I will start to carry out an internal cleansing and uproot all of Old King's forces." Fatty Lee nodded and said, "After this is done, I can also take charge of your affairs with peace of mind." Yang Ming nodded and did not urge Fatty Lee. He also knew that if these things were not solved, Fatty Lee really had no time to take care of his own affairs. After all, there were Old King's forces as a time bomb around. Who knew if they would avenge Old Kong? "I will take you to an absolutely safe place. Then I will start to carry out an internal cleansing." Fatty Lee said, "I don't know if it is still safe here. Let's evacuate as soon as possible." Several waiters downstairs did not know that there had been a change upstairs. When they saw Fatty Lee and others coming downstairs, they quickly asked respectfully, "I have locked the room upstairs. You are not allowed to enter without permission." Fatty Lee instructed the waiters. "Okay." The waiters quickly nodded and replied. Out of the hotel, several people got on the jeep together. When they came, there were 4 people. Now, there were only 3 people left. However, no one was sad. Yang Ming had nothing to do with it. After all, he was not familiar with Old Kong. His life and death had nothing to do with Yang Ming. Fatty Lee, on the other hand, was full of indignation because Old Kong deceived him and became depressed. "Relax. In fact, this is nothing." Yang Ming shook his head and persuaded. Old Kong has already said that he was in northern Vietnam. He used to be like He Lao San. They were 2 wolves here. It was only after you intervened that he changed from being on par with He Lao San to being your underling. So, it is normal for him to have resentment in his heart. "Indeed, but my heart is still a little uncomfortable. Old Kong really disappointed me." Fatty Lee sighed. "Forget it. There's no need to be angry because of people like him. It's good that you have figured it out." Yang Ming smiled. "However, Brother Yang, Your sister-in-law is also very powerful. I thought she was your nurse. I didn't expect her. Fatty Lee looked back at Wang Xiaoyan. He couldn't connect her with words like an assassin. However, Wang Xiaoyan killed Old Kung while talking and laughing, and she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. This made Fatty Lee admire her. The car made many turns and stopped in the backyard of an old-fashioned house. Fatty Lee parked the car and said, "We are here." "It's here. What is this place?" Yang Ming got out of the car and looked around at the nearby environment. This was a typical town architectural style in China in the 1980s and 1990s. It was a 2- to 3-story building with a staircase railing. The people who lived here were obviously not rich. "My home," Fatty Lee said. "My family is here. No outsider has been here, not even Old Kong. You also know that there are many enemies in our line of work. Some things must be hidden from everyone." Yang Ming listened to Fatty Lee's words and was slightly stunned, but he immediately understood that this was Fatty Lee's goodwill. Indeed, with Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan's skills, it was easy to harm Fatty Lee. Moreover, Yang Ming helped him solve a lot of problems. In this way, Fatty Lee might as well have absolute trust in Yang Ming. This could also be exchanged for Yang Ming's favor. He didn't lose anything by gambling on it. If Yang Ming could really regard him as a friend, then Fatty Lee would undoubtedly have a strong support. "Your wife?" Yang Ming probably guessed who lived here. "My wife, my son, and my wife's sister," said Fatty Lee. Yang Ming didn't expect Fatty Lee to have a son, but it wasn't strange when he thought about it. In his line of work, it was very likely that he would die one day. Of course, he had to leave a descendant for himself. Fatty Lee came to the door of the courtyard and knocked on the door. After a while, a woman's voice came from inside. ##### yen. "It's me, Little Flower. Open the door," Fatty Lee said to the person inside. Creak. The courtyard door opened. Standing inside was a girl of 15 or 16 years old. Her eyes were big. She was very beautiful, but she was a little thin. She was about 1.6 meters tall. Her clothes were very simple. She didn't look rich at all. "Brother-in-law?" The girl named Little Flower saw Fatty Lee and greeted him. "Little Flower, is your sister here?" Fatty Lee nodded and asked with a smile. "Sister went out to buy groceries." "I'm doing my homework," said Little Flower. "These two are my friends. Let's go in and talk." Fatty Lee said to Little Flower, "This is my wife's sister, Yang Hua." Fatty Lee introduced her to Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. "Brother Yang, it seems that she is from the same family as you." "Hello, little sister." Yang Ming smiled and waved to the little girl. Yang Ming was a little surprised. This little girl actually spoke Chinese, but it wasn't surprising that her sister spoke Chinese with Fatty Lee. However, Yang Hua seemed to be afraid of strangers. She didn't dare to go forward. She reluctantly smiled at Yang Ming and continued to do her homework. The inside of the house was very simple. There were 2 small rooms and a large living room. Only the large living room had a writing desk. Yang Hua was doing her homework on it. If Yang Ming didn't know how much money Fatty Lee could make in his line of work, he couldn't believe that this was Fatty Lee's home. It was almost the same as the ordinary working class in Vietnam. It wasn't luxurious at all. He couldn't see any rich place at all. Fatty Lee may have also seen Yang Ming's doubts. He smiled and said, "Do you think this place is very simple?" Yang Ming nodded. Fatty Lee lowered his voice and said, "I don't want people to notice them. After all, there are too few rich people in this area. If their life is too extravagant, it will attract some people's attention." Yang Ming suddenly realized that Fatty Lee was trying to be low-key. He also asked in a low voice, "Do they all know what you do?" "They know a little." Fatty Lee smiled bitterly. "Didn't you see that Yang Hua is hostile to you? She thinks that my friends are in the same line of work as me. It turned out to be like this. I thought the little girl was shy with strangers." Yang Ming smiled. Not long after, there was a knock on the door in the yard. Yang Hua quickly stood up again and ran out to open the door. This time, it was a woman in her 20s who came in. She looked similar to Yang Hua. She was holding a little boy who looked only 2 years old in her arms and carrying a basket in her other hand. When the woman saw Fatty Lee, she was suddenly delighted. Her face showed a sweet smile. You're back? Why didn't you tell me in advance so that I could buy some food? Hey, they're guests? When a woman saw Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan, she was obviously very surprised. She knew more about Fatty Li than Yang Hua. She also knew that Fatty Li never brought his friends here, but today 2 people came. The woman was naturally a bit baffled. And they're friends from the other side of the river. They could be absolutely trusted. Fatty Li nodded and introduced, "This is Yang Ming, Brother Yang. That is his girlfriend, Wang Xiaoyan. Brother Yang, this is my wife, Yang Mei." "Hello." Fatty Li just said that we are from the same family. Yang Ming smiled enthusiastically at Yang Mei. "Hello, welcome to be a guest." Yang Mei, like Yang Hua, spoke fluent Mandarin Chinese. "Should I buy some more fish?" "No need." Yang Ming quickly said, "It's fine if it's simple. We didn't come here to eat." Seeing Yang Ming say so, Fatty Li also waved his hand. "Then make it simple. You don't have to be polite with Brother Yang." Fatty Li also knew that Yang Ming definitely had a lot of food. What couldn't he eat in China? There was no need to come here to eat, so he no longer insisted. When Yang Mei heard Fatty Li say so, she gave up. She handed the little guy to Fatty Li and then went to the kitchen to work. "If you can stop, then stop." When Yang Mei went to the kitchen, Yang Ming said to Fatty Li, "I can see that sister-in-law is very worried about you. Your business is not easy to do. If you can clear your name, then clear it." "I think so too. After a few years, I will hand over these underworld businesses to Old Kong. I will take Yang Mei and the child back to China or go to Europe and the United States." Fatty Li sighed. "But now such a thing has happened. It seems that I have to do it for a while. You just need to grasp it well." After all, Yang Ming and Fatty Li were not particularly good friends, so he did not say much. Originally, Yang Ming thought that Yang Hua was also Fatty Li's concubine, but when he saw Yang Hua, he denied this idea. She was just a child, and there was no such meaning in Fatty Li's eyes when he looked at her. Yang Ming thought that Fatty Li was a good person. He was not so lecherous. Yang Mei was very good-looking, but in comparison, Yang Hua was more beautiful. During the conversation, it might have woken up the baby in Fatty Li's arms. The little guy suddenly cried. "Don't cry, baby." Fatty Li was obviously not an expert in coaxing children. He was suddenly at a loss. However, when Yang Hua heard the child's cry, she quickly put down the homework in her hand and ran over. She took the little guy from Fatty Li's hand and coaxed him. After a while, the little guy regained his silence. Fatty Li scratched his head with some embarrassment and said to Yang Ming, "The little guy doesn't recognize me. He comes here less often, so he is close to his mother and aunt." Fatty Li's wife was obviously a housekeeper. It didn't take long for a few dishes to be served. Although they were plain, the aroma was overflowing. During the meal, Yang Hua knew that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were not friends of Fatty Li, but came over from China. Her attitude was obviously better. Obviously, although the little girl did not say anything, she also knew something about what Fatty Li usually did. This was why she was hostile to Yang Ming. Several people talked about domestic topics, and they did not mention anything about Fatty Li. It could be seen that Yang Mei and Yang Hua were still very curious about domestic matters. However, under the conversation, Yang Ming understood that Yang Hua and Yang Mei's fathers were Chinese. Their mothers were Vietnamese, but later, their fathers provoked an enemy that they could not afford to provoke, which caused their whole family to move to Vietnam. At that time, Yang Hua was still very young, and her memory was not very deep, but Yang Mei had already remembered. Naturally, she knew how big the gap between Vietnam and China was. Although it was just a verbal description, the 2 sisters listened very attentively, which made Yang Ming feel very emotional. No wonder many Vietnamese girls want to marry into China. The life here is really poor. In the evening, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were arranged to stay in the room of Yang Mei and Fatty Li. Yang Mei and Yang Hua were squeezed into a room. Fatty Li went out to deal with the matters in the gang. It was believed that many people would be involved tonight. Among them, there were people who were related to Old Kong, but there were also many innocent people. But Yang Ming did not stop anything. Every environment had the rules of the game in every environment. Yang Ming had no obligation and no need to care about these. Since these people chose this path, then they should have thought that there would be such a day. As for He Lao San, it depended on whether he provoked Yang Ming. If he really provoked Yang Ming, regardless of whether he had power here or not, Yang Ming would still let him die without knowing how he died. Today, when old Kung held me hostage, were you nervous? Wang Xiaoyan lay next to Yang Ming and asked quietly. I was a little nervous at first, but when I saw you give me a look, I knew you could deal with him. Yang Ming smiled. However, this is the advantage of going out with you. I don't have to take care of you too much. You just have to take care of yourself. Is that good or bad? Do you like me? Or Chimingyan? Wang Xiaoyan hesitated and continued to ask. Yang Ming broke into a sweat after listening, but he didn't expect Wang Xiaoyan to ask this. As a matter of fact, Wang Xiaoyan had never talked about similar topics with him before. What happened today? Why do I feel that she is like a little woman who is jealous? I like both. Yang Ming said awkwardly. Yin, why did you suddenly ask this? Didn't you not care about these things? Why? Do you hate me? Wang Xiaoyan snorted and stared at Yang Ming unhappily. It's not that I hate you. I just feel a little strange. Yang Ming said quickly. There is nothing strange. I just suddenly wanted to ask. Wang Xiaoyan knew that Yang Ming was a little embarrassed, so she didn't ask anymore. She just sighed and said, I found that I seem to really care about you. I really don't know what will happen in the future. It's good that you care about me. I have always regarded you as my girlfriend. Yang Ming said, in the future, I will find ways to integrate you into Chun Mingyin's circle. I'm not talking about this. It's about my family. Wang Xiaoyan shook her head. My family's power is really big. I don't know if we can deal with it. Who cares? Maybe our power won't be small at that time. Yang Ming was a little amused. Wang Xiaoyan's words obviously meant that she was with him to deal with her family. I hope so, Wang Xiaoyan said. Right at this moment, a commotion suddenly came from outside the window, followed by loud banging on the door and noisy shouting. Yang Ming was shocked. He didn't need to say anything to Wang Xiaoyan. The two jumped up from the bed tacitly and rushed to the living room outside the house. Chapter 1109. Yang Mei and Yang Hua had already woken up when Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan rushed to the living room. The door of the two people's room was also pushed open. Yang Mei was holding the child in a panic, and she pulled Yang Hua to be at a loss. Has this happened before? Yang Ming wasn't nervous. Even if the people who came were the enemies of Fatty Li, they didn't dare to go too far. After all, this was a residential area. If things got out of hand, it wouldn't be good for anyone. No. Yang Mei shook her head. No one knows here, and we don't have any friends. Yang Ming nodded and said, don't panic. Call Fatty Li to understand the situation. I will go out and take a look. Then, you have to be careful. Yang Mei nodded and quickly instructed. Yang Ming actually didn't need to go to the door. He could see the situation outside. Outside the courtyard door, there were 3 macho men standing. At the moment, they were vigorously slamming the door panel. They didn't have any weapons in their hands. It might be because they were only dealing with 2 women and a child, so there was no need to use any weapons. The knocking on the door became more and more urgent. Yang Ming didn't know what these people were doing. Because of the language barrier, Yang Ming couldn't communicate with them. After knocking for a while, no one opened the door. There was a conversation outside the door, but it was all in Vietnamese. Yang Ming couldn't understand, even if he wanted to listen. However, because Yang Ming could read lips, although he didn't understand what they were saying, he could remember the mouth shape and pronunciation of these people. Yang Ming remembered a few words they said and then returned to the house. How is it? Did you contact Fatty Li? Asked Yang Ming. I contacted him. He said that everything is fine. He is on his way back. Yang Mei said, I said that someone was knocking on the door outside the house. He said that he sent people to protect us. They can be trusted. Protect you? Can he be trusted? Yang Ming suddenly frowned after listening. Fatty Li would send people to protect here? It doesn't seem to be the case. He knew the strength of himself and Wang Xiaoyan. Never mind the 2 of us. If we were alone, we wouldn't put an ordinary group of people in our eyes. Never mind sending these 3 guys who didn't seem to be very strong. Yes, you see. Should we open the door and let them in? Yang Mei hesitated and asked. Wait. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, I have a few words that I don't understand. Please translate. What words? Yang Mei asked. Although this sentence wasn't so obvious, they could directly hear the unusualness in the middle. These people were definitely not sent by Fatty Lee. The people sent by Fatty Lee wouldn't say so. These people weren't sent by Fatty Lee. Yang Ming listened to Yang Mei's translation and said straightforwardly, Then what should we do? These people won't rush in, right? Yang Mei was also a little scared. Rush in? Whatever. Yang Ming shrugged and said, I still want to invite them in. Yin Yan, let's go. Help me. Keep them alive. Don't kill them. Okay. Wang Xiaoyan wasn't afraid of anything. When Yang Ming said it, she gladly agreed. You guys. Yang Mei didn't know what Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were going to do. She was a little worried. Don't worry. We will deal with it. Yang Ming smiled and walked to the door with Wang Xiaoyan. The people outside the door were still knocking on the door. Yang Ming smiled and opened the door abruptly. The people outside were unguarded. As the door opened inwards, they suddenly stumbled in. However, just as they rushed in, before they could react to what was going on, Yang Ming gently knocked on their necks, and they fainted. At Yin, and seeing that their companion accidentally fell in, the other 2 macho men quickly called out, but when they saw that there was no movement after he went in, they were suddenly somewhat inexplicable. The 2 men looked at each other and faintly felt that something was wrong, so they shouted, At Yin hashtag Yin. Yang Ming naturally didn't understand what the 2 men were saying. He walked directly out of the door with Wang Xiaoyan. The 2 of them took one of the macho men at the door and directly put them on the ground. Both of them were assassins. They never fought head-on. They emphasized accuracy, ruthlessness, and stability. If they could defeat the enemy with one move, they would never use a second move. Therefore, these 2 people were knocked unconscious without any suspense. It couldn't be said that the behind-the-scenes bosses of these 3 people underestimated the enemy. They were just Vietnamese punks. How powerful could they be? It was absolutely impossible to compare them with professional assassins. But in any case, these 3 people were more than enough to deal with Yang Mei and Yang Hua. After closing the door, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan tied the 3 men with ropes. The funny thing was that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan didn't need to find another rope. These 3 people had very strong ropes on them. They were supposed to be used to tie Yang Mei and Yang Hua, but they didn't use them on themselves. After tying the hands and feet of the 3 people, they tore a few pieces of cloth from their clothes and stuffed their mouths before throwing them in the corner of the yard. As for the questioning, Yang Ming was too lazy to ask. These things were handed over to Fatty Lee. Anyway, he didn't speak the same language as them. He couldn't ask for the reason. He just had to fulfill his obligation. Yang Ming didn't intend to help Fatty Lee do anything. These grievances and disputes were caused by him. As Yang Ming thought before, these things couldn't be distinguished who was right and who was wrong. It couldn't be said that Fatty Lee was right, and it couldn't be said that He Lao San was wrong. Even from the perspective of Old Kong, it couldn't be said that Old Kong was wrong. He had suffered in silence for more than 10 years just to have a day to turn things around. It could only be said that these people lived in the same circle. Peers were always enemies. No one was right or wrong, and no one could tell who was right or wrong. Because what they did was illegal. It was a gray industry. Yang Ming made a move today because he and Fatty Lee were friends, and he happened to live with Yang Mei and Yang Hua. If he didn't make a move, it wouldn't be justified, but it didn't mean that Yang Ming would continue to help Fatty Lee kill He Lao San. Back in the room, Yang Mei and Yang Hua were worried. Seeing that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were fine, Yang Mei was relieved. It's great that you were fine. Fatty just called and said that he found out that his phone had been swapped. He told us not to trust the call from the previous number. I told him what happened before, and he said that someone must have picked up the call with a voice changer. He also told me not to open the door, and he said that he would bring people back immediately. Don't worry. It's just three little thieves. They have been solved. They were tied up with ropes and thrown in the yard. Yang Ming said faintly, as if he was talking about a very ordinary thing. There was no emotion in it at all. Yang Mei didn't expect Yang Ming to solve the three people who came to catch them so easily. However, it could be seen that Yang Ming was not the kind of person who would lie. Fatty Li was polite to him. Obviously, he was a very capable person. So when Yang Mei heard that Yang Ming caught the three people outside the door, she was relieved. It's good that you caught them. Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Yang. Fatty Li was a cautious person. Yang Mei was also very clear about this. Therefore, Fatty Li could trust Yang Ming so much and bring him home. It showed that Yang Ming was really a trustworthy person. Otherwise, with Fatty Li's character, it was impossible to bring Yang Ming here. As a matter of fact, this was Fatty Li's last base. If Yang Ming wasn't someone he absolutely trusted, he wouldn't leave Yang Ming here and leave alone. It's nothing, sister-in-law. We are from the same family. It's okay for you to call me younger brother. If you call me Mr. Yang, it's a bit estranged. Yang Ming waved his hand and smiled. Okay, then I'll call you younger brother. Yang Mei smiled. I'm definitely older than you. You won't suffer a loss. As they talked and laughed, the tense atmosphere in the room also eased a lot. Even Yang Hua was relieved. Although she was not old, she knew a lot of things. She also knew a little about what her brother-in-law did every day. This kind of worrying life was really difficult for a 15-year-old girl to cope with. However, seeing that her sister and Fatty Li were really in love, and the two of them had a child, Yang Hua couldn't persuade her sister to leave Fatty Li. Her sisters seemed to have accepted this kind of life, so Yang Hua couldn't say anything. In the past, this kind of dangerous situation was not unheard of, but at that time, Fatty Li was by their side, and they could be safely transferred. This time, Fatty Li was not there. If Yang Ming didn't stop her sister from opening the door and personally deal with those people, the two sisters might have been caught as hostages to threaten Fatty Li. Although Yang Hua also wanted to persuade Fatty Li to stop as soon as possible and let them live a peaceful life, her sister didn't say anything. It was even harder for a child to say it, so she could only bear it silently. As the two were talking, there was a sudden knock on the door again, and it was mixed with Fatty Li's anxious shout. Little Mei, how are you? Open the door. Yang Ming smiled and said, Fatty Li is back. Sister-in-law, you go and open the door. This time, it won't be wrong. It must be Fatty Li. In fact, before Yang Ming said this, he used a special ability to look at the situation outside the door. After confirming that it was Fatty Li who brought people back, Yang Ming dared to let Yang Mei open the door. Otherwise, who knew if it was faked by a voice changer this time? Therefore, Yang Ming had to be careful, lest he deal with the difficulties in front, but in the end, he lost everything because of carelessness. Yang Mei went to open the door, and Fatty Li rushed in anxiously. Little Mei, are you okay? Of course I'm fine. Otherwise, who did you see? Yang Mei looked at Fatty Li's nervous appearance and said with a smile, It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. You scared me to death. Fatty Li patted his chest and said with a sigh of relief, Motherfucker, it's so hateful. I learned from a remnant of Old Kong that the car driven by Old Kong was installed with a GPS satellite positioning system, which allowed He Lao San's people to know my whereabouts at any time. Although the people in the gang have been dealt with, this satellite positioning system has become a time bomb. I'm afraid that they will come to you. It's fine now. My people have completely protected this place. They just came. Yang Mei nodded and said, They came? Where? You didn't open the door, right? Fatty Li listened to Yang Mei's words and was suddenly shocked. I don't know. It was younger brother Yang who opened the door. Yang Mei smiled and said, However, younger brother Yang said that he had caught the three people outside the door. Caught? That's great. That's great. Fatty Li touched his chest. Today's things were too messy, but fortunately, Yang Ming was present. He could easily deal with these emergencies. Otherwise, Fatty Li himself was not sure if he could deal with it easily if he was alone. Fatty Li was very fortunate. At this moment, Fong Tian could trouble him with something, and he even sent Yang Ming a guy who was like a god, to come over. It was as if Yang Ming deliberately came to solve the trouble for him. "Where are the people?" Fatty Lee asked quickly. "Over there." Yang Ming also came over at this time. He pointed to the corner of the yard and said, "They're all there. They're all unconscious, but they're not dead. They're waiting for you to ask." "That's great." When Fatty Lee heard that the people were not dead, he suddenly became excited. He rubbed his hands and said, "Hey, Lao San, this time, if I don't ask where your headquarters is, I will not give up. It's also time for me to fight back. This is your business. I originally wanted to help you ask, but I didn't understand what they were saying." Yang Ming shrugged. "So, I will leave it to you to ask." "Okay." Fatty Lee nodded and yelled a few words outside the door. A few black-shirt men came in. Fatty Lee pointed to the 3 people who were knocked down by Yang Ming and gave a few instructions. Then, these people rushed over and dragged the 3 people out. It seemed that they were going to interrogate them inhumanely. However, these people had no sympathy. Yang Ming naturally would not care about their life and death. "How is it? What about your side?" asked Yang Ming. "It's almost done. This time, I really troubled you," Fatty Lee said with some excitement. "Brother Yang, you can rest assured. If there is anything I can help in the future, just ask. I, Lee, will not refuse." "Hee. Before, weren't you going to try your best to help me?" Yang Ming smiled. "I just saw it, and I just happened to encounter it, so I made a move. But you still have to solve Lao San's matter yourself." "Of course, I'm already very grateful. Brother Yang doesn't have to worry about Lao San's matter. I will take care of it myself." Fatty Lee nodded and said. Yang Mei and the Yang Hua sisters were rushed to the house to sleep by Fatty Lee. He had been guarding here with his men nearby and asked the 3 people about Lao San. Although Yang Ming was proficient in the art of inquiry, he did not participate. He let Fatty Lee and the others solve it themselves. These 3 people were obviously not ruthless characters. Sure enough, it didn't take long for these 3 people to tell all the things they knew. Fatty Lee also knew the current hiding place of Lao San. Without saying anything, he directly mobilized people and went to Lao San's lair. This night was destined not to be peaceful for Fatty Lee. Yang Ming was very relaxed and slept with Wang Xiaoyan. He believed that he didn't have to worry about these things. Fatty Lee could handle it. Otherwise, Fatty Lee had been in vain for so long. Sure enough, early the next morning, Fatty Lee rushed back with a smile. Yang Ming didn't have to ask. He knew that the matter was definitely resolved. "You seem to be in a good mood. Lao San, this guy, finally asked me to kill him," Fatty Lee said very straightforwardly. "I didn't want to conflict with him. We didn't interfere with each other's business, but I didn't expect this guy to take the initiative to find me. Then don't blame me. It's still the same sentence. If you can stop, try to stop. After all, you're also a person with a family." Yang Ming patted Fatty Lee's shoulder and comforted him. "I understand." Fatty Lee nodded. "I will consider this issue even if you don't say it. Right? I will invite you to have a big meal to celebrate in a while. I have already contacted the flight tonight." "Okay, everything is up to you." Yang Ming nodded. At noon, Fatty Lee arranged a feast for Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan in the most luxurious hotel here. It was said that this was originally Lao San's contact point, but it was taken by Fatty Lee. It seemed that Fatty Lee was still a very capable person. Yang Mei and Yang Hua also came over. Obviously, Fatty Lee defined this meal as a family feast, not a social event. During the meal, it could be seen that Yang Mei wanted to say something several times, but she stopped. Although Yang Ming found it strange, he didn't say much. In the evening, Fatty Lee drove a brand-new Toyota off-road vehicle to the destination with Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. It was said that this car was also copied from Lao San. Yang Ming thought it was a little funny. In the beginning, when Bao Sanli copied Yu Xianda's industry, it was also like this, right? "This car is better than the one I blew up. Overall, it is still a profit," Fatty Lee said with some pride. Fatty Lee was obviously familiar with this road. At first glance, he often drove here. When the car finally stopped in front of the barbed wire of a courtyard, Yang Ming discovered that it turned out to be a small military airport. Fatty Lee actually got a plane to Africa from here. It could be seen how big his local power was. Chapter 11:10. The car was parked in front of the gate. There were soldiers who were responsible for guarding the gate. These people did not know Fatty Lee, but Fatty Lee's license plate was also the local military's license plate, so they did not ask much. Fatty Lee took out his mobile phone and made a call. He said something that Yang Ming did not understand, but not long after he hung up the phone, the gate opened. Apparently, the soldiers at the gate got the order from inside. Fatty Lee started the car and drove the car directly in. Then the gate behind him closed again, and the previous peace was restored. Fatty Lee obviously did not come to this place for the first time. He drove the car to the front of a loft and stopped. A thin and tall middle-aged man standing in front of the loft came over. Fatty Lee also got out of the car and shook hands with the thin and tall man with a smile. He spoke Vietnamese cordially. Yang Ming did not care about what they said, but he thought that it was also some mutual greetings. Although the two people were using each other, they still had to do enough homework on the surface. After the thin and tall man and Fatty Lee exchanged greetings for a while, he looked up at Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan and nodded. Then, he said something to Fatty Lee. Fatty Lee suddenly smiled happily. "This is Commander Wan." Fatty Lee turned his head and whispered to Yang Ming. "Is the person in charge here?" Yang Ming nodded and said nothing. He was not very clear about the things here. It was useless to say more. Under the leadership of Commander Wan, Fatty Lee and Yang Ming entered the airport and came to the front of a small passenger plane. Then Commander Wan said something to Fatty Lee. Fatty Lee nodded and said to Yang Ming, "The things here have been arranged. You don't have to say anything. Just sit in it." "Okay, sorry to trouble you." Yang Ming smiled and knew that he did not have to be too polite with Fatty Lee. "Have a safe trip. Call me before you come back, and I will arrange it for you." Fatty Lee also smiled and patted Yang Ming's shoulder. Obviously, Fatty Lee and Commander Wan were very familiar with each other. There was no need to say anything. He directly arranged for Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan to get on the plane, and then the plane slowly took off in the twilight. Except for the two pilots, there was no one else on the plane, but looking at the pilots' actions and words, they should be soldiers under Commander Wan. The two people's driving skills were good. Although the small plane's balance was not as good as the big plane, it was still okay, we were going to land. The pilot said to Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. The plane slowly fell and finally landed smoothly. However, the landing site was not in Africa, but on an unknown island. Perhaps because there was no way to enter the country, they chose this way. After getting off the plane, a ship came to pick them up. Obviously, Fatty Lee arranged it properly. The pilot here led Yang Ming to the ship and was ready to return. This was a small motorboat. There were two people on board. One was Asian, and the other was black. "Fatty Lee introduced you?" The Asian's voice was very feminine, which made people feel uncomfortable. His Chinese was also somewhat unfamiliar. It seemed that he was not from China. "Yes." Yang Ming nodded. "Let's get on board." The Asian glanced at Wang Xiaoyan and looked up and down at Yang Ming. Then he said, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan got on the boat together. Then the Asian said something to the black man in English, meaning to let him sail the boat. Through a simple conversation, Yang Ming learned that the Asian was called Wulong. He didn't know where he was from, and he didn't say. The black man was called Jim, and he was a native of Africa. There was still some distance from Country X in North Africa. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were arranged in a cabin on the ship. Yang Ming looked around. There were only 3 cabins on the whole ship. Lying quietly in the cabin, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan didn't sleep. This was not the time to sleep. If the previous pilot of the plane could be trusted, Yang Ming still had some confidence. But now the 2 people on board were not so reliable. These 2 people were not direct friends of Fatty Lee. It could be said that they knew each other indirectly through Commander Wan or others. Therefore, Yang Ming had to be careful. The speed of the boat was not very fast, but Yang Ming didn't insist on anything. In this kind of place, it was good to have such a boat. Yang Ming could now barely accept a sampan boat. The 2 were quietly closing their eyes to rest. Suddenly, they heard a bang sound. Yang Ming quickly opened his eyes, but he saw the Asian, Wulong, come in with a pistol in his hand. He pointed at Yang Ming and said, "You go out. The woman stays." Yang Ming was stunned at first. Then he saw Wulong's obscene eyes and immediately understood what he wanted to do. Looking at his fearless appearance, it was not the first time he did this kind of thing. Wang Xiaoyan was not stupid. When Yang Ming understood, she also understood. She nodded slightly to Yang Ming, indicating that Yang Ming that she could handle it herself. Then, Wang Xiaoyan's expression turned into a horrified expression. What are you going to do?" Yang Ming was somewhat helpless, but he did not stop her. After all, this trip was a bit boring. Wang Xiaoyan was powerful, but she was just an 18 or 19-year-old girl. She also had a childish heart that loved to play. Since Wang Xiaoyan wanted to play a game with Wulong, then Yang Ming naturally let her be. "What am I going to do? You will know in a while." Wulong held the pistol and said lecherously, "We spent money," Wang Xiaoyan said in a hurry. "Spent money? So what if you spent money?" Wulong snorted disdainfully. "The women who were played by me all spent money to be smuggled. But so what? You want to sue me? You want to sue me? It's good enough that I don't arrest you as a smuggler first." Although Wulong was a bit rampant, Yang Ming also knew that he was telling the truth. As a result, the women who were insulted by him could only swallow their anger. It was impossible to do anything to Wulong. However, even if he knew, Yang Ming couldn't change anything. Since he chose the path of smuggling, if he didn't have enough strength to protect himself, then he could only be trampled on. Even if Yang Ming killed Wulong, it wouldn't help. If he killed him, there would still be other smuggling organizations that would do the same. Well, don't talk so much nonsense. If you don't want to die, go out and stand. I guarantee that you will be fine. Wulong pointed his gun at Yang Ming. Okay, in order to cooperate with Wang Xiaoyan, Yang Ming had to pretend to be weak and incompetent. He walked helplessly to the cabin door. Wulong's face showed a smug smile. He had used this trick countless times, and it worked every time. Even if these two people were friends of Fatty Li, so what? Fatty Li couldn't care less about him. Before, when Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan boarded the ship, Wulong noticed Wang Xiaoyan. She had a beautiful face and an exquisite figure. It was extremely tempting. Therefore, although Fatty Li had taken care of him before, Wulong still had crooked thoughts. It was also because he had played with countless women smugglers over the years, and there were no accidents, so he became so unscrupulous. Therefore, after Wang Xiaoyan boarded the ship, Wulong waited for the opportunity to make a move. Originally, Wulong wanted to wait for the two to fall asleep. Then, Wulong sneaked in and made a move, but later Wulong couldn't help it, so he went in with a gun. He wanted to drive Yang Ming out, and then he staged a rape scene. Yang Ming was forced out of the cabin. The black man Jim was standing outside. When he saw Yang Ming, he said, "Sorry," with a blank expression. He pushed Yang Ming into another room, and then locked the cabin door from the outside. Yang Ming could see through the cabin door panel through his X-ray vision. The black man, Jim, was guarding the door of the cabin where Wang Xiaoyan was located. He was motionless like a black door god. After a while, Wulong's powerful groan came from Wang Xiaoyan's cabin. Although Jim was curious why his boss was so loud today, it was not good to disturb him. After all, it was normal to groan a few times when doing that kind of thing. However, it didn't take long for the cabin door to open. Wulong crawled out of the cabin. The black man, Jim, was stunned. He was about to break in, but he was stopped by Wulong. "Don't, it's okay. It's okay. It's a misunderstanding." Wang Xiaoyan walked out of the cabin with Wulong's pistol and looked at Wulong coldly. "If you don't want to die, you can sail the ship with peace of mind. But when are you going to give me my antidote?" Wulong begged with an ashen face. "If you perform well, we will naturally give it to you before we get off the ship." Wang Xiaoyan snorted and said, "Okay, okay." Wulong hurriedly nodded his head. When Yang Ming saw that Wang Xiaoyan had played enough, he didn't need to continue pretending. He directly raised his leg, kicked the cabin door in front of him, and walked out from inside. The loud noise shocked Wulong and Jim, but when they saw that it was Yang Ming, Wulong quickly lowered his head again. He was sad in his heart. This person was obviously pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. He can kick the iron door with one kick. Is he a simple person? His woman is also powerful enough. Not only did she use him as a sandbag to practice Sanda, but she also forced him to eat a poison. If I knew that this man and woman were so difficult to deal with, I would be a fool to provoke them. Yin Yin, are you okay? Although Yang Ming knew that Wang Xiaoyan was fine, he still asked subconsciously. And of course I'm okay. Wang Xiaoyan stretched and said, after sitting on the plane for so long, I finally stretched my muscles. Wulong broke into a sweat. Are you using me as a fitness machine? However, although he thought so, he didn't dare to have the slightest complaint. Otherwise, if she was angry and didn't give him the antidote, then Wulong would be fucked. He didn't dare to say more. Wulong pulled Jim to sail the ship honestly, but Wang Xiaoyan's interest was greatly increased. After returning to the cabin with Yang Ming, she said, Yang Ming, why don't we do it again here? That's not very good, right? Yang Ming felt that this cabin was quite unsoundproof. It's just to let that guy Wulong hear it. It will make his heart itch and torture him to death. Wang Xiaoyan said viciously, you are really bad. Yang Ming shook his head helplessly and said, right, what medicine did you give him? An aphrodisiac. Wang Xiaoyan suddenly lowered her voice and said sneakily, what? Yang Ming was stunned, and then he couldn't help but laugh. Aren't you harming him? Where did you get it? I found it in this room. I fed him one, but he didn't see what medicine it was. Huh? Wang Xiaoyan said proudly. Then you're not afraid that after he hears us, he can't help it? Yang Ming was afraid that this guy would be blinded by lust again and come to destroy the good thing between them. Then, Yang Ming really couldn't help but want to kill him. Does he dare? Oomph. Wang Xiaoyan said disdainfully. At most, he can't help but do it with that black guy Jim. Waha, am I very evil? Ah, it turns out that you also have such a playful side. At this time, Yang Ming really felt that Wang Xiaoyan was also a girl in her youth. Occasionally, she would have some bad thoughts. Yeah, how is it? Do you like the previous me or the current me? Wang Xiaoyan nodded and asked. The current you? Yang Ming smiled and said, you seem to be happier now, compared to the previous you who was indifferent and wanted to make a big assassin organization. You are more energetic and more charming. Really? Wang Xiaoyan hesitated and said, I also feel very happy now. Come on. The cheerful voice passed to Wulong's ears from the cabin. Wulong only felt that his lower body was as hard as iron. Although his heart was very itchy, he thought that if he went now, he might lose his life. So Wulong still dispelled this unrealistic idea. That little girl was not someone he could touch. Not to mention her own means, even if her man casually gave him a kick, that Wulong would directly explode and die. Seeing the deformed iron gate on the ground, Wulong suddenly shuddered. However, his physiological needs were not reduced at all. Helplessly, Wulong could only stand on the edge of the deck and start the great undertaking of 5 against 1. When the sun rose, the ship also docked. This was the first time that Yang Ming set foot on the land of Africa. He was a little fresh and a little nervous. Heroin, my antidote. Wulong naturally would not forget to ask for his antidote. Seeing that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were ready to get off the boat, he quickly asked, Oh, the antidote. Wang Xiaoyan patted her head and smiled. If you didn't mention it, I almost forgot. My lady, you must not forget. It's okay if you forget, but I am finished. Wulong said humbly, and here you are. Wang Xiaoyan took out an antidote from her pocket and threw it into Wulong's mouth. Thank you, thank you. Wulong's heart settled down. Otherwise, he was always worried that Wang Xiaoyan would not give him the antidote. If she did not give him the antidote, he could not snatch it. Even if he snatched it, he could not snatch it. Then, he could only wait for death. Fortunately, Wang Xiaoyan was still a trustworthy person. She finally gave him the antidote. However, for Wang Xiaoyan's straightforwardness, Wulong still had some doubts. So he asked, Heroine, is this really the antidote? Are you lying to me? Why would I lie to you? It's up to you to believe it or not. Wang Xiaoyan frowned and said impatiently, I believe. I just want to make sure. Wulong quickly said with a smile. When we go back, we may have to take your boat. If you die, who am I going to find? Wang Xiaoyan glared at him. Okay, don't dawdle. We have to go. Okay. When he heard Wang Xiaoyan's words, Wulong was relieved. Wulong watched Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan leave until Wulong got on the boat. Jim also knew that his boss had suffered a big loss this time. He felt a little funny, but he didn't dare to laugh out loud. He had to endure it. It was very uncomfortable. Wulong seemed to see the smile in Jim's eyes. He glared and said, Laugh, what are you laughing at? You almost lost your life. Wulong didn't feel that there was anything to be ashamed of in this matter. If his strength was not as good as others, then he had to admit defeat. The result of a head-on fight was death. Stepping on the land of Africa, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan looked at each other and smiled. After a few days, they finally arrived at their destination. Although there were some twists and turns in the middle, it was still smooth. What antidote did you just give him? Yang Ming was a little puzzled. This aphrodisiac doesn't need an antidote, right? It's still an aphrodisiac. I gave him another one. Wang Xiaoyan said with a smile. Sweat, you are really ruthless. Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. Do you know how ruthless I am? If you make me unhappy, I will also give you one. Wang Xiaoyan snorted. Give it to me? Huh. Yang Ming suddenly laughed after listening. What are you laughing at? Wang Xiaoyan frowned and asked. If you're not afraid of being killed by me, then give it to me. Yang Ming still couldn't help but laugh. Wang Xiaoyan also felt that if she gave it to Yang Ming, it was equivalent to harming herself. Her face was red, and she closed her mouth. This place belonged to a small country in the north of Africa. Although it was in the territory of Africa, it actually did not belong to Africa. This was a country controlled by armed forces. Here, the alternation of political power was like the change of day and night. Sometimes, yesterday, a temporary government was in charge, and today, another regime was in charge. General Kars was a relatively large armed force here, but the strength of his opponent, General Houghton, was not weak. Moreover, General Kars had already lost his vitality because of the struggle for power a while ago. Now, if there was a conflict with General Houghton, it was still unknown who would win. The target of Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan this time was General Houghton, the political enemy of General Kars. Chapter 1111. In fact, in the war-torn land of Country X, the so-called titles, such as generals, were self-titled. Even the leader of an armed force with only a few thousand people was self-titled as a general. In this small Country X, such a small place, there might be dozens of generals, or even more than the average big country. In fact, it was not difficult to assassinate the leader of an armed force. Although the armed forces of these leaders were strong, most of them relied on hot weapons to fight. Their individual strength might not be so strong. However, even so, there were not many assassins who were willing to come here to take on the task. Assassins were skilled in killing, not brute force. Although they were good at killing, they often needed the cover of the environment and some external factors. In such a war-torn place, no one was willing to accept the task, even if it was easy. The reason was very simple. Although assassins were better at assassination, most of them were not good at head-on conflicts, especially in this kind of war with hot weapons. A group of soldiers used guns to shoot you. No matter how powerful you were, you would be shot into a sieve. This was why Kars offered such a high price, but still no one took on this task. It would take their own life as a joke. They might not even see the target of the task, and they would be robbed and killed in the war. This was something that was hard to say. The first thing Yang Ming had to do when he arrived here was to see General Kars. After all, Yang Ming did not know where General Houghton was stationed. He wanted to get first-hand information from General Kars. Country X had a large foreign population, so Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan, the two yellow-skinned people, were not very eye-catching. Most of these people were like Huang Leilei's family. They came here to speculate. Many people thought that this war-torn country was a paradise for speculators and adventurers. But after they went bankrupt, they found that the rules of the game here were not what they were familiar with. Here, connections and money were of no use. Even if you knew the most powerful interim president here, maybe he would step down in 2 days and your network would be in vain. Money was not useful. No matter how rich you were still the meat in the mouth of others. Therefore, only when you had an absolutely powerful armed force could you occupy a foothold in this war-torn country. Therefore, people like Huang Lele's family, who came here to take risks and seek for gold, as long as there was a change in the regime, their momentary glory would be instantly annihilated. Of course, Fang Tian's diamond mine was an exception. No matter which armed force was in power, their leader wouldn't be stupid enough to offend a top assassin. They couldn't wait to curry favor with this kind of person, so why would they offend him? Offending such a person would not benefit them at all. Therefore, after General Kars came to power, he still did not take back Fang Tian's diamond mine. Not only that, but he also personally called to express goodwill. This series of actions showed that he could not afford to offend Fang Tian. Although Yang Ming did not know where General Houghton was, Yang Ming could easily find General Kars. The capital of Country X was Shojia City. Yang Ming had also translated it based on the transliteration because there was no relevant information on the internet. But before departure, Fang Tian got a military map of Country X from General Kars. Yang Ming could easily find the capital of Country X, Shojia City. The traffic in the city was relatively chaotic. In order to survive, some people had to rely on various armed forces or big forces. Otherwise, it would be difficult to survive. There were no buses here, only some large trucks operated by the army as a means of transportation. Of course, these trucks were currently under the operation of the Kars regime. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan stopped such a car on the road and asked the direction of the car. The two got behind the car, and the truck headed to the capital of Country X. The common currency here was different from the currencies of other African countries. The U.S. dollar was used, but fortunately, Yang Ming had prepared some in advance. The cost of the ride was $3 per person, depending on the distance. This was the first time that Yang Ming had come to such a war-torn country, but it was better than what he imagined. Yang Ming originally thought that this war-torn country would be the kind of war-torn country with ruins everywhere. However, now it seemed that this was not the case. Although the development of the city was not very high, probably at the level of the country in the 70s and 80s, it was also well organized. When various armed forces were in conflict, they would tacitly choose some sparsely populated places, and they would not destroy the existing city construction. Otherwise, if the city was destroyed, it would not be a good thing even if they obtained political power. If they wanted to rebuild, it would cost a lot of money. This was an astronomical figure for these temporary regimes that were already short of funds. Therefore, regardless of whether the regime changed alternately, these normal towns and cities would not be damaged too much. Even so, some small businesses on the street looked particularly bleak. Halfway through, some locals got on the car, but most of them looked at Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan and lowered their heads. They did not feel anything strange. The territory of Country X was not large. It was not even as big as a small domestic province. So the car soon arrived at Shojia City, the capital of Country X. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan got off the car and rushed to General Kars' temporary government. The location of the temporary government was very easy to find. They could just ask anyone. No matter how the regime was handed over, the temporary government's office location would not change. The appearance of the temporary government was not very luxurious, and it was even a little shabby, but it was understandable. Every president here knew that he would not be able to do it for a long time, and he would not invest the limited funds in the construction of the government building. It could be 1 year, 5 years, or 1 month. A temporary government would be replaced by another group of armed forces. However, in front of the temporary government, there were soldiers guarding it strictly. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan could naturally claim that General Kars invited them, so they could enter from the main entrance. However, Yang Ming did not intend to directly reveal his identity, but he chose to sneak in secretly. On the one hand, he could show his and Wang Xiaoyan's abilities. On the other hand, he also wanted to give General Kars a deterrent effect so that he would not underestimate him. In this way, In the future negotiations about Huang Leilei's family's gold mine, Yang Ming could grasp the initiative. As for the deterrence of General Kars, Yang Ming naturally had another deep meaning in it, but this idea was not very mature now. Yang Ming did not mention it to anyone around him. Although it seemed that there were some armed soldiers guarding here, when it came to the degree of security, these people were far worse than the guards at the government gates of those big countries. These people were temporarily drawn from their own armed forces and had not been professionally trained. So, when Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan secretly climbed the wall and entered the temporary government compound, no one found them. Yang Ming had seen General Kars from the information. He was a European Caucasian in his 40s, but he had established his own armed forces in Country X very early. Finally, he launched a coup at the beginning of this year and controlled the political power of Country X. Using his special ability to scan the interior of the temporary government building, Yang Ming easily found General Kars' office. At this moment, General Kars was sitting in the office, looking at a military map. He frowned and drew on it with a marker. This kind of temporary government seemed to be heavily guarded from the outside, but the inside was very loose. Outside General Kars' office, there were no guards, not even surveillance videos. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan easily entered the office building from the bathroom on the second floor, and then came to the door of General Kars' office on the third floor. Yang Ming knocked on the door, and the voice of General Kars came from inside. "Please come in." General Kars spoke English, but Yang Ming focused on learning English. There was no problem with normal conversations. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan directly pushed the door and walked in. Then, under General Kars' somewhat surprised gaze, they sat on the sofa opposite General Kars' desk. "You guys..." General Kars was stunned and subconsciously touched the gun on his body. "Don't be impulsive." Wang Xiaoyan raised the pistol from Wulong and pointed it at General Kars. General Kars' movements stagnated there, and his face became ugly. Because there was a muzzle pointed at him, he did not dare to make any other moves and slowly raised his hand. "Who sent you? Can you tell me? Houghton? Or..." General Kars was worthy of being on the battlefield, and his expression returned to calmness. "Let me introduce myself. We are from the Black Butterfly Assassin Group. My surname is Yang Ming. This is my partner, Wang Xiaoyan." Yang Ming was not afraid to reveal his identity to General Kars because people like General Kars would not publicize anything. Moreover, Country X did not join the United Nations, so Yang Ming did not need to worry about anything. "You were introduced by Mr. Fong?" General Kars suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and asked. "Yes, so I told you not to be impulsive." Yang Ming smiled and turned his head. "Yin Yin, you can put down the gun. You scared me to death, but you are really powerful." General Kars said sincerely, "If you were sent by Houghton, then I am already dead. Your defense here is not tight." Yang Ming faintly reminded, "It is easy for someone who wants to come in. If you are not too short of money, it is best to install a monitoring system. Otherwise, you may die at any time. Of course, even if there is a monitoring system, it does not make any sense to us." General Kars suddenly had a cold sweat. Indeed, if Yang Ming chose to assassinate him, then he was already dead. Yang Ming did not expect that General Kars' temporary government's preventive measures would be so poor. The soldiers patrolling outside were more intimidating. "I will do it as soon as possible. Mr. Yang, thank you for reminding me." General Kars did not dare to be arrogant in front of Yang Ming. He quickly stood up humbly and said very respectfully, "Mr. Yang, when can you act? Give me Houghton's information and then give me a car." Yang Ming said, "But this time, I want to take over Mr. Fong's previous diamond mine. Is there any problem?" No. General Kars shook his head and smiled. "The diamond mine is very good. It can be mined at any time. I thought you sold it to someone else again." Yang Ming shrugged and said, "I heard that you will take back the minerals that were given out before when you changed the regime here." "Huh!" General Kars was a little embarrassed and said with a smile, "Take back anyone's, but I dare not take back Mr. Fong's. If you and Mr. Fong want to take my name, isn't it easy? It's good that you understand it. I thought you didn't know." Yang Ming's previous teasing expression suddenly changed into a serious expression. General Kars didn't understand why Yang Ming suddenly said this, but Yang Ming was someone he could never afford to offend, so he had to smile awkwardly. He didn't know how to continue this topic. Well, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the assassination target. Yang Ming didn't need to say too much now. It was enough to scare General Kars a little. As for Huang Leilei's matter, it would not be too late to solve it after the mission was completed. During this mission, Yang Ming also planned to ask Li Chong to bring people to Africa. While receiving the diamond mine here, he would build a strong armed force. However, even if it was not very strong, General Kars would not offend the people here. It was just that Li Chong and the others were strong enough. Probably even the regular army under Kars was not their opponent. As for the way Li Chong came over, it was not as troublesome as Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. After all, Yang Ming intended to ask them to come over, and he was not going to let them go back. Therefore, they could come to Africa from the normal channel, and then go inland to Country X. Houghton's armed forces are located in the eastern mountains of Country X. As General Kars introduced, he unfolded the map in his hand and began to mark it. In addition to Houghton's armed forces, there is another armed force in the vicinity. It is the armed force led by Kevin. Fortunately, he and Houghton are not on good terms. Otherwise, if they join forces, their strength cannot be underestimated. As General Kars spoke, he also marked the location of Kevin. Yang Ming quietly looked at the location of the armed forces on the map. This Kevin, does he not pose a threat to your regime? There is no threat for the time being. Kevin is a very conservative person. He has been occupying the southern part of Country X. He has occupied the mountain as the king, but he does not attack. This situation has been going on for several years. He has not expanded his forces, said General Kars. What about their forces? Yang Ming continued to ask. Houghton's forces are bigger, but Kevin is not weak. Because there is no conflict with the outside world, his people can't be underestimated now. In fact, everyone understands that he is conserving his strength, but he can't do anything in the near future, said General Kars. In addition to these two forces, is there anything else nearby? Yang Ming nodded. It seemed that General Kars was not a fool. He still had some brains. No, there are only these two armed forces. But for now, Houghton is a bigger threat to me. We are originally enemies. Now that I am on the stage, he will definitely not be reconciled. So it is only a matter of time before he deals with me. I naturally have to make the first move, said General Kars. Make the first move? Yang Ming shrugged and smiled. In fact, I don't want to hide it from you. Houghton is also offering a reward to kill you. It's just that I chose to help you because of Mr. Fong. This guy actually wants to hire an assassin to kill me? General Kars was shocked after hearing it and said angrily, It seems that I really can't keep him. However, after venting, General Kars fell into contemplation again. After I kill Houghton, will there be a group of Houghtons? At that time, I don't have the help of Yang Ming. What should I do? Although General Kars was ready to step down on the first day he came to power, the longer he sat in this position, the more reluctant he became. He didn't want to step down. He wanted to sit in this position all the time, but obviously this was not realistic. The lessons of history told him that other regimes would replace him in 5 years at most, or a few months at least. General Kars sighed and fantasized in his heart. If Yang Ming was the power around him, how good would it be? In this way, he would not have to be afraid of anyone. But obviously, this idea was not impossible. A person like Yang Ming would never be a subordinate of General Kars. If he were to be a subordinate of General Kars would not necessarily accept him. Although General Kars seemed to be powerful, Yang Ming's wealth might not be less than General Kars, and a temporary president like General Kars was respectful to Yang Ming. After obtaining General Houghton's photos and information, Yang Ming left General Kars and asked him to wait for his news here. As for the car, General Kars was ready. It was a military green Jeep. The origin and brand were unknown. It might have been assembled and produced by a local car company, but there was a document of General Kars authorization in the car. With this document, a lot of trouble could be avoided, and there would be no obstacles along the way. Of course, when they arrived at the station of General Houghton and General Kevin, this document was no longer useful. After Yang Ming left, General Kars fell into contemplation. Obviously, the arrival of Yang Ming made his mind become active. Even though his current power wasn't as great as he had imagined, Karsi still enjoyed this feeling. Chapter 11-12. The car here was a right-steering car. When he first got started, Yang Ming was still not used to it. Fortunately, there were not many cars driving on the road. Occasionally, they would pass by, but they were the public trucks or some military material transport vehicles. However, no matter what kind of car, when they saw Yang Ming's military green car with a special license plate, they would avoid it. It could be seen that some towns and roads near the temporary government were completely controlled by General Kars. This car belonged to General Kars' government. These people were obviously very clear. Later, Yang Ming learned that this car was one of General Kars' cars. No wonder it had such great authority. However, it could also be seen that General Kars' finances were really tight. Even his own car was very bad. No wonder he wanted to exploit Huang Lele, a businessman without roots and power, as soon as he took office. Because Country X implemented military control, there were soldiers standing guard on the streets not far away. Yang Ming was unimpeded all the way. No one stopped him even when he drove the car at the highest speed. However, when he left Shoji City, a pair of soldiers checked Yang Ming's car. Obviously, although they knew General Kars' car, they did not know Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. In order to prevent accidents, they still checked Yang Ming. Yang Ming also cooperated and took out the authorization letter signed by General Kars. After the soldiers confirmed the authenticity of the authorization letter, they immediately saluted and let him go. Yang Ming also knew that the cars and documents in the vicinity were still useful, but as he went further and further, these things would become less useful because Kars did not control several armed forces near the border of Country X. Gradually moving away from Shoji City, the capital of Country X, Yang Ming also became low-key. According to the military map, this area was no longer under the control of General Kars because there were already other vehicles with military license plates nearby. For the license plate of Yang Ming's car, although these people did not do anything too hostile, their eyes were obviously not right when they saw Yang Ming. There was no previous respect, but vigilance and caution. After all, this was a town. It belonged to General Kars' territory nominally, but the people here no longer paid taxes to the Kars government, but paid money to the nearby garrison armed forces. Yang Ming found a place where there was no one, got out of the car, took off the license plate, and put it in an iron box behind the car with General Kars' authorization letter. Yang Ming's car became a black car without a license plate. Fortunately, the traffic management here was very irregular. All the cars did not have a driving license, and the license plates were arranged internally by each armed force. There were many cars like Yang Ming's without a license plate. They belonged to those private mine owners. These people did not belong to any armed force, so it was normal for the car to not have a license plate. After Yang Ming took off the license plate, the people who passed by on the road looked at them more normally. After all, there were many Asians who invested here. No one doubted the purpose of Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming. Gradually, out of the last town, it began to become sparsely populated. There were no shops and pedestrians, only rugged dirt roads. Obviously, this was already the territory of those armed forces. In a while, let's see if we can see General Houghton through the normal way. Yang Ming had already thought of a way to get close to General Houghton on the road, but he didn't know if it was feasible. Normal way? Wang Xiaoyan asked. Go directly to see him? Yes, we're going to see him as businessmen who invest here. Let's see if we can see him. Yang Ming said, according to common sense, their armed forces are in need of funds. They should give a warmer reception to foreign businessmen. Of course, after the reception, if you bring the money, you are at the mercy of others. That's also true, but at least before we invest, we should be treated with friendliness. Wang Xiaoyan also understood the face of these armed forces, but they were here to kill anyway, not to invest. At most, they were just fooling them. At noon, Yang Ming found a house nearby and gave them some money to buy some food. In this kind of country, it was very difficult to find a restaurant unless it was near the capital. The farther away from the capital, the fewer business circles there were. Even small shops could not be seen doing business. Even if there were some processing plants and mining. However, the people in the house were still relatively friendly. Yang Ming gave them $10 and asked them to help get some food. Then he talked to them. "We are businessmen who want to invest here. Which sphere of influence does this place belong to?" Of course, Yang Ming used English, the official language of Country X, when he talked. When it comes to sphere of influence, General Houghton manages more. Although General Kevin is also nearby, he rarely interferes with local government affairs. The male owner earned $10. He was obviously very excited and talked happily with Yang Ming. "That is to say, if we want to open a mine or something here, we have to consult General Houghton's opinion?" asked Yang Ming. "This is the case, but I still don't want to say it." The male owner shook his head and closed his mouth. "Why don't you say it? What's wrong?" Yang Ming asked curiously. You see, General Houghton and General Kevin, they are very powerful now. They are in power, but I can't say when." The male owner sighed. "In fact, I shouldn't say this, but I still want to remind you that you must be cautious when investing." After Yang Ming listened to the male owner's words, he smiled and said, "Don't worry. We're doing short-term investment business. Short-term is okay. If it is long-term, you have to be careful." The male owner breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "This country is a small place, and there are so many civil wars. I don't know when we can live a peaceful life. Soon, this day will not be too far away," Yang Ming said with a smile. The male owner thought that Yang Ming was comforting him, so he didn't think much about it. He also nodded with a smile. "Right, we're going to see General Houghton." "Can he see us?" asked Yang Ming. "If you're going to see General Houghton himself, it seems to be a bit difficult." The male owner thought about it and said, "Generally, businessmen who come to invest are received by General Houghton's adjutant, Mr. Wixon, the civil affairs officer of this area." "Wixon?" Yang Ming frowned. "Is this place not within the scope of General Carr's government?" "Nominally, yes, but the people here no longer pay taxes to the Carr's government. Instead, they hand it over to Officer Wixon." The male owner introduced. "It turns out to be the case." Yang Ming nodded. "It seems that the development of things is not going in the direction I expected. If I want to see General Houghton, it is obviously a bit far-fetched to use the excuse of investment. However, no matter what, let's give it a try first. Take one step at a time. Maybe things will take a turn for the better." In fact, in terms of civil affairs, Officer Wixon's words are equivalent to General Houghton's words. As long as he makes the decision, your investment here is completely fine. You don't have to see General Houghton. The male owner thought that Yang Ming was afraid that Officer Wixon couldn't make the decision, and he didn't have the strength to make it difficult. That's not it." Yang Ming smiled and said, "I just think that it is better to see the highest person in charge for this kind of thing." "Yeah, but you can fight for it. Maybe you will see General Houghton." Although the male owner didn't know how much Yang Ming wanted to invest, it was definitely not a small amount. There was nothing to be picky about if they were careful. After eating, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan said goodbye to the male and female owner and left the house. Although the meal was simple, it was very appetizing. Yang Ming didn't need to eat any delicacies as long as he was full. At least it was much better than some fast food. "It seems that things are not easy to do." Yang Ming said, "We just use the excuse of investment. We shouldn't be able to see General Houghton. What can we do? Let's try it first." Wang Xiaoyan didn't make any suggestions in the house, but she also listened to what the male owner said. Yang Ming originally wanted to meet General Houghton in the name of selling firearms, but he gave up on it after thinking about it. After all, they bought firearms from fixed merchants. His sudden appearance would cause General Houghton's vigilance, and it would be even harder to make a move. So, he still tried it for normal investment reasons. In the afternoon, Yang Ming easily found the location of General Houghton's garrison according to the markings on the military map and the male owner's guidance. This was a very spacious area where the garrison was built. There were no buildings nearby, and there was no place to hide. It would be extremely difficult to carry out an assassination in such a place, unless they used missiles to blow it all up. However, it was obvious that none of these armed forces could buy missiles. Otherwise, the country would definitely be in chaos. Seeing the terrain, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan also directly dispelled the idea of sneaking in to carry out an assassination because it was completely impossible. Unless they could be invisible, they would have been stared at from a long distance. Just like now, Yang Ming had been noticed by the soldiers on guard when he was driving close to the garrison. Before he got close to the gate of the garrison, a military jeep that was more dilapidated than Yang Ming's car drove over here. It stopped not far from Yang Ming. A few soldiers jumped off the car and then signaled Yang Ming to stop. Yang Ming didn't intend to have any conflict with them. Here, it was very unwise to have conflicts with these people as an obvious target. Therefore, Yang Ming followed the person's signal, stopped the car, and jumped out of the car. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" asked a leading soldier. "We are businessmen who are going to invest here. We want to see General Houghton." Yang Ming replied in English in a friendly manner with a natural expression. The soldier looked up and down at Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan and nodded. "About the investment, you go to the town's administrative office and find Officer Wixon." "Officer Wixon." Yang Ming hesitated and said, "This is the case. After all, we are not familiar with this place. We want to meet the highest military officer here, General Houghton." "No need. General Houghton is very busy. There is no time to see you." The soldier waved his hand and said, "This is a military-restricted area. You should go back quickly. If you go forward again, we will shoot." "Well, since this is the case, then forget it." Yang Ming shook his head, returned to the car, and started the car. Obviously, the attempt failed. They didn't even enter the garrison base before they were blocked. However, it was normal to think about it. General Houghton couldn't meet everyone. Anyway, he was also the highest military officer in a place. He couldn't be met casually. Turning the car around, Yang Ming drove away from the military station. It failed. Yang Ming shrugged. Although he had already expected such a result, Yang Ming was still a little frustrated. If the direct meeting was not successful, then it would be difficult to enter the garrison in other ways. Yang Ming was an assassin, not Superman. Although his kung fu was really good under Fong Tian's strict training, it was impossible to fight against 100 people, and it was impossible to be invulnerable. Now it seemed that someone had come to stop him before he got close to the station. Yang Ming also used his special ability to look at the terrain inside the garrison territory. After entering the wall, there was a large open space and a military drill area. The office area was located in the center of the entire military base. If he wanted to sneak in, he would be discovered unless he was airborne or underground. This also increased the difficulty of the assassination. Yang Ming sighed. In this way, he had to take other ways. "You can't say that," Wang Xiaoyan said. "We just came here for the first day. If this mission could be completed so easily, we wouldn't have received it. Someone else would have received it. It's good that you have this mentality." Yang Ming nodded. Wang Xiaoyan was right. They had only been here for a day. They were not in a hurry to perform the mission. It was better to find a place to rest first, and then it would not be too late to make plans. Yang Ming drove the car and went with Wang Xiaoyan to the nearest town nearby, which was also General Houghton's sphere of influence. Officer Wixon was in charge of the area. The economic development here was obviously much worse than Shoji City. It looked very bleak because very few outsiders would come here. The people here were all locals. After looking for a long time, they found a snack bar where they could stay, but the environment was okay. Yang Ming paid the money and went upstairs with Wang Xiaoyan to the guest room. Obviously, no one had stayed here for a long time. There should not be many guests in this town, and the main business of this shop was not a hotel, but a small restaurant. Yang Ming ordered some simple dishes and carefully checked the room with Wang Xiaoyan. Although there should be no monitoring equipment in this kind of place, it was still better to be careful. However, the result of the inspection was that there was really no monitoring equipment here. "It seems that we are really too careful," Wang Xiaoyan said with some self-deprecation. Even General Carr's presidential palace has no monitoring equipment. It is impossible for this town's hotel to have it. Yang Ming smiled, but it was not wrong to be careful when they were outside. Moreover, the two usually talked about some sensitive topics. It was not good if they were overheard. After dinner in the evening, Yang Ming called and told Fang Tian everything that happened here. Fang Tian just told Yang Ming not to worry and to be careful. He did not say much. What did your master say? Yang Ming hung up the phone, and Wang Xiaoyan asked. He told us to be careful and not to worry. Yang Ming said, what else can he say? He can't do anything? Asked Wang Xiaoyan. He didn't say that, but in this case, no one can do anything. Yang Ming said, we can't wait for Hao Yetan to come out, and then we kill him, right? Let him come out. After Wang Xiaoyan listened to Yang Ming's words, she suddenly fell into contemplation. After a while, her face showed an unexpected smile. Yes, just wait for him to come out. This is a good idea. Wait for him to come out. Yang Ming was also stunned. You mean lure the snake out of its hole? Yang Ming naturally would not be stupid enough to think that Wang Xiaoyan meant to wait here, because it was impossible for a character like Hao Yetan to go out casually. Many things did not need to be done personally, so it did not make any sense for him to go out. And it is to lure the snake out of its hole. Wang Xiaoyan nodded and said with some excitement, only this time is the best time to kill him. Your idea is very good, but the key question is, how do we lure him out? There is nothing outside that can attract him out, right? Yang Ming was not pouring cold water, but it was not a simple matter to let General Hao Yetan come out. This is indeed a problem. It needs to be studied carefully. Wang Xiaoyan nodded and said, anyway, there is still time. We are not in a hurry. Let's rest first. We have been busy these days. Yang Ming nodded and let Wang Xiaoyan lie on the bed first. He picked up the satellite phone and called Li Chong. He asked them to prepare and pack up to meet him in Country X in Africa. Li Chong did not ask for the reason, but just asked how many people were brought. When he heard Yang Ming say all of them, Li Chong said a word of good. For Li Chong's performance, Yang Ming was quite satisfied. What he wanted was absolute obedience. Li Chong had obviously done it now, but his strength needed to be improved. But then again, this kind of war-torn country in Africa was a great help to improve strength. Yang Ming called Li Chong over because he wanted them to develop and grow here. Chapter 11:13. For 2 days, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan didn't think of a suitable method to lure General Houghton out, because there was nothing worth Houghton's attention at all. Even if he paid attention, he didn't have to come out personally. This made Yang Ming feel very embarrassed. After all, Houghton was not an ordinary person, but the leader of an armed force. Even if he wanted to maintain his prestige, he would not simply walk on the street. Therefore, it was not a simple matter to lure Houghton out and wait for the opportunity to kill him. However, with Fang Tian's comfort, Yang Ming was not in a hurry. Every day, in addition to flirting with Wang Xiaoyan in the room, the two people regarded this mission as a leisure trip. When they had nothing to do, they would walk around and take photos as souvenirs. They had a lot of fun. The owner of the hotel also regarded this pair of young people as tourists who came to play. Of course, he did not think that they came here from Asia, but thought that they were relatives or children of a nearby mine owner. On the afternoon of the third day, Li Chong took a group of people and sneaked into Country X in Africa. Yang Ming had already told Li Chong the latitude and longitude of the location through the GPS, so Li Chong could easily find this place with the GPS device. Yang Ming had to sigh at the power of modern technology. If it were in the past, it would be difficult for the two groups to meet in a strange country, but now it was extremely simple. Li Chong and the others acted at night. They did not enter the town, but stopped 2 kilometers away from the town and stationed there. After all, Li Chong and the others had too many people. If they rushed into the town, it would definitely attract the attention of others. At night, Yang Ming drove the jeep and went with Wang Xiaoyan to the place where Li Chong and others were stationed 2 kilometers away from the town. The militarized management, the concentrated training of the assassins, and the essence of Chinese martial arts formed Li Chang's powerful team. The on-duty personnel patrolling outside the station found that Yang Ming's car was coming this way and immediately reported to Li Chang. The entire station entered an emergency state of facing the enemy. However, after Li Chang confirmed that the visitor was Yang Ming, the station lifted the alarm. Li Chang, Lu Chao, Wang Peng, Golden Bull, and Lu Xinyang stood outside the station, waiting for the arrival of Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. Brother Yang, sister-in-law. Li Chang and others waited for Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan to park the car. They quickly trotted over and shouted loudly. Even Golden Bull, who had been following Wang Xiaoyan, changed his address at this moment. At this point, Black Widow and Li Chang's original group had completely merged together and formed a new group, the Black Butterfly Organization. Golden Bull also became a member of Li Chang's circle. Naturally, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. He changed the name of Wang Xiaoyan. After all, at this moment, he also understood the relationship between Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming. Respect for Yang Ming was equivalent to respect for Wang Xiaoyan. Calling her sister-in-law seemed to make Wang Xiaoyan happier. Yang Ming looked at the neat and orderly station and nodded slightly. He praised, "Not bad. I haven't seen you for a few days. You have impressed me, especially Golden Bull. Your original men have also changed their previous habits and integrated into this group. This makes me very happy." Yang Ming praised Golden Bull, and Golden Bull's face naturally showed a look of joy. In fact, what Golden Bull was most afraid of was that Yang Ming's men were xenophobic and did not accept him and his brothers. But now it seemed that his worries were completely unnecessary. In this organization, there was only cooperation and unity. They trained together and suffered together. No one regarded them as outsiders. Therefore, this was also an important reason why Golden Bull and others were able to change their previous habits in such a short time. Everyone must understand that the domestic environment is not suitable for your survival, and it is not suitable for our development and growth. Yang Ming looked at Li Chang and others and said, "So, if our organization wants to establish a foothold in the world, North Africa is the most suitable place. There are no laws and no rules. Everything depends on strength and fists. Whoever is powerful is the boss. I think that here, you will be able to realize yourself and make a name for yourself." Indeed, Yang Ming was right. Because of the domestic environment, Li Chang and others were timid in their work and training. They did not dare to make a big fuss, but it was different here. They had long heard that North Africa was the world of armed forces and mercenary groups. Therefore, after listening to Yang Ming's words, their faces showed excitement and expectation. I won't say anything unnecessary. After all, the road ahead is up to you. I have already taught you the training methods. Whether you can gain a foothold here will depend on your strength. Yang Ming said very seriously, "Brother Yang, you can rest assured. We're the strongest. We will definitely be able to stand firm here." Li Chang and others said, "Well, I will help you solve the problem of the weapons as soon as possible. In these few days, you should first familiarize yourself with a nearby environment." Yang Ming instructed, "Yes, Brother Yang." Li Chang and others said quickly. Yang Ming nodded. As he was about to leave, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Lu Xinyang on the side. He was stunned and then touched his head. How could I forget him? This is a ready-made military advisor. It will be a waste not to use him. Lu Xinyang, you go back with me. The others stay here. If there is anything, contact me with a satellite phone at any time," Yang Ming said. When Lu Xinyang heard Yang Ming calling him, he quickly trotted over and got into Yang Ming's car. Li Chang and others also returned to the station to discuss how to make a big impact in Country X. "Brother Yang, are you looking for me?" After getting into the car, Lu Xinyang asked carefully. "Well, there is something I want to discuss with you," Yang Ming said as he drove. "Brother Yang, if you have something to say, I will do my best to do it," Lu Xinyang said quickly. "Things are like this." Yang Ming told Lu Xinyang about his purpose and the trouble he was now in. After all, Lu Xinyang and the others were people that Yang Ming trusted. Yang Ming didn't need to hide anything from them. They were about to become part of Yang Ming's ambition and realization of his ideals. Sister-in-law's idea is very good. Lure the snake out of its hole. After listening to Yang Ming's analysis, Lu Xinyang nodded with certainty. This is the only way at present. As you said, it is almost impossible to see General Houghton. No matter what reason you use, the other party will not easily let you meet General Houghton directly. Therefore, to carry out the assassination plan now, we can only let General Houghton come out by himself. There is no other way. I know this too. Do you have any good ideas? Asked Yang Ming. What good ideas can I have? Lu Xinyang shrugged and smiled bitterly. Sister-in-law's idea is already very good. I just planned it in detail on the basis of her idea. Yang Ming was stunned and immediately understood that Lu Xinyang was being modest. He said this to show that he already had a way, but he was afraid that Wang Xiaoyan would be embarrassed, so he said this deliberately. Well, if you have any good ideas, just say it. For these conspiracies, Yin Yin and I can't do it. No one is better than you. Yang Ming said with a smile. It's not a good idea. Lu Xinyang also smiled. What kind of person can make General Houghton see him in person? Of course, it is someone who is similar to him. Our advantage is that in this place, there's an armed force that is comparable to General Houghton's power, the power of General Kevin. So, here, the only person who can make General Houghton see him in person is General Kevin. Continue. Yang Ming did not interrupt Lu Xinyang, but made a gesture to let him continue. For a long time, General Houghton and General Kevin have been getting along peacefully. Brother Yang, what do you think the leaders of the two armed forces, Houghton and Kevin, will do if there's a conflict between the two groups? Lu Xinyang paused and continued. Obviously, it is unwise to start a war directly, because in an environment like North Africa, one more friend is always 10 times or 100 times better than one more enemy. Even if they are not friends, it is always better than being enemies, right? Yang Ming nodded. You are right. In this environment, it is very unwise for the two armed forces to start a war and become enemies. So the most likely thing they will do is to negotiate. Right, it is to negotiate. Lu Xinyang said, as long as they negotiate, our opportunity will come. The two groups have just had a conflict, and their trust in each other has plummeted. Therefore, General Houghton is unlikely to go to General Kevin's station to negotiate, and General Kevin is unlikely to go to General Houghton's station to negotiate. If they want to negotiate, they can only choose a place that does not belong to each other's territory. It is very likely that they will choose a small town for two people to negotiate. This is the time for us to make a move. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan listened to Lu Xinyang's analysis and both showed a look of approval. This Lu Xinyang was really a rare talent. The two of them had thought about it for a long time, but there was no solution. Lu Xinyang pointed out the whole plan, and the feasibility was very high. As for the conflict between the two groups, it was simple. Yang Ming brought so many people over, so he would pretend to be General Houghton and General Kevin's people and create a conflict with the other group. He believed that it would not take long for the relationship between the two sides to become tense. Very good, Lu Xinyang. I will leave this matter to you. How to create a conflict. You go back tonight and discuss with Li Chong. Yang Ming said with some excitement. After all, the matter was solved, and Yang Ming was also very happy. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, although he was not in a hurry these days, traveling with Wang Xiaoyan, in fact, Yang Ming was still very anxious in his heart. This was his first mission with Wang Xiaoyan. Yang Ming did not want to give up halfway. It was said that a good beginning was half the success. Although Yang Ming was not superstitious, he also wanted to maintain a good mood. After a few years of short peace, this border town finally began a 3-day armed conflict. In these 3 days, Li Chong, Lu Chao, Wang Peng, and Golden Bull were divided into 4 groups, pretending to be General Houghton, General Kevin, and Chief Executive Wixon subordinates. When they saw military vehicles, they smashed, robbed, and plundered. For a time, the entire town was shrouded in a terrifying atmosphere. People hid in their homes and did not dare to go out. Wixon's administrative office was also destroyed, and his men were also injured to varying degrees. What does this Kevin want to do? Does he also want to intervene in the town's political power? Wixon complained angrily to General Houghton. The administrative office has been destroyed. I really don't know what he is thinking. The town is in a mess because of him. Okay, Wixon. General Houghton waved his hand and said, "It stands to reason that this town should be managed by both of our armed forces, but General Kevin did not intervene in the town's affairs. In the past few years, we have also obtained a lot of military funds in the town. General Kevin is dissatisfied with this. It is normal for him to want a share of the pie. But there should be a first-come, first-served rule, right? Besides, even if you want a share of the pie, he doesn't need to do this. Can't he just say it directly?" Wixon still said angrily. "And indeed, if he says it, we can't not share a share of the pie." General Houghton nodded. "Yes, I think he is asking for a beating. Teach him a lesson, and let him know the immensity of heaven and earth." Wixon said angrily, "Don't be impulsive." General Houghton waved his hand and said, "If I fight with General Kevin, it is not good for anyone. Originally, there was no hostile state. It has been peaceful. Once we fight, there will be one more enemy. When two tigers fight, one must be injured. Maybe both sides will be injured. In this way, the happiest person is Carsey, that bastard." Wixon was shocked. After listening to General Houghton's analysis, he immediately broke into a cold sweat. "I didn't consider it thoroughly. That's right. Once there is a conflict, won't Carsey reap the benefits from the fisherman's side? It's like this. Go and ask someone to send a letter to General Kevin. I want to negotiate with him." General Houghton commanded. At the same time, in General Kevin's encampment, General Kevin and his adjutant were also urgently discussing a solution to this armed conflict. It had been 3 days, and if this continued, things would only get worse and worse. "This General Houghton is too much." General Kevin's adjutant scolded. "We have been tolerant enough. The town's political power is completely given to them. We just buy some necessities in the town. We never take the initiative to make trouble. They are good. They took the initiative to attack us. Do they want to drive us out of here? We are not easy to provoke. We don't compete with them, but it doesn't mean that we will swallow our anger. Don't be noisy." General Kevin waved his hand and sighed. "Let me think about it. It stands to reason that General Houghton is not the kind of person who likes to find trouble. If I fight with him, no one will have a good result." "Then why did he do this?" said the adjutant anxiously. "Perhaps there is someone around him who is encouraging him." General Kevin said, "Let's do this. Find someone to send a letter to General Houghton, saying that I want to talk to him. It can't go on like this." "Yes, I will instruct someone to do it," said the adjutant quickly. Of course, what happened at the headquarters of these two armed forces did not escape Yang Ming's sight. While Li Chong was provoking them, Yang Ming was in the hotel room, quietly monitoring the movements of both sides with his special ability. When they made the decision to negotiate at the same time, Yang Ming suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and a pleasant smile appeared on his face. The news from both sides was transmitted quickly. When General Houghton and General Kevin both received the message of the negotiation, they agreed. After replying to each other's messengers, they began to negotiate by phone. They were scheduled to negotiate in a tea house in the town in the morning the day after tomorrow. Both of them tacitly chose the location of this third party. After all, the other person would not feel at ease negotiating in anyone's territory. This way, it was beneficial to each other's safety. However, how could they have thought that in this way, their safety was even less? Your subordinate named Lu Xinyang is really amazing. Things developed exactly as he expected. After the matter is done, we have to reward him," Wang Xiaoyan said with some excitement. "There is no need for a reward. Too many rewards are easy to make people proud." Yang Ming smiled and said, "But it can be encouraged." "That's also true." Wang Xiaoyan nodded. She didn't understand much about these people. For the negotiation location of the two armed forces, Yang Ming had already figured it out through his special ability. Now, he was waiting for the right time to make a move. The town seemed to become quiet again because the two forces had reached an agreement. In fact, it was because Yang Ming let Li Chong and the others stop. Of course, only Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan knew the reason for this. Because General Houghton and General Kevin had little contact with each other, they were not familiar with each other's people. Therefore, they all ignored this third-party force. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan began to appear in the streets again and became a traveling couple. Although the hotel owner advised them not to travel recently because it was not safe, Yang Ming naturally knew what was going on. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan went out today to examine the terrain of the tea house to see if there was a place that was conducive to making a move so that they could prepare in advance. This was the only opportunity. The opportunity was now or never. If they missed it, it would not be so easy to lure General Houghton out again. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were very clear about this, so both of them were very focused on this matter. Chapter 11:14. In these 2 days, Yang Ming didn't stay idle. Instead, he contacted Fong Tian and told him his plan. I know a lot of arms dealers, but most of them are in Asia. Distant water can't put out a nearby fire. You need it urgently. I can't guarantee that you can get so many arms in a short time. Although Fong Tian had a wide network, there were some things that couldn't be rushed. Yang Ming didn't have much hope for this, but he felt some regret for missing this opportunity. Wang Xiaoyan wanted to pick up the phone several times to call home to ask for help, but she put it down. It was said that she would use her own strength to build the most powerful force in the world and not rely on her family. Therefore, Wang Xiaoyan didn't know how to call back. I'm sorry, Yang Ming. I really can't ask for help from my family. Wang Xiaoyan sighed and said apologetically, It doesn't matter. Since you don't want to rely on your family, don't ask them again. Otherwise, they will use you against you in the future. Yang Ming said comfortingly, Anyway, there will be opportunities in the future. Otherwise, Africa and Europe are very close. Wang Xiaoyan said with some unwillingness, If we transport weapons from home, it won't take a day Europe? Yang Ming listened to Wang Xiaoyan's words and suddenly had an idea. How could she have forgotten about him? Yang Ming suddenly thought of a person, and his face suddenly showed an excited expression. What's wrong? Wang Xiaoyan saw Yang Ming's strange expression and asked, baffled, I thought a friend in Europe. This time, we may still have hope. As Yang Ming said this, he picked up the satellite phone and dialed a number. Old Buffon had just finished his breakfast, and then he began to practice martial arts according to his master's words. Recently, Old Buffon had clearly felt that his body had become stronger and younger. Last night, Old Buffon tormented his wife in bed. Old Buffon felt that he was just like this 30 years ago. As a result, Mrs. Old Buffon, who couldn't take it, agreed to let Old Buffon bring his lover back to the manor the next day. This was unprecedented. The jealous Mrs. Old Buffon finally compromised. Old Buffon was very happy in his heart. Money had no meaning for a person of his status. The family controlled the local underworld and legal underworld, and even held shares in many international enterprises. They did not need to work to be able to enjoy prosperity for generations. Therefore, Old Buffon put extra effort into his interest in health. Originally, Old Buffon was obsessed with Chinese martial arts. Later, he heard that people who practice martial arts could live to 100 years old. Taiji Zhang Sanfeng lived to be 212 years old. Old Buffon was extremely envious. However, through many efforts and almost using all the power that the family could use, he could not find a martial arts master. However, he met Yang Ming by chance. Old Buffon naturally cherished this legendary martial arts master. He used all his tricks and finally succeeded in becoming Yang Ming's apprentice. Therefore, Old Buffon was very happy. He felt that he had done the wisest thing in his life. It was just that his master was too busy and had no time to contact him. This made Old Buffon a little disappointed. However, Old Buffon had not mastered some of the martial arts moves that his master had taught him, so he was not in a hurry to learn new moves. However, Even if it was just a beginner, Old Buffon already had a feeling of invincibility. The last time he competed with one of his bodyguards, he beat a professional bodyguard in his prime to the ground within 10 moves. Old Buffon, your phone. Mrs. Old Buffon took a ringing phone to the garden and shouted at Old Buffon. Old Buffon was just about to start practicing martial arts. He was shocked by his wife's shout. He immediately frowned and said unhappily, "Didn't I say? Don't disturb me when I'm practicing martial arts. It's easy to go berserk. You stupid woman." "But it's your private phone that's ringing," Old Buffon's wife explained. "Isn't your phone number only known by important people?" Old Buffon nodded when he heard that his private phone was ringing. He took the phone from his wife's hand impatiently. Indeed, the people who knew this number were some politicians and the heads of family businesses. They were looking for Old Buffon for some important matters. However, looking at the caller ID on the phone, it was not very familiar, so Old Buffon's attitude was not very good. Hello, I'm Old Buffon." Old Buffon picked up the phone, but his tone was not very good. Disturbing his practice was simply a heinous thing in his opinion. "Old Buffon, I'm Yang Ming." Yang Ming heard that the familiar voice on the phone was a little stiff, so he asked, "Why? Is there anything wrong?" Old Buffon was shocked, and his face suddenly showed an extremely excited expression. "Master, it's you, old man. That's great, you're finally calling me," Old Buffon quickly said in Chinese. "And how's your practice going recently? Is there any difficulty?" Although Yang Ming had a request for Old Buffon, it wasn't the right thing to ask him for help right away, so he greeted him with a few words first. Very good. I feel that I have made a breakthrough. After I succeed, I will wait for Master to give me further guidance," Old Buffon said quickly. I've been quite busy recently. When I'm done with the things here, I will go to your place as a guest and guide you along the way," said Yang Ming. "That's great," Old Buffon shouted. "Master, you must come. And it depends on whether the things on my side are smooth or not." Yang Ming said, "If it's smooth, then we will meet soon. If it's not smooth, I'm afraid we have to wait for a while." "What's the matter? Do you need my help?" Old Buffon said quickly. Yang Ming was waiting for this sentence. Since Old Buffon said it himself, Yang Ming could continue to say, "It's like this. I have something to do in Africa, but I urgently need a batch of weapons. However, I don't know anyone here. It's a bit difficult to get weapons. Do you have any connections?" "Weapons." Old Buffon breathed a sigh of relief after listening. He was afraid that Yang Ming's matter was too complicated and he couldn't solve it. Then he had to wait anxiously for Yang Ming to finish the matter in the torment of time. Now it was great. Yang Ming's request was very simple. Old Buffon said, "This is too easy. My family has shares in many arms companies in Europe, and they are all major shareholders. Master, just tell me what weapons you want. Aircraft carriers, tanks, bombers, missiles, submarines, rocket launchers, but nuclear weapons are a bit difficult. That's not easy to get. I can get the rest for you at any time." Yang Ming was shocked after listening. He thought, "Damn, does this Old Buffon want me to destroy Country X? Even aircraft carriers are here." Originally, Yang Ming thought that it was good to be able to get things like machine guns and armored vehicles, but he didn't expect Old Buffon to be even more awesome. Forget about the aircraft carriers and submarines. As for the rest, see what you can get and get a batch as soon as possible. I am in Country X in North Africa. After you send someone here, just contact me through my satellite phone," said Yang Ming. "Okay, no problem," Old Buffon promised. After hanging up the phone, Old Buffon looked excited. He hummed a song and returned to the villa. When he saw his wife, he was very happy to give her a hug. "Dear, you are so great. This phone call was delivered at the right time. Otherwise, I almost missed the opportunity to meet my master." When Mrs. Old Buffon saw that her husband was so happy, she was very happy. She also knew that Old Buffon had a master as his master. Moreover, Mrs. Old Buffon also saw the recent changes in Old Buffon, so she was very respectful to this master. When she heard that Old Buffon was going to meet this master again, she was also very happy. Old Buffon didn't dare to delay. He began to call his family members and subordinates without stopping. An order was issued from old Buffon's villa, and the huge power of the entire Buffon family immediately showed. It didn't take long for a ship full of modern weapons to dock at the Buffon family's private island in the high seas. You are going personally. Will it be dangerous? Mrs. Old Buffon looked at her husband with some worry. What kind of place is Country X? I heard that there is war everywhere. Don't let anything happen to you. Don't worry. With my master here, there can't be any danger. Old Buffon's self-confidence was unprecedentedly strong. Mrs. Old Buffon knew that her words didn't have much power and couldn't change Old Buffon's thoughts, so she could only carefully remind Old Buffon to prioritize safety and not act recklessly. The person driving the ship was a local underworld leader, but he was also a distant relative of the Old Buffon family. He was able to have what he had today entirely because of the support of the Buffon family. Otherwise, he was not even worth a fart. Therefore, he was also very respectful to Old Buffon. Grandpa Buffon, please board the ship. Old Buffon nodded and boarded the ship. The underworld leader followed and ordered his men to prepare for departure. As a result, a small aircraft carrier full of modern weapons sailed to the coastline of Country X. Yang Ming hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. He said to Wang Xiaoyan, "It's done. You can inform Li Chong and the others to prepare to receive the weapons." "No way. It's so easy to get it done. Then why were you so troubled just now?" Wang Xiaoyan said, puzzled. "It's also because you mentioned Europe that I thought of him." Yang Ming shrugged. "Otherwise, I almost forgot. Who the hell is this person? You can send weapons over with just a phone call?" Wang Xiaoyan was very inexplicable. "If this is the case, it means that your relationship with him is very unusual. How can you forget him? It's one of my apprentices." Cough. Speaking of which, he is a foreign old man. He is a very interesting person. I just taught him Kung Fu for a few days, but this old man is very grateful. He said that a teacher for a day is a father for life. Yang Ming smiled and said, "When you have the opportunity, you will know when you see him." Listening to you, this is indeed a very interesting person." Wang Xiaoyan listened to Yang Ming's words and smiled. "Right? He is also quite powerful over there. He can get so many firearms in such a short time. He is not a simple character. His name is Old Buffon. I heard that he is the patriarch of a very powerful family in Europe. I don't know much about the situation in Europe." Yang Ming said. "What? You said that he is Old Buffon?" Wang Xiaoyan suddenly widened her eyes after listening. "He is your apprentice?" "Yeah, what's wrong? Is there anything wrong? Why do you have this expression?" Yang Ming looked at Wang Xiaoyan baffled. "That is one of the most influential families in Europe. The patriarch of the Buffon family is actually your apprentice." "Yang Ming, you are so unexpected. Do you know that with the help of Old Buffon, our goal can be achieved faster?" Wang Xiaoyan said excitedly. She grew up in Europe, and her family was also in Europe, so Wang Xiaoyan could be said to be familiar with the Buffon family. I really have no choice, so I thought of him. However, I think it is better to rely on ourselves in the future. Although Old Buffon will not refuse my request, I don't want to always trouble him." Yang Ming said. "This is also true." Wang Xiaoyan nodded and said. Late that night, Yang Ming led Li Chong and others to the coast of Country X, waiting for the arrival of Old Buffon's people. Soon, they saw a ship slowly approaching from the sea. "They are here," Yang Ming said to Li Chong next to him. "Let the brothers be ready." "Okay." Li Chong nodded and quickly ordered his men to be ready to receive the ship. When the ship approached, Yang Ming saw that Old Buffon was actually standing at the bow of the ship. He was looking at them with a telescope excitedly. When he saw Yang Ming, he suddenly began to wave. Yang Ming felt a little strange and helpless. Old Buffon is actually here. This guy really can't wait. When he heard that Yang Ming was here, he came to find Yang Ming in a hurry. Soon, the boat reached the shore. Old Buffon didn't wait for the deck to be lowered. He jumped down from the bow excitedly and landed firmly on the beach. From his skills, he didn't look like an old man at all. His footsteps were vigorous and powerful. Yang Ming couldn't help but look at him in a new light. It seems that old Buffon really did not slack off during this period of time. It is amazing to be able to achieve such results. Old Buffon rushed to Yang Ming quickly. Li Chong was shocked. He thought that this person was going to attack Yang Ming. He quickly rushed over and wanted to stop old Buffon. Old Buffon was excited. When he saw someone blocking him, he was somewhat unhappy and called. Li Chong did not expect that this old man actually knew Kung Fu. He immediately raised his vigilance and grabbed old Buffon to prevent him from moving forward. Old Buffon was not to be outdone. His body moved slightly and escaped Li Chong's grab. Although Li Chong did not take old Buffon seriously, a person who could escape his grab was indeed amazing. He quickly put down his contempt and planned to fight with old Buffon. Li Chong, step back. He is my apprentice, old Buffon. Yang Ming was somewhat helpless. He did not take care of them, and these two people almost fought. When he heard Yang Ming's words, Li Chong quickly stepped back. He thought, this person turns out to be Brother Yang's apprentice. No wonder he knows some Kung Fu. But looking at his posture, he is not very powerful. If he gets the true teachings of Brother Yang, then I am definitely not his opponent. Old Buffon, why did you come here personally? Yang Ming looked at old Buffon with some blame. The situation here is unstable. It is very dangerous. I really miss you so much, master. Moreover, with you by my side, I am not afraid of anything. Old Buffon said quickly. Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. Well, since you are here, I will not drive you back. However, you have to stay quietly in a safe place while I am working. You can't act on your own. Don't worry. I am very obedient. Old Buffon heard that Yang Ming was willing to let him stay and said very happily. The people present were very puzzled. How did Yang Ming accept such an apprentice? However, they did not ask much. Under Li Chong's leadership, they were ready to board the ship to transport the firearms. Yang Ming looked at the things on the ship and was a little dumbfounded. Old Buffon, did you really bring the bomber? I'm thinking that this thing is more useful. If you can finish your business as soon as possible, you can visit my place earlier. Old Buffon scratched his head and showed a childlike smile. So I brought everything that I could. Of course, there are some confidential things that I can't decide. This is already very good. Yang Ming looked at the weapons and equipment in front of him and shook his head. It was possible for Li Chong and the others to directly overthrow General Kar's regime. Li Chong and the others were obviously people who knew the goods. When they saw the firearms and equipment on the ship, they all showed surprised expressions. They had also dealt with the local armed forces in the past few days, and they also had some understanding of the weapons here. However, compared with these in front of them, the weapons here were simply primitive. Never mind the tanks, even the armored vehicles were the oldest kind. With these things, it was easy to flatten General Houghton's base. Yang Ming did not expect old Buffon to be able to get these. If so, even if he did not lure General Houghton out, he could forcibly blow up General Houghton's base. However, with these pieces of equipment, Yang Ming was also more determined in his thoughts. He was ready to do a big job here. Chapter 11:15. For the old man in front of her, Wang Xiaoyan's mood at the moment could only be described as shocked. Although old Buffon had never seen her, she had seen old Buffon's photo for some information. This person was the current patriarch of the Buffon family, one of the most powerful people in Europe. However, looking at his current performance, he was almost like a child. He didn't look like a dignified old man at all. Is this the master's wife? How experienced was old Buffon? Naturally, he could see that Wang Xiaoyan, who was next to Yang Ming, had an unusual relationship with Yang Ming, so he quickly greeted her enthusiastically and respectfully. Wang Xiaoyan never thought that she would become old Buffon's elder one day. As a matter of fact, he was a figure on the same level as her father. Although her family was also very powerful, old Buffon's family was not bad either. Therefore, the relationship between the two families could not be said to be very good. It could only be said to be neutral. However, if she could get the help of old Buffon's family, the matter between her and Yang Ming would obviously become much less resistance from her father. Now it seemed that if Yang Ming asked old Buffon to do anything, as long as it was within his ability, he would not refuse. "Hello, Mr. Buffon." Wang Xiaoyan nodded politely. "Huh, why are you calling me mister? Just call me old Buffon." Old Buffon said indifferently. "Old Buffon, don't underestimate Yin Yan. Her kung fu is not weaker than mine, so it's the same to ask her to give you some pointers when she is free." Since Yang Ming had decided to confirm the relationship with Wang Xiaoyan as a couple, he recommended these resources around him to her. The assassin group was not Yang Ming's ultimate goal. Therefore, in the future, the assassin group's affairs would still be handed over to Wang Xiaoyan. These relationships would also be handed over to Wang Xiaoyan. For Yang Ming's words, old Buffon naturally believed it. When he heard that Wang Xiaoyan was also a master, his eyes immediately showed a look of worship. "Master's wife, please give me more pointers in the future. If I have time, I will give you pointers," Wang Xiaoyan said with a smile. She was very happy. She didn't expect that she would have such a day. Yang Ming's true identity and strength made Wang Xiaoyan increasingly suspicious. Although Yang Ming did not say anything, and his usual performance was very ordinary, Wang Xiaoyan felt that he was very unusual. Li Chong and others were well trained. They unloaded the arms on the ship in an orderly manner, but when they saw the fighter jets and tanks, they were a bit embarrassed. These people were all from martial arts schools or assassins, but they had never been exposed to these things. Yang Ming suddenly regretted it. "If I knew this, I would have brought Ho Jinhan over. He must know more about these things." "Brother Yang, you see." Li Chong looked at Yang Ming in a dilemma. To be honest, although they didn't know how to operate these things, they also wanted to get them. After all, these things would have a decisive improvement in their strength. "Old Buffon, you gave me these things. My people don't know how to use them. Do you have people who know how to operate them? Give my people a simple training." Yang Ming turned to old Buffon and asked. "That's easy." Old Buffon greeted the underworld leader next to him. "Lex, you go and find some people who know how to operate them to train my master's men." "Yes." The underworld leader, who was called Lex, quickly responded and began to call for people. On this side, Li Chong also found a few more clever underlings to learn how to operate a fighter jet and a tank from Lex and others. Of course, after these people learned it, they could pass it on to others. This time, Yang Ming and others set up camp 5 kilometers away from the town. These tanks, armored vehicles, and other behemoths were too eye-catching. It was easy to be discovered by others, so it was better to be careful. In order to make the relationship between Wang Xiaoyan and old Buffon stronger, Yang Ming did not teach old Buffon kung fu, but let Wang Xiaoyan guide him. With Wang Xiaoyan's kung fu, it was more than enough to guide old Buffon. At this moment, old Buffon finally knew how brilliant Wang Xiaoyan's kung fu was. In addition to admiring, he also learned from Wang Xiaoyan very seriously. Wang Xiaoyan also got Yang Ming's instructions. The kung fu that she passed on old Buffon was mainly basic kung fu to strengthen the body. She rarely dabbled in some killing techniques. Even if old Buffon wanted to kill someone, he didn't need to do it himself. Therefore, Wang Xiaoyan didn't need to teach him these things. Yang Ming was idle for 2 days. Li Chong and others were busy learning operating techniques from Lex. In 2 days, they were familiar with the operating techniques of fighter jets, tanks, and armored vehicles. On this morning, the 2 teams slowly drove to the town. General Houghton and General Kevin did not bring too many people. After all, this was a negotiation, not a war. If they brought too many people, it would seem insincere. It would make the other party wary, which was not conducive to the progress of the negotiation. Yang Ming did not covet General Kevin. This time, the mission was only General Houghton. For General Kevin, Yang Ming decided to let him go first. No matter how big his appetite was, he couldn't swallow these 2 armed forces. When General Houghton and Commander Wixon boarded the car and went to the tea house, Li Chong led the 2 powerful armed forces composed of air and land forces to Houghton Station. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan secretly lurked near the tea house with Golden Bull and others, waiting for the opportunity to act. Old Buffon and Lex stayed at the base and did not participate in this operation. Patriarch Buffon, that young man is actually your master? Lex asked incredulously. After 2 days of busy work, Lex finally had a chance to be alone with old Buffon. Only then did he ask the question in his heart. Don't talk nonsense. Old Buffon regained his usual majesty. What young man? Ambition is not dependent on age. Even if the master and master's wife don't dominate the underworld, they must be hidden masters. You have to be respectful. Do you understand? I understand. Lex was just asking casually. He didn't expect old Buffon to get angry, so he nodded quickly. After you go back, call your men. I will give them training to ensure that their skills will improve greatly. Old Buffon had learned some fighting skills from Wang Xiaoyan, and he had no place to put them to use. Yes, master. Lex nodded. Outside the tea house, 20 people in different uniforms were scattered around the tea house. These people were the guards of General Houghton and General Kevin. Each of them only brought 10 people out, so that they could show each other's sincerity. In their view, the town was the territory of the two people, and there was no need to bring too many people. After General Houghton and General Kevin entered the tea house, Yang Ming whispered to Golden Bull next to him, "We can act now." "Do you want them alive?" asked Golden Bull. Yang Ming shook his head faintly. Golden Bull waved his hand and said to the people behind him, "Act. Leave no one alive." Whether it was the bodyguards of General Houghton or General Kevin, they were not formally trained. They were just better people selected from their subordinates. The two groups of people knew that today's negotiations were peaceful, so they weren't too nervous. Although the guards were guarding nearby, they looked relaxed as they chatted. "Hey, Old San, do you think there will be any danger since we only have a few people here?" One of General Houghton's guards said to another guard beside him. "How is it possible? This area is either our general's or General Kevin's territory. Who dares to provoke us?" The guard called Old San said indifferently, "You see, the people on the street are walking around us." "That's right. Our armed forces are nearby. It seems that I am too suspicious." The previous guard listened to Old San's words and smiled easily. "Yeah, Old San was talking to the previous guard, but he stopped in the middle of the sentence. This was because the guard from before had already fallen straight to the ground. His neck was still gurgling with blood. It was obvious that he couldn't survive. "What's going on?" Old San just shouted half a sentence when he felt a chill behind his neck. He didn't know anything else. How could these people be the opponents of Golden Bull and others? Many people didn't have time to take out their guns, and Golden Bull and others swarmed up and slit their throats. Some of them reacted quickly. Even if they took out their guns, they died before they could use them. 20 people were quickly taken care of. There were no ordinary people nearby. Those people were hiding in their homes and did not dare to come out. So, the incident just now did not even cause a ripple. It passed by calmly. Yang Ming nodded with satisfaction. In Golden Bull's team, there were also several former Wang Xiaoyan's men. However, they had been fully integrated into this group. Everyone had learned to cooperate and had established a tacit understanding with each other. Therefore, they could kill 20 people in an instant without leaving a trace. Wang Xiaoyan was also very pleased with the changes in Golden Bull. It seemed that Yang Ming's training method was effective, allowing her original men to make a qualitative leap in such a short time. General Houghton and General Kevin entered a luxurious private room and sat at the table. "Long time no see, Kevin." General Houghton extended his hand in a friendly manner. The two were like friends who had not seen each other for many years. "Yeah, long time no see." General Kevin also shook hands with General Houghton in a friendly manner. "Speaking of which, we have been old neighbors for 4 or 5 years. "Yeah, we are all old neighbors. Because our political views and policies are different, we get along quite well." After General Houghton exchanged greetings, he entered the topic. "There is no war. It is relatively peaceful. It is indeed like this." General Kevin took over the conversation and continued. "However, this is just in the past. I am afraid it is not like this recently." "Right? What do you mean by this?" General Houghton said. "Shouldn't I be the one to ask this question? Let's not beat around the bush. I don't want the town's political power, but my people go to the town to purchase necessities. You also want to interfere with this. Aren't your hands too far? General Kevin was a little angry at General Houghton's acting dumb. And General Houghton was stunned and then said angrily, "What's the matter with you?" General Kevin, if you're interested in the town's political power, you can say that we can negotiate a solution. You don't have to do it, right? General Kevin listened to General Houghton's words and suddenly became angry. He slammed the table and said, "Houghton, what do you mean by this? Aren't you clear about my development policy? I have no interest in the town's political power. I set up armed forces here mainly to make money and provide mercenary services to some small countries nearby. I have no interest in the political power struggle." Since you're not interested, don't do those things. General Houghton was also angry. Just say it. What do you mean? Do you think I am easy to bully? From what you're saying, you're not the one who attacked my subordinates. Kevin's eyes widened. I attacked your men? Isn't it your men who attacked my men? General Houghton also widened his eyes. Is it possible that there is a third-party force here? Listening to the dispute between the two, Yang Ming suddenly felt a little funny. However, he also knew General Kevin's intentions. This person was not a person with political ambitions. Indeed, his actions were very consistent with his current state. In this way, whether this person was eliminated or not, there was no conflict with Yang Ming's plan. Well, you don't have to argue. You are right. There is indeed a third-party force. Yang Ming pushed open the door of the private room and went in with Wang Xiaoyan. Who are you? Guards? When Houghton saw Yang Ming come in, he subconsciously knew that things were not good. He quickly shouted to the guard at the door. Are you shouting for your men? They're already dead. Yang Ming said faintly. Okay, Houghton, you can also die. Houghton touched his waist in horror. He wanted to get a gun, but before he could touch the pistol, there was a bloody hole in between his eyebrows. He fell to the ground with a grievance. Golden Bull was holding a gun in his hand, and the muzzle was still smoking. General Kevin also realized the danger of the person who came. He did not dare to be rash. He sat there vigilantly and looked at Yang Ming and others. Kevin, right? Asked Yang Ming in English. Yes. General Kevin nodded. May I ask who you are? Don't worry. I just came to take Houghton's life. It has nothing to do with you. Now you can go. Remember, don't interfere with the internal affairs of Country X. Otherwise, the next one to die will be you. Yang Ming said calmly. You are sent by General Kars? General Kevin was stunned, and then he understood something. It is not good for you to know too much. Yang Ming said non-committally. Don't worry. Please tell General Kars that I have no interest in the regime of Country X. I just set up a mercenary group here to provide mercenaries to some of the surrounding small countries. General Kevin explained. I hope so. Yang Ming nodded and said, You can go. General Kevin did not expect Yang Ming to let him go so easily. He did not dare to delay. After quickly thanking him, he quickly left the private room. He was shocked by the strength of General Kars. He could actually send someone to take the life of General Houghton from so far away. General Kevin still knew a little about the contradiction between General Houghton and General Kars. He originally thought that with the power of General Houghton, he could fight with General Kars. But he did not expect General Houghton to be killed so quickly. This incident also made General Kevin more determined to not participate in the political power struggle of Country X. Only in this way could he protect himself. Otherwise, he would become a thorn in others' side. Out of the tea house, he saw a large number of armed forces that he was not familiar with. General Kevin was sure that these people did not belong to General Houghton's forces because the uniforms they wore were not the same as General Houghton's forces. The corpses on the ground also explained all this. His men and General Houghton's men all died there. When they came with people. When they left, they drove away by themselves. However, General Kevin was already very satisfied with this ending. Although he lost 10 of his own soldiers, he saved his own life. This was better than anything else. At the same time, at Houghton's armed station, the arrival of Li Chong and others had doomed the outcome of this war. This was originally an unfair war. This was one-sided. in front of the high-tech armed forces of Li Chong and others. Houghton's armed forces seemed so fragile. When several armored vehicles drove to the front of General Houghton's station, the people inside surrendered without much resistance. Most of these people were from poor backgrounds. They were local people who joined Houghton's armed forces in order to survive. Therefore, according to Yang Ming's instructions, as long as they surrendered, they would no longer attack and kill. The policy for these people was different from the previous guards brought by Houghton. The reason why Yang Ming killed all the guards brought by Houghton was that those people were Houghton's confidants. After leaving them behind, it would only raise a tiger. But these people were different. These people would not care whether their general was changed or not. They just wanted to eat and wear warm clothes. Only when they were full and wore warm clothes would they go to the battlefield. Especially when these people heard that General Houghton had been killed, there was no meaning in resisting. A person in charge who stayed at the station personally ordered his men to open the gate of the station and welcome Li Chong and others to enter, because they also understood that resistance was impossible. That's impossible. Can you fight an armored car with your physical body? This was obviously unrealistic. Other people's equipment was 10 times or 100 times stronger than their own. They would only die if they went up. At this point, Li Chong and others easily occupied General Houghton's station without any effort. Li Chong quickly reported the good news to Yang Ming. Yang Ming also expected the situation that Li Chong and others encountered. In fact, here, the grassroots of these armed forces were basically a mob. Without any professional training, they were forced to become soldiers. In fact, their beliefs and loyalty had not been established, and they could be easily disintegrated. Well done. Put the person in charge of the station under house arrest first. The other soldiers will be reorganized and integrated into your team. I don't need to say more about this, right? Yang Ming instructed. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.